Chapter 651 Mold on the Wold, 2 in 1. In the circular room of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was sitting in a chair behind a long-legged desk and examining a wand with his head down. He looked a little tired, especially from Harry's angle, and the wrinkles on his face looked as obvious as the brown eggshells left on a hard-boiled egg. "Good evening, sir." Harry broke the silence. "Ah, good evening, Harry." Dumbledore looked up from under his half-moon spectacles which made the wrinkles on his forehead even more visible and said with a grin, "Please sit down. Poppy told me you were discharged today and I thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to move the lesson forward from next week." Harry didn't know how to respond to that, so he gave a hum and moved a chair to sit opposite Dumbledore. "Poppy said you were fine, but I wanted to make sure personally you're not feeling any more discomfort, are you?" "No," Harry said hurriedly, ruffling the hair that was blocking his forehead where the scar had a thin scab of blood. "It hasn't given me any trouble since I woke up. Instead my nose has been itching and Madame Pomfrey kept careful records for 2 days until I later found the gnome cattail Ginny had left under the bed. I thought it was due to the resurrection stone." He took the black gemstone ring off his finger and placed it on the table. "I don't need it anymore, sir." Dumbledore smiled and listened with interest. "The time at the hospital wing certainly must have been quite rough. Is that why your friend brought you a travelogue?" "I read a couple of pages, and it seems to record things from a very long time ago." "Well," Harry said cautiously, "I found it from the library during Christmas break. Ron knew I was reading it lately and brought it over for me to pass some time." Dumbledore nodded with understanding. "Whose wand is this, sir?" Harry couldn't help but ask as he looked at the white wand that lay on the table. Its entirety seemed to be made from the bones of some sort of creature and the grip end had been carved in the shape of a beast's claw with irregular spikes attached. "It's made from yew wood, and its wand core is made from phoenix feather." Dumbledore's eyes turned to the side and Harry followed his gaze to where Fawkes is standing on a perch having a nap. A lightning bolt went off in Harry's head, and he blurted out, "Is this Voldemort's wand?" His voice was so loud that even Fawkes was startled awake, and he glanced at Harry angrily and hid his head in his wings. The portrait of the headmaster hanging on the wall of the circular office peeked up to survey them. "It's Voldemort's wand," Dumbledore repeated. "It was one of the war spoils when Felix and I raided Voldemort's hideout on Christmas Eve during your 4th year when he hadn't yet resurrected and had to flee in desperation." Harry stared grudgingly at the yew wood wand that Voldemort had held to kill his parents and leave him an incurable scar. "Harry, Harry!" Harry snapped back to see Dumbledore putting the wand away in a drawer. "I'm sorry, sir," Harry whispered. "There's no need to say sorry, Harry." Dumbledore paused briefly before saying in a formal tone, "I'm sure it's clear to you why we're sitting together on a weekend evening, and while I'd welcome a chat to relieve your boredom if you want, it is clear that we carry a more important mission." "Yes, I'm clear," Harry said. "Something to do with the soul fragment in my head. You said you found a solution." "Exactly, that's right," Dumbledore said. "You will find that my methods are slightly different from Felix's. I need you to be more deeply involved, to know what you have to do, and for that we need." He held out his hand and the cupboard door behind Harry suddenly popped open and a shallow stone basin flew out of it, landing firmly on the tabletop between them. "A pensieve." He finished his sentence. Harry stared dumbly at the pensieve, not understanding the link, and he asked tentatively, "Are you asking me to look and learn something? Like some kind of advanced magic?" Harry guessed in his mind. "Something to witness, to be precise," Dumbledore said, wagging his finger at him. A small crystal vial about the thickness of his thumb appeared in the raised hand. He swung open the wooden stopper and poured the silver-colored memories which swirled and floated like cotton wool inside the pensieve. "Whose memories are these, sir?" Harry asked curiously. "Mine," Dumbledore said briefly. "Let's talk inside, I need to reserve enough time for discussion." "You go first." Harry took a deep breath and dove head first into the memory in the pensieve. As he continued to descend he found a solid sensation of touch coming from beneath his feet. His eyes opened and his gaze kept searching. From past experience, he knew that the owner of the memory must be nearby. Then, he saw it. In front of him, there is a small, grey, dusty village with low, dilapidated, time-worn houses and patches of green and brown color everywhere around. But that wasn't the point. He spotted a little boy with reddish-brown hair, about 8 or 9 years old, under a large tree, and he was staring very intently at his palm. Harry took a few steps closer before realizing that he had mistaken and that the boy had a leaf floating in his hand. Harry was quite sure that the boy hadn't recited any incantations, but the leaf kept changing color. "That's me." At that moment, Dumbledore appeared next to Harry and introduced his past self. They watched in silence for a few minutes. The scene never changed, which caused a slight impatience in Harry's mind, and thus he discovered the boy's or rather childhood Dumbledore's first virtue, patience. The boy had obviously been here for a long time, which was evident from the pile of leaves of various colors at his side. But he hadn't shown any sign of impatience, and now he had settled for the color of the leaf between red and brown and constantly adjusted the subtle color changes. Harry suddenly realized that the boy was aiming to turn the leaves the same color as his own hair. Albus! Albus, dinner time! Another little boy appeared. He looked 2 or 3 years younger than Albus, who was sitting under the tree, and the two were dressed in about the same style of clothes, but the latter one had gotten himself dirty in his hair, although also reddish-brown, just looked messy and unkempt. That's my brother, Aberforth. Dumbledore chimed in a timely manner. Aberforth ran all the way over, panting and his face turning red. Albus, dinner! He shouted at the top of his lungs. Just a moment, it will be finished in a moment. Albus said, and after 10 seconds or so he finally stopped. A small smile of satisfaction spread across his face. The leaf finally matched the exact same color as his hair now. Let's go, he said briskly. Ah, you're practicing magic in secret again. Aberforth shouted as if he had just reacted. I'm going to tell Mum and Dad, just wait until you get a lecture. Then you won't get the colored leaf. This is for me. Aberforth asked in surprise and was about to reach for it, but Albus evaded him. I've prepared several brightly colored ones in pure colors, but let Ariana pick first. Albus said as he stood up, and together they walked along a dirt road towards the village. Let's follow suit, Harry. Dumbledore said softly, and Harry noticed that his voice had a slight unnatural tremor to it. I'll introduce you to my family. As they passed the signpost, Harry saw a rough piece of wood with the name of the village written on it, the mold on the wold. He couldn't help but have a doubt, didn't the Dumbledore family live in Godric's Hollow? He had read about it in his mother's letter to Sirius. There should be no mistake. Did Dumbledore's move there later? He was about to ask the question but saw that Dumbledore's eyes grew a little moist, so Harry fell silent. They followed the young brothers at the front in silence, and Harry couldn't help but speculate on where they lived, and as he looked around, he spotted the one that best suited his aesthetic from the various small, grey, worn-out houses, and he swore that the exterior of the house showed many features of a wizard's home in many areas. He walked forward with certainty, but the brothers took a detour, and just as Harry suspected he had guessed wrong, he saw a beautiful back garden, blocked by a tight hedge. Ariana! We're back! Aberforth shouted. Harry heard a rush of footsteps, and he couldn't help but pick up his pace, almost alongside the two brothers from memory, and a rustling sound was heard as the tall, thick hedge was parted with a narrow gap and a pair of timid eyes appeared. Sir, this is... Harry turned back to find Dumbledore stopped far away, his face sporting a strange mixture of flinch and longing. A strange thought suddenly crossed Harry's mind, perhaps Dumbledore had called him over on purpose because he was afraid to face the scene at hand alone. Felix sitting in the 3 broomsticks inn with a glass of iced lemonade on the table. He had been here for a while already when the owner of the inn, Mrs. Rosmerta, approached him and said through clenched teeth, Mr. Happ, you can't bring those guys here, I have a business to run. But I paid for it, Madame Rosmerta. That's right, but they're scaring away my other customers, and what if they try to bite me tonight? I haven't slept well for days, and I'm not complaining, but today is so special, and I don't have your skills in case they suddenly go berserk. It does make things difficult for you, so why don't we settle for doubling the amount we spent during this time, and I'll take them away later. As you said, they do seem to be a tad bit twitchy today. Really? Mrs. Rosmerta's eyes lit up, and she looked relieved. You should have done that a long time ago, but the double pay won't be necessary, as long as you can come more often than usual. There are quite a few people who expect to see you here. She covered her mouth and smiled. I don't know when I've become so popular. Felix said wryly. Just recently, Mrs. Rosmerta said thoughtfully, like Carlotta Pinkstone. Yet, I know that woman, she stayed here for a while but now I don't know where she has gone. I prefer that female aura with the color-changing hair over her. The jokes she tells about witches, healers and Vila are simply brilliant. If you can, please tell her if you come across her that her jokes are funny. She was sulking over it for what seemed like half an hour when I was too busy to listen. Felix smiled and said, I will. Mrs. Rosmerta wriggled her way out, and in a few moments a free glass of fire whiskey was served, but Felix didn't get more than a few sips before people came down one by one from upstairs, men who looked as if they had been carved out of the same mold. Wearing tattered and patched clothes, looking haggard, grim-faced, and glancing around nervously. They are the men Felix invited over, the werewolves. But when Felix waved at them, instead of relaxing, they grew more wary. All right, guys. Felix snapped his fingers and a dozen heavy money bags slammed onto the table. For the love of gold galleons, I demand that you form a line and follow me. I have set up a temporary shelter for you on the outskirts of Hogsmeade, where you will spend the next week. Felix walked out ahead of them. The group of werewolves looked at each other. That man absolutely didn't give them a chance to speak. After a few moments of stalemate, a tall, lanky man stepped forward and grabbed a money bag, and looked inside, the others noticing that his face seemed to be illuminated by a bright shining light. Gulp. The man gulped, tucked the bag into his arms, and walked out. The other werewolves followed in silence. Just in time before the lights out, A dazed, even slightly panicked Harry returned, reciting the password twice as if sleepwalking, and as the portrait of the fat lady swung open, he headed straight in, only to be pulled by a hand. Harry, what's wrong with you? Hermione looked at him with a suspicious expression. Hermione? I'm fine. Harry grunted. How can you be fine? We were just standing in the doorway the whole time, but you completely ignored us both, and Ron called you twice. Hermione said softly, and Ron nodded his head on the side to show that what she said was true. What exactly did Dumbledore teach you? Ron asked sharply. But whatever it was, I bet it was especially hard. You look a bit like Luna. He said, staring at the expression on Harry's face. Harry kept shaking his head. He showed me some memories. Well, I can't quite figure it out yet. Anyway, we'll talk tomorrow. Good night. He said and tried to head inside again. He just wanted to lie in bed now and be alone. But once again he was pulled back, this time by Ron. The fat lady looked less than pleased. Are you going in or not? Well, not going, we're going out to the yard. Ron looked at a slightly puzzled Harry and squeezed his eyes at him. It's a full moon. Full moon? Harry dully mumbled, taking a moment to understand the meaning of the phrase. Yeah, I don't suppose you're planning on giving up on Animagus, are you? You can still get a free mandrake leaf, Ron said and furrowed his brow, but not me. I ran out of both, and I had to help Professor Sprout with a month's labor, or buy it privately, but I thought that since it is readily available at school. Hermione, because I felt the throbbing of the animagus. Hermione said briefly. Awesome. Harry gave her a thumbs up. Are you mocking me? I know all about it. Hermione glared at Harry aggressively. Harry noticed Ron fiddling quietly with his nails and muttered in a small voice, well, a funny thing happened while you were going to your lesson. Hermione was showing off to me, and I couldn't hold back from. I wasn't showing off. Hermione said pointedly, as she led the way towards the stairs. Ron and Harry exchanged a knowing look. Maybe we should let Hermione hear your insight on character flaws too, Harry. Ron said. I'm not going to ask for trouble. Harry instantly said. They made their way out into the yard, where Professor McGonagall and some of the students were already waiting. But Harry was keenly aware that a few lesser people had come today than the first time. A few have given up. Hermione whispered, turning her head to look around. How come I can't spot Professor Hap? This question was answered by Professor McGonagall, who had told them at the moment she was distributing the mandrake leaves to them. Your Professor Hap has taken a leave of absence. He has something important to deal with. At this time of year. Ernie Macmillan muttered in a small voice, that doesn't sound very plausible. But it's true. Professor McGonagall said sternly, I'd put more thought into the practice if I were you, Macmillan. After receiving the new mandrake leaf and hearing an earful of cautions, the students dispersed and Hermione updated Professor McGonagall on her progress before they headed back to the castle. On the way, Hermione brought up Dumbledore's lesson again, and Harry was very glad he had a mandrake leaf in his mouth. It gave him an excuse to talk less, even though the leaf in his mouth didn't quite affect him anymore. He briefly chatted with Ron and Hermione before heading back to his dormitory. Ron and Hermione, who were left behind, looked at each other. Did the lesson didn't go well for him? Ron asked worriedly. Maybe Dumbledore showed Harry some shocking memory that he found hard to accept for a while. Hermione whispered, although I can't guess how it will help Harry with his scar, I'm sure Dumbledore has his own reasons. We can ask more carefully tomorrow. In the dormitory, Harry lay in bed, feeling a part of his heart crumble. At first, everything had been fine. He and Dumbledore had spent a realistic half-hour watching the former Dumbledore family eat dinner and exchange gifts. The atmosphere was overall pleasant and enviable, followed by the next memory where their situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Not only had they moved house, the smiles were gone from their faces. The youngest Ariana had become withdrawn and jumpy. Aberforth always clenched his fists when no one was around, his eyes burning with flames of anger. Albus has gotten quieter, with just a glint of grief in his eyes as he looked at his sister. And to top it all off, the pillar of their home was missing from their life. When Ariana was 6 years old, she was doing magic in the garden when 3 Muggle boys saw the scene through a hedge. At the time, the foolish idea of a witch hunt was still spreading through the poor countryside, and they were horrified but also fueled with savage courage to attack her. Since then, Ariana was severely traumatized and could no longer control her magic. My father was furious and went to settle the score with the Muggles and gave them a good beating before he was put in Azkaban, and we, alas, chose to leave that sad place, and no one could have foreseen an even greater tragedy that awaited us. The first lesson ended with the young Albus receiving a letter of acceptance to Hogwarts. Dumbledore hadn't asked Harry to keep it a secret, which seemed to mean he could tell Ron and Hermione, but he had decided only to say something irrelevant, as if it was his duty to keep Headmaster Dumbledore's past a secret, as it was a sacrilege to his great character to let anyone know of the tragedy that had befallen him. He wasn't sure why he felt this way, or why Dumbledore had allowed him to see that. As far as Harry could see, Dumbledore seemed to have displayed his bloody past in a grim way to his own student. He stared at the full moon outside the window and seemed to hear wolves howling. Of course, Harry had no idea that a dozen werewolves are undergoing a mass transformation in the distant outskirts of Hogsmeade. Number Lancer. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 652, Chapter 652 Solutions, 2-in-1. On the outskirts of the village of Hogsmeade, a group of people bathed in the silvery moonlight shed by the full moon. Felix looked at the werewolves, with a piece of parchment in his hand, and scribbled on it. 2 of the 14 had already completed their full werewolf transformation and currently had collapsed on the ground breathing heavily. Although 2 of them had turned into werewolves at the moment, their eyes remained lucid, as they had been taking wolfsbane potions consistently for the past few days. The other 9 werewolves are undergoing a transformation first, their bodies trembling unnaturally, then with a snarl from agony, every part of their torsos forcibly widened and elongated, their shoulders towering high and bursting through their clothes, the fat on their black fur-covered arms hidden in the violent transformation, their hands and feet curled into the shape of wolf claws, their sharp nails glistened in the moonlight. So there is a subtle difference in the timing of each of their transformations. Felix marked this on the parchment and watched as the werewolves kept opening and closing their jaws, saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths from a brief moment of loss of control and pain. To a normal person, this saliva would be nothing less than a potent poison. The 3 remaining werewolves that remained in human form flinched back, trying to stay away from their own kind. They looked at Felix Happ, who looked as if he had been recording all this with interest, and a strange emotion welled up in their hearts. The effects of the war were felt in every way. In the early days, many of their kind had been tempted by men who had been sent by the Dark Lord to recruit them with the promise of vastly improving the treatment of werewolves after the war. The words were nice, but not very credible, because the Dark Lord would not even regard wizards of Muggle origin as a people, and promoted the doctrine of bloodlines, let alone the werewolves with a tainted bloodline like theirs. Many wizards, a significant number of whom are pure-blood wizards or Death Eaters, or both, still call them beasts with disgust. The only thing that had a little credibility was the justification given by Fenrir Greyback when he roped them in. Once the Dark Lord had won, the werewolves could attack Muggles and expand their packs with no fear, a fate that the Dark Lord had intended for the young wizards from Muggle families. But these words could only attract the consent of the group of fanatical werewolves who, as far as they knew, were being threatened and roped in by the Ministry of Magic before the war, and those who remained stubborn were now basically imprisoned. At that moment, Felix picked a werewolf at random and stood in front of him. The transformed werewolf stood a good foot taller than him, as if he could crush a normal human skull with one low bite, but as Felix poured his magic into him, the werewolf kept his claws as far away from Hap's head as possible. This was purely for Galleon's sake. The werewolf thought indignantly as he obediently straightened his body. He tilted his long jaw to the side listlessly as the rest of his kind lay on the ground, gasping for breath and staring at them. It was all the effect of the wolfsbane potion, which kept the werewolves sane even during the full moon, while suppressing the wildness and exuberance in their bodies, leaving them so exhausted that they didn't have the strength to go out for a walk even if they wanted to. Hold still. Felix said. I'm not moving. The werewolf let out a low growl of discontent. Ah, I was talking to the magic inside you. You can interpret that as talking to myself. Felix said. The werewolf moved his eyes back unhappily and lowered his head to stare at the top of Felix's head, with his thoughts dumbly wondering. He quickly moved his head away again, though, not wanting to make any moves that would spark a misunderstanding. If he did hurt the man in front of him, though even the werewolf himself thought his idea was whimsical, the werewolf pack would surely be out of luck. And werewolves didn't hate Felix Happ. Everyone in this place thought so, or they wouldn't have accepted the invitation. Only after meeting him a few times, they realized that the real Happ is slightly different from their fantasy image. In short, it created a sense of disillusionment. Keep your hands straight, Felix said. The werewolf grunted twice and did as he was told, then went back to thinking about himself. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his spine, as if an invisible hand had reached in and grabbed it, trying to rip it out of his body. The werewolf let out a low ho-ho grunt and lowered his head with difficulty to see Hap pulling wisps of magic out of him, and although he wasn't sure why he was doing it, he gritted his teeth and held on until Felix Hap dragged a fuzzy cloud of magic out of him. He finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What is it?" "I'd like to know too," Felix said. He let the magic hover in the air and then walked towards the other werewolves one by one, during which time the other 3 transformed as well. As the full moon rose high in the sky, 14 clouds of magic remained frozen in the air in front of Felix. He stretched them out, and they resembled an irregular piece of cloth, densely flickering with dots of light, in a pattern far more complex than the mandrake, and Felix had to be careful enough not to damage the really important magical structures. Gradually, even the most sluggish in the scene reacted to the fact that the magic, although drawn from different werewolves, is more or less the same in shape. If one ignored the edges and corners, one could see a 3-dimensional tower-like structure, or more precisely. "Is that a werewolf's spine?" the werewolf asked with difficulty. Felix paced between the fallen werewolves, lost in thought. His face was reflected in a pale bluish hue, and he seemed to be talking to himself, and to be delivering a speech in the moonlight. Magic, in the body of a wizard and the body of magical creatures are distinctly different from each other. Magic in magical creatures tends to operate along specific patterns, related to their own constitution, and operate through virtual circuits carrying magic, that is, their magic-like innate talents. A wizard's magic is, however, free, flexible, and unrestrained. When werewolf saliva fuses with a wizard's blood, it magically alters them, making the wizard irreversibly lycanthropic, hence some say it's an incurable magic toxin known as werewolf poison. In my opinion, werewolf transformation is an uncontrolled transformation of a wizard towards a magical creature, again not the same as animagus, which can only turn you into a normal animal. Though they actually both have one thing in common, and that is that the transformation process is not controlled by the wizard himself. The principle is not important. Animagus is an application of an extremely advanced knowledge of human transfiguration, and if the wizard can experience the process many times, even if he is not clear about the principle, he will be able to perform higher level transfiguration like a fish in water in the future. Werewolf transformation, however, does not offer similar benefits. Perhaps it is because the bodies of ordinary wizards are too fragile, and it is not related to whether they are physically strong or not, it is the magic that matters. They cannot withstand the magical creature transformation of themselves, so instead of gaining any benefit, they suffer the consequences. In the moonlight, Felix took out the book of runes, one hand resting on the spine of the book, the other over the surface of it, the pages flipping rapidly, the clatter muffled the sound of the wind in the wilderness at night, the slender hand raising a little bit, slowly pulling out a spine made of runes from the book. The werewolf's mouths dropped open. Felix gazed at his creation for a moment and pressed it down towards his body. His heart began to pound, and he raised his head to stare at the full moon as his body stretched a little bit and a mane cloaked him. He became a werewolf. A crowd of werewolves on the ground watched in amazement. You. One more form to transform. The werewolf, bathing in the moonlight, grinned as if he was smiling, but the other werewolves looked at him in reverence, and when Felix changed back and got himself a new set of clothes, he began to make adjustments to the spine-shaped magic rune sequence, to be more efficient and find the key within it. But even then, Felix could only adjust the sequence and reduce some unnecessary magic runes for the time being, and he could not reduce the complexity of the overall structure. So in theory, Felix had actually harvested an incredibly complex piece of ancient magic to night the werewolf transformation. It is important to note, Felix's own transformation into a magical creature, and the transformation of magical creatures' innate talent into ancient magic are actually two different things. The former is the result of Felix advancing the realm of ancient runes to an entirely unknown level and becoming a magical creature himself. Just like the four founders of Hogwarts, and Dumbledore, if he had to subdivide it, even more, Felix considers himself to be magic rune. He is able to transform parts of his or all of his body from flesh and blood to magic runes. It is because of this reason that Felix can transform himself into magical creatures. He thought that Dumbledore could do the same, but not by relying on magic runes, but by using transfiguration. As for whether Rowena Ravenclaw, who had told him the term magical being herself, could do the same thing, Felix put a question mark in his mind, thinking that Lady Ravenclaw was rather describing a realm. After all, that was not her field of study. Take the Thunderbirds, for example. Felix himself could turn into a Thunderbird without any difficulty, using principles very different from those of transfiguration, but he could not teach anyone else the way to turn into a Thunderbird. There is no shortcut, other than an in-depth study of ancient runes. But he could convert the Thunderbird's innate talent into ancient magic such as creating storms and then teach it to others, who could learn it perfectly well. There is a fundamental difference between turning into a Thunderbird, and wielding a storm. The former involves a change in the nature of the wizard's very being, while the latter simply involves learning a simple piece of ancient magic. The weather remained cold in late February, but it was nothing to the werewolves, who lay on the ground and gawked at Felix Hap working diligently in the moonlight and whispered in hushed tones with each other. What's he doing? Not sure, but it looks complicated. What are you going to do with that money? Haven't thought about it yet. I've counted it, there's enough to buy 2 years' worth of knockoff wolfsbane potions. I heard that Future World Company has recruited a group of humanoid employees, including werewolves as well. You want to try? It might be too late by now. It's hard to say, it was still advertised in the papers a while back. I remember it was for trolls, right? Trolls with literacy. Ahem. Felix looked back down from the heavy morning mist and cleared his throat. Almost there, let's try it. Try what? One of the werewolves on the ground asked. Let's see if I can turn you guys back into human form. Felix said with a smile as he flipped open the book of runes, and a variety of rune symbols in different colors flew out of it like butterflies, gathering and shaping in mid-air. Felix reached out and the magic rune sequence turned into a cloud of magic in his hand and he flung it at a werewolf. Felix looked at him expectantly. After a few moments, the werewolf's body returned to human form and Felix threw him a garment to put on in case any villagers passed by and saw him early in the morning. The wizard stopped himself from dancing around, his face still held a look of shock as he looked at his hands incredulously. I've changed back. He tilted his head up in disbelief as the sky slightly dawned, but a full moon still hung in the sky, and he looked again at his werewolf peers who are lying on the ground as if they would soon faint. Mr. Happ, am I not a werewolf from now on? The men on the ground quieted down as well, holding their breath as they waited for Felix's answer. Felix shook his head. It is an effect of magic, and if... He hesitated for a rare instant, nevertheless he shook his head. No, I am not a healer and cannot do a complete root cure with my current knowledge. But I'm completely changed back now. The wizard exclaimed. I used a clever technique. I was looking at the problem from the perspective of ancient runes. Felix, seeing the wizard about to speak, held up a hand to stop him and continued, through research not my research werewolf saliva is highly poisonous, at least for muggles, and wizards, once bitten by a werewolf, they are also irreversibly lycanthropized. The so-called lycanthropy is actually the werewolf poison modifying part of the wizard's body structure, which you can simply understand as, you are like a magical creature with an extra spell-casting organ, but of course, I am just using a metaphor, the actual situation is more complicated. This spell-casting organ is affected by the changes in the moon's light and darkness, and spontaneously absorbs the magic in the wizard's body on the day of the full moon, and you are forced to perform a complex series of werewolf transformations. We have an extra spell-casting organ. The werewolf asked blankly, can it be removed? No, Felix spat, at least I can't do it at the moment, as I said the term spell-casting organ is only metaphorical, in fact, your bodies have been completely altered by the werewolf poison, from saliva to blood, to body organs, to bones, which is not my field of study. Then what have you done to me? Reversed the transformation process. If you think the werewolf transformation as a spell, then what I did was to find a way to break the spell, albeit only temporarily. Can we learn it? The werewolf asked eagerly. I could publish it, but it would be too difficult to learn, the spell uses thousands of ancient magic runes. Felix said, I will spend the next week perfecting it as best I can, and I will need your cooperation for that. All the way back to the castle Felix thought about it, his biggest discovery of the night was actually obtaining a structural blueprint of the werewolf's magic from a magic perspective. And on top of that, he actually had two other vague lines of thought. In addition to the ancient magic reversing the werewolf transformation he had demonstrated, one could also try to use an advanced human transfiguration. Normal human transfiguration is simply changing the appearance and physique, although this is already part of the advanced course, but Felix's idea is to take this a step further and change the magic structure in the body along with it. This approach would be similar to that of the animagus. Only that its transfiguration form is human. It was not that no wizards had tried this idea before, but the internal body structure of the werewolf remained the same even after the transformation, so naturally, nothing worked. Now with the werewolf rune structure pattern, that Felix had discovered, the situation might be very different. As he walked along the road, a thought occurred to Felix, how did it resemble the bloodline magic that Salazar Slytherin had studied? He mulled it over for a while and smiled. Can he already be able to do this, deciphering other people's magic paths with ancient runes? It feels so good. The first two methods both treated the symptoms but not the root cause. The first, the ancient magic known as reversal of werewolf transformation, actually restores the werewolf state of the wizard to human form and allows him to spend the full moon peacefully in human form throughout the duration of the magic. In general, it is a sort of substitute for the wolfsbane potion, with the advantage of maintaining human form and the disadvantage is that it is very difficult to learn. Without Felix's help, he reckoned that Lupin would not have been able to do it. But learning it would allow them to say goodbye to the wolfsbane potion, which seemed to confirm another view in the magic world that potions and spells are substitutes for each other. The second method, human transfiguration, which involved an internal structural change in the body, is also incredibly difficult, and Felix believes that no one but Dumbledore could do it, but now with the blueprint of the werewolf's runic structure that he has obtained, the difficulty may plummet. The advantage is that during the transformation period the wizard will be in a purely human form. As for one last line of thought Felix frowned. It was to completely destroy all those rune patterns that had been infected by the werewolf poison, once and for all. The werewolves wouldn't be werewolves anymore then. But this method involved the very essence of magic, and one mistake may even cause a wizard to become unable to use any magic, they would simply end up as a squib. Dumbledore's caution about magic is still ringing in his ears. In fact, there is a fourth line of thought, Felix mused. That would consist of sharing the magical structure of the werewolf, and perhaps Snape or Belby or Slughorn, the potions masters, could come up with a solution from a potions perspective. Felix intended to ask Lupin about it in due time and see what he would decide. It just so happened that March 10th is his birthday. The next morning, Harry knocked on the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor's office. He had come over to avoid the endless stream of questions from Ron and Hermione. He had now been forced to spill the details of the Dumbledore family dinner he had seen in the Pensieve, and he really didn't want to talk about what happened afterward, so he found an excuse to come out for some fresh air. As a result, he found himself being greeted warmly by Professor Bagshot, which somewhat flattered Harry. "Have a seat, Harry," Grindelwald said cordially, casually placing a book on the table at the edge. "Professor Bagshot, you're studying ancient runes?" Harry asked, with considerable astonishment. "What, I can't learn anything new at my age?" Grindelwald asked, his eyes darting to Harry's hands. "You were a big attraction yesterday, Harry." "Oh, well I guess so," Harry mumbled. "I have heard that you want to be an Auror in the future." "Good idea," Grindelwald said softly. "I happen to know a few spells that are pretty powerful and should help you." "Not a dark magic?" He saw the look on Harry's face and added a comment. Harry murmured his thanks. He did worry that Professor Bagshot might be planning to teach him dark magic. After all, the professor had admitted personally that he had followed the dark wizard Grindelwald in the past. Only then did Grindelwald casually bring up the main topic. "I saw a black jeweled ring on your hand yesterday, why aren't you wearing it today?" Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 653, Chapter 653 The Important Niffler, 2-in-1. "That's not mine, I just borrowed it temporarily," Harry said after hesitating a moment. "I had returned it to Headmaster Dumbledore last night." "Returned it to Dumbledore last?" Grindelwald looked at Harry in bewilderment. "You mean it was originally his?" "Yes, Professor," Harry said stiffly. "Why did Dumbledore lend it to you?" "I think it's because I have a bit of a health problem and that ring would help me with that. But I don't need it now." Harry said vaguely. Could it be that Professor Bagshot had guessed something? It was him who had taken the initiative to bring up this topic. Perhaps he recognized the resurrection stone? But how is that possible? Just as Harry was thinking about it, Grindelwald lightly brushed off the subject. "Yes, you haven't been in class for a while," Grindelwald said after a long while as he stared blankly at the fire in the fireplace. It turns out to be because of that." Harry suddenly felt a strange sensation. Professor Bagshot had probably known all along that the stone embedded in the ring is the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, and perhaps it was due to his own negligence, as he had worn it to the Great Hall after leaving the hospital wing yesterday, and during that time it might have been recognized by Professor Bagshot. It seemed that Professor Bagshot was more concerned about who owned the ring than the ring itself. "Well, what you are thinking is right, Harry, I have a rough idea of what it is." Grindelwald snapped back to his senses and said in an increasingly calm tone, "Decades ago Grindelwald had sent some people to investigate the whereabouts of 3 Deathly Hallows, and I was one of the people who was involved and knew more about it. I was worried that you had simply obtained it by chance, or that it had been given to you by someone with an ulterior motive, but since it was Dumbledore." He didn't continue any further, as if he had thought the Resurrection Stone would be safe in Dumbledore's hands, and he raised his tone slightly. "Well, let's skip this interesting interlude. Harry, have a biscuit." Harry picked up a biscuit. "I have heard that your Patronus is quite unique, and it's not only incredibly powerful, but it can also launch physical attacks." "Yes, Professor," Harry said as he slightly cheered up. He tried his best not to think about his half-written book about Patronus Charm, which had been mostly written and is currently stalled in progress as he had lost interest. "Then you must be aware of the importance of a strong belief to a wizard." "Is that what?" Harry looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Belief, Harry." Grindelwald repeated it slowly, and said, "Wizards who dwell deeper into magic, at a certain point will all move from specific spells to thinking about some very broad concepts, but that is only an outward appearance. In fact, they are interpreting their own understanding of the nature of magic." "An interpretation of the nature of magic," Harry repeated thoughtfully. "That's right, the magic that we are born with. So if you want to achieve something, then everything that has anything to do with it, things such as the amount of magic, the control over it, the way it transforms, the integration of beliefs and intents, these are the things you should pursue for the rest of your life," Grindelwald explained in a soft, measured voice. Harry let out a light breath. He suddenly became enlightened, and he felt that many unclear questions from the past had been solved. It is love. All the mysteries of magic are hidden in love. In the headmaster's office, Snape closed his eyes, as if he was bored with this rhetoric. "I'm tired of hearing it, Dumbledore. What I would like to know more is that, for what reason did you call me into your office, once again after 8 months of not hearing a word from you?" Dumbledore shook his head slightly. "I can hear the complaints, Severus, and you know there is no way I would agree to let you enter the classroom 7. Ah yes, you are afraid that I will kill him on impulse." Snape said coldly, "He's still useful, that is what you told me, but I didn't see any progress." "About Harry? He's still a Horcrux. I went to visit him, at the hospital wing while he was in a coma." Snape's voice became slightly agitated. I remember you saying that you are working on it, what did you manage to achieve? As a matter of fact, Dumbledore said calmly, I've got full assurance of dealing with it. The question is, when, and what else preparations are needed? He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Full assurance. That's right. Snape seemed completely baffled as he looked at him coldly, and then he stood up and walked around the table to Dumbledore. Prepare? What preparations? Snape asked after some time. And, he glared at the white wand in Dumbledore's hand with obvious distaste, why didn't you destroy it? I'm afraid it's still useful, Severus. Snape's expression changed to one of apparent vigilance. Who do you want to give it to? It belongs to the Dark Lord, not some little snotty kid. That question doesn't trouble me, Severus. It's the other wand that's really giving me a headache, and I can't make up my mind yet. Well, perhaps it's too soon to even think about it, and I'm barely holding it together. Dumbledore said as he shot a look at Snape as if to say, yes, I'm using it as a measure against you. Snape's face darkened, and he wanted to swear a couple of profanities now. What has Felix been up to lately? Dumbledore changed the subject. He borrowed the research materials on Wolfsbane potion from me some time ago. Snape said, looks like he's ready to tackle one of the many problems that plague the entire wizarding community. An exuberant thirst for research, Dumbledore commented with appreciation, where's Valen? The Niffler. Snape glared up, is it vital and important enough information to you? Dumbledore winked at him happily. She is perfectly all right and well loved by all. Snape said simply and dryly. Seeing the satisfied look on Dumbledore's face, he opened his mouth, Dumbledore, I don't understand why you would care about a. Oh Severus, it's a hard feeling to describe, I suggest you try getting a pet yourself. My recommendation would be a parrot, you could teach it to talk. Snape turned his head with a blank expression and followed Dumbledore's amused gaze over to Fawkes, who was pecking through the fish bones and said with an odd expression, I don't know if I am making an exact comparison but I did try to name a few billywig insects after you when I was handling them, and I have to say I got an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The new week started with a clear sky and a beautiful day. The Ancient Rune Classroom. Rule number 12, the same ancient magic has the possibility of fusion under certain conditions, the fusion is unchanged in its effects with an increased range of action. Felix smiled, your task in this class is to test this theory and to record your personal insights during practice. The students moved around and divided into groups of 3 or 2. With what ancient magic? Ron asked. Whatever, Harry said with a yawn, we're only allowed to use teaching magic in class anyway. Teaching magic, another new term coined by Professor Happ, and many of the students remembered what the professor had said when he had explained it to them, true ancient magic especially that of an offensive nature is too dangerous to be taught, unless it is necessary to be taught in the classroom. I will only be teaching you supporting and defensive type of magic, such as the illumination and flight magic you have learned before, in addition to which I have developed a series of magic runes specifically for everyday teaching and practice. Specifically, I have subtly transformed and replaced some of the modern spells with ancient magic runes, which will also enable you to understand the second rule more clearly. The general principle of casting all magic including ancient magic is to remain in harmony. The two men chose the snowflake-making spell. In no time at all, a cloud of snow formed in their hands, and they carefully brought them closer. Wait, I can see the rune sequence, I guess not. Harry said. Okay. Ron pondered for a moment, staring blankly at his hand and fighting with himself, and after 10 seconds or so, the snow cloud in his hand finally no longer looked like a glowing cotton candy. The two moved closer again, and this time the snow clouds fused together without any hindrance. They looked up and watched as a large snow cloud floated to the ceiling, and a vast white flurry of snow fell. More people joined in and the snow cloud continued to expand, the flakes piling up thickly on the floor, but they soon ran into their match, as on the other side Seamus and Dean used their runic water-making spell to create a 6 or 7 foot long water dragon, with a few students standing around them all eager and ready to join in. By the end of the class, the students' heads, eyebrows, and clothes were covered in frost, as if they had been freezing outside in the cold all day. Then they shivered and rushed to their defense against the dark arts class. Professor Bagshot led them to the edge of the Forbidden Forest and paused. I was originally hoping to take you deeper into the Forbidden Forest, but my application was denied. He said rather regretfully, your task is to build yourselves a makeshift shelter out of whatever materials you can find nearby, plus find something to eat. Professor Bagshot, is this also a technique for hiding ourselves in Muggle society? A very accurate description. But why don't we just go to a Muggle shop and buy something to eat? Ron muttered disgruntledly to Harry. Unfortunately, it was too loud and the professor heard what he had said, because you jump up and down with excitement when you saw a Muggle paper money and also pointed at their music player and said, hey, we have that over here too Mr. Weasley. Ron stopped talking and the other students who also had objections quickly calmed down. The above example was taken from a couple of previous classes, where Professor Bagshot had used a similar style of class to Lockhart's theatre performance, except that the students had to split into two sides, one playing the role of the wary muggle and the other playing the role of the wizard disguised as a muggle, and start a conversation. Of course, the student in charge of playing the muggle is given a few prompts, a small piece of parchment. In Hermione's words, it was a test topic, but Harry thought it was more like a little script with some very tricky language traps that many students fell for. For example, Seamus was discussing about his favorite football player with someone, and then he ranted about Quidditch technical moves, dumbfounding the other person with his superior eloquence. Flies fast and well, swooping down from 50 feet. He had 2 inches more homework than anyone else that day. Professor Bagshot asked Seamus to use the extra space to describe how the football players flew. "Can those people use magic?" he asked courteously. Unsurprisingly, the camping turned into a mess. Harry and Ron had dug a large hole in the ground with a gouging spell, and had fussily covered it with twigs and blades of grass, then hid inside to chat. When Neville came out to pick some wild fruit, he stepped over and crashed into Harry and Ron, hitting Harry's head so hard he had a big bump. After Neville left in fear, they learned their lesson and cast a caterwauling charm and a quietening charm nearby, intending to muddle through until the end of class. As a result, they were bored after only half an hour, and with the odd scent in the air everywhere, they emerged from inside and both were surprised to find that the other students were clearly more interested in the food and were feverishly busy at the moment. Draco Malfoy was walking around with a disgusted look on his face, holding up a bunch of burnt mushrooms. Daphne Greengrass had shrewdly traded a bunch of wild flowers for 2 mashed potatoes from the others, Justine had dug up a nest of beetles, and several Ravenclaw girls had picked wild celery and mushrooms, and their harvest was not small. Harry and Ron passed Ernie Macmillan when they saw him quietly using a transfiguration spell to turn a stone on the ground into a rabbit. "That's brilliant. I thought of a great idea," Ron said admiringly, then sneakily slipped away. "Ron!" Harry shouted, but Ron was gone. Worried about attracting attention, he had to call it quits and wandered around the area twice more without spotting the professor, so he found Hermione. She was irritably dealing with her mushroom soup. Harry darted a quick glance towards the contents of the pot and immediately lost his appetite. "What do you think?" she asked with an expectant look on her face. "Well," Harry stammered, "it looks pretty good." Hermione sighed and was just about to speak when someone shouted in the distance, "Found a stream, it's nearby, and there's fish in it." With a loud clamor, half of the students dropped what they were doing and ran in that direction. Harry tried his best not to look at the grey-brown mushroom soup beneath his eyes and politely suggested for Hermione to tag along to check it out, who looked sadly at the thing she had made and agreed without further struggle. Harry and Hermione hadn't gone more than a few steps when they heard someone call their name from behind them. It was Ron, who came running over in a panic with a huge pumpkin in his arms, and panted, "That's too horrible, I got caught by Fang while I was leaving, and I heard Hagrid and Professor Bagshot talking." "You didn't get a glimpse of their faces, did you?" Harry asked apprehensively. Ron recalled it carefully for a moment, but he couldn't remember it clearly. At lunchtime, the students were wolfing down their food, and they had a much better appetite than usual. "Hey, Harry!" Luna called out cheerfully as she approached them when Harry and Ron were fighting over a serving of mashed potatoes. Her eyes lingered on Harry's hand for a few seconds, and she asked curiously, "Where's that beautiful ring of yours?" "Ring, a ring." Harry choked out. He was surprised to see Luna curling her eyes pleasantly and pointing to his left hand, which is now empty. "Beautiful!" Ron called out. Hermione didn't say anything, but her expression had clearly shown her attitude. Harry's heart sank. This is the second person to notice that he didn't have a ring on his hand, and with his previous experience, he had become more sensitive to this topic. But Luna's focus was, as always, a little different from that of the normal people, and to be honest, he thought that even with the added reputation of the Resurrection Stone, that ring was far from beautiful. It was crudely made, especially since its last 2 owners, not counting Voldemort, probably hadn't bothered to look after it properly. "I saw you wearing it last Saturday," Luna affirmed, "just as we were going to have lunch in the Great Hall. You were surrounded by so many people at the time that you probably didn't see me pass you by." "It wasn't mine, I gave it back to the original owner," Harry said vaguely. "Oh." Luna sounded rather regretful, as she ran off to sit with Ginny. Harry looked at her back and a thought popped into his mind out of nowhere. Luna had previously relayed Firenze's words that she would pass by the Resurrection Stone. Now it looked perfectly in line with the centaur Firenze's divination. Luna had indeed passed by him when he wore the Resurrection Stone ring. But Headmaster Dumbledore had had it for a long time, hadn't he? Harry wondered, as he ate, about how many times the headmaster and Luna had probably passed by each other before him. But Harry soon realized that he rarely seemed to see Dumbledore wearing that ring in public, especially this term. Hiss! He suddenly sucked in his breath. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked. "Nothing," Harry replied at once, and was surprised by his own thoughts, Could it be that Dumbledore had deliberately tried to hide it from Professor Bagshot? The information he had forgotten a long time ago was now resurfacing and constantly reminding him that the two men knew each other. In the evening, Felix brought food to the werewolves who had been staying temporarily on the outskirts of the Hogsmeade village and made his way to the Three Broomsticks in just before 10 o'clock in the night, and after a small drink, he noticed that the atmosphere was not quite right. A tall man with an angular face and conspicuous blue-green eyes sat down opposite to him, and at the same time, a dozen pairs of eyes turned either explicitly or implicitly in his direction. "Hello, Mr. Hap," the man said. "Mr. Noel." Felix smiled and looked around the room, moving his hand away from his goblet as he tapped the tabletop lightly. "So, a lot of parents like you got together to try to convince me to help your kids transfer schools? Well, you've come to the right person. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 654, Chapter 654 Secret Talk. The mood in the inn suddenly changed and Felix saw two men reach into their pockets, and he acted as if nothing had happened. Then the man sitting opposite cleared his throat and a few sneaky hands repositioned themselves on the table. "Mr. Hap, I assure you there will be no fighting tonight. We've come for peace." "It doesn't look like that," Felix inclined his head slightly, "at least Madame Rosmerta wouldn't agree. At the moment, the lady owner of the inn is staying quietly behind the bar, busy with her own business, seemingly completely oblivious to the dark tide that is swirling over here." "She'll be all right," said Noel, in a strong voice after a pause, "just to avoid trouble." "Then undo it, or I'd think you are all harboring malice." Felix smiled, but his tone held an insistence that could not be refuted. After a few seconds of silence, Noel nodded slightly as a bright light flashed in the corner and Madame Rosmerta's eyes went from confusion to clarity, but they were immediately replaced with fear. She let out a yelp. "Madame Rosmerta, I would like to order another glass of ice-cold lemonade," Felix said gently, and Madame Rosmerta glanced around carefully this way and said with some panic, oh, okay, Mr. Hap." She calmed down as she reached the end of her sentence. There was a clinking sound at the bar that seemed a little harsh in the quiet space. "Mr. Hap, I've been abroad for the past few years, and I've heard your name every so often, but none of it could possibly match the invention of the exclusive wand, the impact of which surpassed even the fall of Voldemort. Would you like to hear about it?" the man asked. At that point, Madame Rosmerta brought over the lemonade and placed it on Felix's side so that he would have 2 drinks. Of course, there was nothing on the other side, and instead of asking the man sitting across the table for his order, she gave him a stern look and then darted back behind the bar, looking around with a little caution. Felix pushed the glass to the opposite side and made a gesture of invitation, "On me." "Then I'd like to say thank you," Noel said in a flat tone, taking a sip from the glass before saying, "Future World Company has grown into a behemoth. You can find a shop in every magical community, and it is rumored that the Mer people tribes under the water are now recruited to record their songs." Felix's mind wandered back to the summer break when he arranged for the company to recruit a number of employees from other humanoid magical races. In his mind, these would be a seed for a pan-magical alliance. After a few years or a decade of bonding, they would open up new sales channels for the company on one hand, and on the other hand, they would have experience in how to deal with different races, so that they could establish a well-established form of communication that would work with a basis of mutual trust. The branches around the world are also an important means to promote ancient runes. Rune cards, wizard cards, and rune guidebooks, which are all being sold at half the price of cost. Not to mention it only occurred to Felix now the presence of these branches would act as an invisible restraint on Gringotts. So far the plan seems to be moving forward well. As far as I know, almost every Ministry of Magic is debating over the exclusive wand thing. You know, although there are not many squibs staying in the wizarding community, there are still large numbers of them living in no-maj society. They also have relatives, especially those whose parents are still alive, who got the news almost first. Of course, not all the squibs are willing to come back, many have started their own families, but it must be admitted that almost all of them have an obsession with magic, and they don't mind having a wand on hand, even if it can only be used to clean and freshen up their rooms or direct some gadget to float around. The man grinned. The other day, a group of squibs went to the headquarters of the Magical Congress of the United States to protest, and it's not as if they don't have some support behind them. A number of them even come from very prestigious magical families and are related to the bigwigs who sit in the Woolworth building and make decisions. What about the Revolutionary Society? What did they do? Felix asked. Those people have good ideals, but they are still very young in their methods of action. One day they will stand at the decision-making table and consider these headaches. For now, their opinions are irrelevant. The man said, looking visibly disdainful as he continued. The new president of the International Confederation of Wizards, Babajid Akingbade, is fretting over the fact that the Ministry of Magic of at least 12 countries has proposed a bill for an international general law around exclusive wands and the inclusion of squibs in their regulation, similar to the Statute of Secrecy. I have also heard that the British representative of the Confederation at the behest of your minister, Ms. Bones, has also submitted a very well-regarded proposal. Aching Bate even wanted to resign. Clang! The glass in Madame Rosmerta's hand fell to the floor, smashing to pieces as everyone looked at her, and she seemed frightened by the indifferent stares, not quite able to restore the glass to its original state with her wand. Then she squeezed a stiff smile toward the crowd. So Felix said slowly, "And what part do you play, or rather, are prepared to play after presenting me with some of your excellent intelligence capabilities?" Goodness, I'm not sure whether to tell Minerva, she's so concerned about the future of those children that she would be furious if she found out she was only worrying for nothing. That Professor McGonagall. The man smiled slightly, she's serious and responsible enough under her stern exterior, perhaps the following information will comfort her, we only sent 3 separate groups, theoretically, the other family's request for help should be genuine. In theory. Felix repeated. That's the point, you seem to think we represent all the acolytes, but that's not the case at all. The man said, Mr. Happ, I wonder how much you know about the post-1945 acolytes. There was a pause in the finger that was tapping on the table. Terrified and scattered. Something like that, but much more complicated. My grandfather was an acolyte, the man said as he got straight to the point, with the position of barely being in charge of the mobilization of the followers within our country along with delivering information and gathering intelligence. Felix glanced at him, I had not guessed, but he was still a big shot. Not really, there are dozens of others like him, they were like the Gringotts scattered all over the world, there are some people in every country, those who run for the holy cause with a noble purpose, the rest can only be considered civilians who share our philosophy. So that's how the 100,000 acolytes came to be known. Felix nodded. Since the end of the duel that shook the world, well, I didn't get to witness that duel, but I learned about it through the diary my grandfather left behind, and just by reading the words I could feel the shock and awe he had felt. Along with despair. The man said, a little pale and a little resigned. Despair. The 2 most powerful men in the world, at least at the time. I was in awe of Mr. Dumbledore and remembered a description in the diary about the invisible blade covering the battlefield above as if separating 2 worlds, where no one dared approach the frontal battlefield, and where a ray of sunlight could easily take the lives of those who advanced. Felix pondered, adjectives aside, could transfiguration do that? Of course, it could, you just need to replace the transfiguration object with the all-pervasive air, it would be a scary sight to think from an ordinary wizard's perspective. After Mr. Grindelwald's failure, several protests erupted around the world at the time, and perhaps it was for this reason why my grandfather was not held accountable, but from the people I visited after following the diary when I was growing up, it seems that these former acolytes were either in hiding or under the local Ministry of Magic's key focus. Mr. Noel, I don't think your purpose is in any way to complain to me and elaborate on how your family was suppressed by the Ministry of Magic, both explicitly and implicitly. Felix interrupted. Of course, Mr. Happ. The man promptly said, in a way, no one since Grindelwald has been able to gather such a large force, and the few who were not willing to accept defeat could only start small riots, which did not end too well for them. It can be said that they went from being a formidable force capable of shaping the history of the magical world to a scattered bunch of pearls, moreover they were manipulated, by ambitious people all because of a lack of a leading figure. I seem to understand that you want to rescue your former leader. No, Mr. Happ. The man said softly, not even Mr. Grindelwald set foot on British soil at the peak of his power, let alone a dozen of us, I would say. If Mr. Grindelwald had simply stayed in Nurmengard, the world would have only gradually forgotten him, but from the moment he stepped out of Nurmengard Castle, whether he wanted to or not, he had returned to the limelight, or to put it another way, had the power to sway the magical world once again. Even if he does nothing and now has changed his name, the world will move because of him, and we are just the first batch, you can expect a steady stream thereafter. Sounds like some kind of implicit threat. No. The man said seriously, just a word of advice. The 2 largest wizarding organizations in the world, the Acolytes and the International Confederation of Wizards, are not exactly ironclad, and it is almost inevitable that word will eventually leak out, and then the eyes of the world will be on Hogwarts, even if Mr. Dumbledore. Just the sound of it is troublesome enough, Felix muttered, so do you have any good advice, Mr. Noel? This. The man remained silent for a moment, his tone becoming strained, it's just a suggestion, a vague idea. Felix looked at him expectantly. First we need to be able to get in touch with Mr. Grindelwald and find out what he's thinking. Of course, we need an intermediary who can't arouse suspicion, not a student, not an uninformed professor. I'd be perfect for that. Felix said with renewed interest. Exactly. As if encouraged, the man's nostrils dilated slightly and those blue-green pupils became deeper, glowing slightly. It would be best to find an opportunity where we could meet, not at the school, it would be easy to cause misunderstandings, and we don't want to cause any trouble for Mr. Grindelwald, you understand? I have an informant in the International Confederation of Wizards who has told me some secrets, there are rumors floating around that he lowered his voice. Felix leaned forward and moved a little closer. The current president, Aching Bade, could possibly break the contract in order to divert attention. I would never want that to happen, and I'm willing to stand with you and contribute. Mr. Happ, what do you think? Felix's expression was hesitant. Dumbledore. He can't be informed. I mean, one has to be careful initially, and Mr. Dumbledore holds some prejudice against the acolytes. Of course, it's perfectly understandable, we were once enemies. I don't think it would be advisable to make a fuss about it, at least until the trouble with Aching Bade is resolved. Felix closed his eyes slowly as if weighing the pros and cons. That's pretty much the best way to go about it. What are your thoughts, Mr. Happ? My thoughts? Well, I need to make sure the truth of it first. That's a good point. Remember that informant I mentioned earlier? I've got a copy of the minutes he sent me with Aching Bade's handwritten signature on it, that can't be faked. You're a godsend, Mr. DeWitt. Thanks for the compliment. Mr. Happ, I am beyond certain that some of us are in crisis. I was just what did you call me? The expression on the man's face froze for a moment, and he could hardly believe his ears as he stared blankly at Felix. How did he know his real name? Oh, well, look, I gotta apologize to you. Felix spread his hands. I'm so insensitive compared to me. Dumbledore is pretty good in this regard, he rarely invades people's minds directly, even those who are hostile to him. But I can't, I have to control myself from using it in my daily life to avoid losing too much fun, and listening to students explain their reasons for not finishing their homework is one of my favorite forms of entertainment. But curiosity gets the better of me if I encounter blatant hostility, especially when it's a stranger I'm meeting for the first time. This curiosity is even stronger if the person is still chattering in my ear while acting like they are thinking about me. What have you done to me? That man's expression gradually darkened as he heard this, and finally, his face paled, and he cried out. Not you, though I am most curious about you now. Felix said softly as the man sucked in a cold breath and looked around at his companions who seemingly caught in some sort of bizarre illusion, and two of them even snored, but he hadn't noticed it a bit before. The man stumbled backward, so much that he had knocked over a chair, and in a panic he drew his wand from his robes and pointed it at Felix, the tip of it trembling slightly. He had said a lot of things today, most of them true, especially the parts about Grindelwald and Dumbledore's strength, so he might have underestimated Happ's intelligence, but not his fighting prowess. Felix crossed his arms on the table and watched the man with interest, without the slightest intention of making a move. The sound of tables being pushed and pulled rang out around them, and out of the corner of their eyes the two men saw a dozen wands drawn from various positions on the bodies of the wizards who had a dull expression around them, chest, waist, side, sleeve. The men raised their wands in unison, already ready to recite the spell at any moment. DeWitt was no longer composed, and the expression on his face was unsightly. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 655, Chapter 655, The Aftermath and Invitation. In the quiet night, Felix walked briskly on his feet, followed by a line of crooked wizards, their jaws jingling to and fro as if they were playing some odd rhythm. The group turned into an alleyway, the shops on either side were closed, only the dirty windows of the Hog's Head Inn remained dimly lit. The door opened and a bushy grey-haired and bearded Aberforth came out to take out the rubbish and couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise at the scene. Good evening. Felix greeted calmly, his feet continuing forward with no intention of stopping to chat. Aberforth stared, watching as a wizard with a stiff body and head dangling to their chest passing in front of him, and he yelled at Felix's back in annoyance, so the incarnation of death is back to work? It doesn't look like a bad haul. He muttered empathetically, which one of the guests is unlucky this time, Pootafoot? 3 broomsticks? His words stirred Felix's memory. At a time when rumors of the Elder Wand were spreading, Felix had, as he did today, appeared along with the knight, picking out vermin one by one like an old farmer inspecting his own fields, and the Hog's Head Inn, with its unique bar culture of allowing customers to hide their faces, in addition to its price advantage, was well received by the shady wizards, making the Hog's Head Inn the most favored area for Felix's hunting. Felix turned his head over his shoulder, flashed a broad smile to Aberforth, and continued to walk away. Aberforth frowned and cursed twice, and instead of taking out the rubbish, he turned and went back into the shack, slamming the door with a loud thud. What's wrong? One of the guests inside asked drunkenly. I thought I heard someone talking about death. Shut up! Aberforth yelled, his hair standing on end. If you don't get your drink money soon, I'll tie you up on the sign at the door, you vile thief. The male wizard with the disheveled ginger hair looked up from his glass, opened his bloodshot eyes, and said with a confused look in his eyes, a boofus. He hiccuped, we're good mates for sure, isn't it just some money? I have. He rummaged through his dirty pockets and pulled out a few gold galleons and slammed them on the table. Where did you get that money? Aberforth was astonished. Well, I've recently got close to a big man, another, that's the Minister of Magic, the Minister of Magic you know? The man giggled twice and downed 2 gulps of liquor into his mouth, a hiss-ha inhaling sound released from his mouth. Wow! Man, that's some strong booze. If Felix had been able to come in and sit down for a moment, he would have recognized the unkempt man at once. He is a friend, and colleague, of every thief and smuggler in the UK, and a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mundungus. Felix had introduced him, along with Rita Skeeter, to Amelia Bones, so it wasn't hard to guess who the big man that Mundungus was talking about was. Felix stood in the dense night darkness, his gaze remained calm as a dozen wizards descended from the sky. These wizards are all aurors, the wands in their hands glowing with light, illuminating their vigilant faces. A woman strides out of the crowd and walks over to Felix. It is Amelia Bones. Felix handed the men over to Aurors and stepped aside with Ms. Bones, and spoke in a whisper. It is recommended to keep them in solitary confinement for at least, Felix calculated, 4 months. Ms. Bones raised her eyebrows. Are you interfering with justice here? Oh come on, I'm your advisor, you'll know how serious this is once you've interrogated the leader, who's a really clever man. I've seen the plan and there's a real chance he'll succeed with the lack of transparency of information. Felix gave a brief rundown about the men and Ms. Bones' jaw dropped in shock. In a nutshell, this man, Mr. DeWitt, who went by the name Noel, had planned to move around, gain Grindelwald's trust, use rhetoric to trick him into working for him, and then receive the old man's political legacy through a series of meticulous plans and tactics. The key link in the plan is the recent riots in the US and Grindelwald's teaching at Hogwarts. DeWitt has no intention of keeping it a secret, as he says he will. Instead he will use Grindelwald as a banner to recruit people while using spies lurking in the International Confederation of Wizards to create conflict, and when the time is right, he will trigger his plan. When the time comes, Old Man Grindelwald would naturally be portrayed as an ambitious man trying to make a comeback and be imprisoned back at the first opportunity. DeWitt may be at that time rightfully crowned as the number 2, self-appointed, head of the acolytes under the banner of being Grindelwald's heir. Not to mention, the inevitable fall of Dumbledore's reputation that would accompany this affair would also drag Felix into this mess. Pretty good planning, it is just a shame that he didn't practice the occlumency well. Felix said sighing, and didn't know about me well enough, I'm not as bright as Dumbledore, who has to care about his reputation all the time. Ms. Bones rolled her eyes in resignation, you're surprisingly honest. But are you telling the truth? She trailed off. You find it incredible too, don't you? But there's never a shortage of ambitious people in this world, let alone ambitious people who gamble heavily, Felix said, so when I confirmed he is an enemy, I breathed a hard sigh of relief, because frankly, if all that suspicion and malice later turns out to be just personal, you know, like corporate rivalries or something, he shrugged, I would have found it tricky too, but of course, now they're your problem. Ms. Bones gave him a blank look. She stroked her hair and after a moment said, as it happens, I'm planning to meet with the new Confederation President Babajid recently, the spy is called Wollaston, an official assistant under the Confederation, isn't he? I'll move as soon as I get these people settled. She walked over and instructed the Aurors a dozen feet away to confine the men one by one with their magic, and of the 3 Aurors on guard, a female Auror with pink hair stood out in the darkness. Felix paced over to her. Tonks. Tonks looked around warily and after a few seconds she spoke in a whisper-like voice, what is it? How have you and Remus been? Felix asked quietly. Tonks' shoulders slumped, looking moody, and she said feebly, ugh, just like that. Lupin's birthday will soon. Tonks jerked her head around and looked at Felix up and down, and it was Felix's turn to wonder. Do you have time that day? She asked eagerly. We'd like to invite you to Remus's birthday party, what do you think? She asked with a look of anticipation. It's okay, but... It's a deal. She said decisively, and then with a pleased look on her face she asked, well, is that okay? Felix cleared his throat and muttered in a quiet voice, it seems there's something going on that I don't know about. Tonks sighed with a glum face. I'll be brief about it, we're planning to spend our birthday at my parents'. Felix blinked and immediately had the urge to back out, well, on second thought, something might come up that day, it happens to be Monday, or maybe another day. He was startled. Tonks had made her face look haggard and her hair graying, and several extra wrinkles had appeared on her forehead, a natural ability of the metamorphmagus with a gift to change her appearance from birth. I'm worried to death, you won't have the heart to watch Remus being questioned alone, right? If you are there will be someone to help pull the weight or something in case of a fight. She glanced at the bound wizards, you can easily subdue a dozen dark wizards alone, not to mention just 3. Felix looked at Tonks and mentally contemplated just how pessimistic she is about the family dinner that would soon follow, to even contemplate such a notion. At last, everything was in place, Ms. Bones brought out 2 portkeys and the group of Aurors split into 2 groups, each forming a circle in a slightly comical position, tugging the unconscious prisoner with one hand and touching the portkey with the other, and after a dazzling blue light, the group disappeared into the darkness. Don't never forget, Tonks' shout came to a screeching halt. Felix stayed where he was, mulling over his role in the awkward dinner party that would soon follow, and he preferred to deal with a dozen more dark wizards rather than be the jokester who enlivened the atmosphere or the terrorist who put down the Tonks family. He quickly had an idea. Serious? Lately don't hang up in a hurry, got something important to ask you? Yes, something to do with your best friend, well Tonks wants to liven things up a bit. His steps lightened as Felix put away the communicating mirror and was even in the mood to consider what tone of voice to use in the morning to offhandedly spill the beans on what had happened tonight. The Dark Lord Grindelwald had become an object to be used and manipulated in some people's eyes, and he couldn't wait to see Grindelwald's reaction. I'm just curious, Grindelwald said slowly when Professor Sprout left from the neighboring table, why did he approach you? Is this another one of those sharp counter-agendas you've had in mind? Felix asked. Dumbledore, who had just finished listening to Felix with a serious face, now returned to his usual look, spreading butter and jam on his slice of bread as if nothing had happened. It's normal for some young man to underestimate me after I've disappeared for half a century, Grindelwald said slowly, but Felix Happ, that name has gained a lot of notoriety in recent years, what makes someone think that you are easy to be used in a conspiracy? The implication of his words seemed to imply that Felix should reflect on himself and what impression he had made on the public. On that note, Dumbledore said with a sudden faint smile, Felix has actually always been most remembered as a scholar, even if he has had a few bouts in public to promote his learning. He has never been publicly associated with any political activity. Perhaps in the opinion of that Mr. DeWitt the fact that a young man of only 25 has achieved so much just shows that he has devoted all his time and energy to study magic. Grindelwald chuckled, so the man sitting next to me is someone with an incredibly simple mind. Felix was pensive. It does sound a lot better than the title of Dark Lord or Dark Demon. I mean, how come more and more people have been writing to me with salutations since school started, especially this month during the festive season when greeting cards and chocolates could fill a bedroom. Albus, you must have the same experience, right? Grindelwald's expression froze, and he paused, looking at Felix and then at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's wrinkled face flushed slightly, and he coughed lightly twice. Not quite comfortable, Felix. Minerva asked me to tell you that 3 students have felt the throbbing of the animagus. It will be difficult to change that number in the short term. Okay, I understand. Felix thought for a moment and said, tonight then, in fact, I'd like to think that in another week or 2 there may be a new student who will succeed. Why do you say that? Dumbledore asked curiously. You know, it is not an easy thing to feel the throbbing of the animagus, and it is not unusual for many people to drag their feet for months or years on this, and during this time, the wizard undergoing the ritual must recite the spell twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, without fail. This process is actually a great test of perseverance and dedication, much more difficult than having a leaf of mandrake in your mouth. Because of the patroness charm. Felix said, the current 3 Hermione Granger, Hannah Abbott and Draco Malfoy have one thing in common, they have mastered the patroness charm. The first 2 are members of the Frontline Lookout Club, and Harry has spent a lot of time in the club teaching this spell, and as for Draco, he's not a member of the club, but he's secretly mastered it as well, probably to try and compete with Harry. Felix thought the boy was a bit of a dolt, because even if he had learned it he didn't get to use it, for the reason that his dad, Lucius, was working under Voldemort at that time, but, stupid people have stupid ideas. All in all, the incline is still pretty obvious. The fact that those 2 7th years in the Transfiguration Club haven't received any feedback so far just backs that up. When Minerva and I were discussing this, we thought that the patroness charm tapped into the wizard's spiritual powers, which happens to fulfill the requirements for the 2nd stage of animagus practice. Dumbledore thought quickly for a while and nodded his head. That's a reasonable conjecture, some magic affects others, possibly in a gainful way or in reverse, he said with a smile on his face as his pupils dilated slightly, and it's a massive research topic. He glanced thoughtfully at Felix. Perhaps it is only by relying on a student population as large as Hogwarts that magic can be pushed forward to keep progressing, no wonder those in the Ministry of Magic have been studying it for decades without much results. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the wind was howling and the rain was pouring down. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 656, Chapter 656 Happiness, 2 in 1. Outside the Forbidden Forest, Felix, Professor McGonagall and several students looked at each other through the thick curtain of rain. They held their wands up, and from the tips of their wands a thin stream of air poured out, forming a vague umbrella-shaped layer of air above their heads to keep the rain out. The few people present tried to control themselves from looking at Professor Happ or giving any odd expressions. Because it was not the professor himself who was holding up his wand, but a Niffler. Valen sat on Felix's shoulder, as her eyes darted between the 3 students, Draco, Hannah, and Hermione, who the Great Demon King said would turn into little animals in a short while. Harry and Ron are also present, and the excuse they made at first to observe the animagus transformation process was sternly rejected by Professor McGonagall. There's no need for that. But the 2 played the emotion card, we're Hermione's best friends and are really worried about. Surprisingly, Professor McGonagall looked at them critically for a moment before nodding her head in agreement. Harry and Ron mentally hailed their good luck. You can start now. Professor McGonagall said the moment the first lightning bolt cut through the sky. Above the heads of the group, above the thick black clouds, a huge thunderbird in a magic form spread out its wings and circled and soared above the clouds little by little. Hermione, Hannah, and Draco staggered into the Forbidden Forest when they heard the voice, scattered and ran in different directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye into the range of the raging storm. They needed to get the crystal vial of potion that had been hidden at the edge of the Forbidden Forest as soon as they could. Professor McGonagall held her wand tightly in both hands, the rain blown by the wind wetting her hair and trickling down her somewhat pale cheeks, her knuckles widening from the force of her clenching. They will be all right, she murmured. Felix looked further into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The rainstorm and darkness did not obscure his view as the three glowing silhouettes continued to fade away in the grey and white background, at which point Felix suddenly turned back to look in the direction of the castle from which they had come. A flash of lightning streaked by, and he seemed to see a blurred silhouette standing on the castle balcony. Felix narrowed his eyes. Harry also followed Professor Hap's line of sight, then opened his mouth wide in surprise and exclaimed out loud, "Neville!" In the darkness, a blurred figure darted towards them, appearing and disappearing in the chaotic flashes of lightning. Professor McGonagall jumped to her feet in surprise. "You Longbottom, why are you?" she asked speechlessly. Neville was breathing heavily, his face and body completely wet from the rain and covered in mud, as if he had tripped and fallen more than once midway. With a panting voice, he announced, "I succeeded at sunset today. I felt." "You felt the throbbing of the animagus?" Professor McGonagall finished the sentence for him. "No, yes, that's right," Neville said amidst the rain. "Then move as quickly as you can, it is still not too late," Felix said. Neville nodded heavily and excitedly turned and ran towards the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall looked at his back and uttered in a low voice that filled with excitement, "This is incredible, counting Longbottom, there are 4, all 4 of them have mastered the Patronus charm. This discovery is sure to be one of the most groundbreaking transfiguration theory in this century." She suddenly turned to Harry and Ron and said seriously, "Potter, Weasley, you should never give up, it's totally worth a try. I'll have to talk to Virgil and Jamelin and suggest that they should take some time to learn the Patronus charm." Virgil and Jamelin are the 2 7th-year students from the Transfiguration Club who are still insisting on reciting the spell each day at sunrise and sunset. Harry and Ron nodded wordlessly, feeling the mandrake leaf in their mouths become a little more important. The 2 exchanged a silent glance and made up their minds that it would be best to eat in the special canteen for the next period of time. Felix looked up into the sky, dark clouds completely obscuring the moon, black clouds pierced every now and then by a flurry of blinding lightning bolts, leaving behind solid patches of light on the retina as thunder rumbled. They waited in silence, and finally, the first person came back. It was Hermione, her once fluffy hair now plastered to her face, her trouser legs stained with mud, and she was shivering from the cold, but she still clutched a small crystal potion vial in her hand tightly, the mixture of multiple ingredients in the vial now transformed into a blood-red potion. "Professor, I did it, the potion," she said excitedly. Felix raised his hand gently with a smile on his face, and in front, behind, and left and right side of Hermione, 4 walls rose up to her neck and closed around her to form a space that joined together. "Miss Granger, you are only 1 step away from success." "Kiki!" Valen cheered her on. Hermione took a deep breath, pointed the tip of her wand at the spot where her heart should be, and with a trill she recited the incantation, Amato Animo Animato Animagus. Then she drank the potion from the vial in one gulp and closed her eyes as she waited. Several pairs of eyes were firmly fixed on her face. Professor! It is a beaver. My animagus form is a beaver," Hermione said without being able to control herself. "Very well, that is what we expected," Felix said calmly, with a certain convincing power in his tone, and Hermione's teeth chattered as she struggled to hear what he was saying. "You should be feeling sharp pain and 2 intense heartbeats by now. You will have to blend into the other with no reluctance. There is nothing to worry about. You have experienced a dozen transfigurations, and each time you have wandered off to the edge of losing control. The feral rush from the animagus is nothing compared to that. We are here," Professor McGonagall said in a strong voice. Hermione shuddered and nodded slightly, and at that moment, the transformation began as the walls started to once again blend into the ground. Harry and Ron had to desperately control themselves to keep from screaming. They had seen animagus transformation before, but when it happened to a familiar friend, they realized just how weird it was. Every part of Hermione's body was undergoing a complex human transfiguration, one that was far more advanced than what they had been exposed to in class, the wet hair shortening a little, her head and body shrinking as if she had suddenly fallen victim to the professor's zooming magic, the outline of her head gradually morphing towards that of a rodent, the clothes on her body constantly tightening and blending into her skin, and turning into a kind of dark brown fur, her hands and feet transforming into slender paws. A beaver appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. Splat! Hermione's wand dropped and bonked twice on the wet ground. Now, don't forget, you have to figure out how to properly place your wand before you transform. Professor McGonagall warned in the pouring rain, to which Harry and Ron obediently nodded. Felix's eyes lit up as he stared unblinkingly at the creature in front of him. It was about 2 feet long, which made the beaver relatively large compared to rodents of the same genus, but it was still dwarfed compared to the other creatures. It was a good thing that no one in the scene cared what form of animagus they might be. The significance of the magic itself was all that mattered. From the view of magic energy, the creature in front of him was nearly devoid of any magical fluctuations. All magic was converged in the deepest part of its body, nearly solidified, and it was surprisingly somewhat similar to a squib. There was a momentary flash of trance in the beaver's eyes as it let out 2 short grunts. Snort! The beaver glanced reproachfully at Ron, who had laughed out loud, and Ron apologized with a serious look. Sorry, Hermione. I was looking for the wizardly features on you, and I thought it might be those big pair of teeth. Harry desperately tried to hold it in to keep himself from laughing out loud along with Ron. Whoosh! Valen jumped off Felix's shoulder and stood in front of the beaver, gesticulating excitedly. The beaver barked twice, but unfortunately, they still couldn't speak the same language. The rain parted above Felix's head, and he leaned expressionlessly against the suddenly raised wall. At that point, Valen was already riding in the air with her exclusive wand, and the beaver glanced sadly at her wand, which had fallen to the ground, and then she looked down at her short hands, the whiskers on the side of her mouth curling up to reveal a pair of large slatted teeth. A long, slender palm was brought toward her. The beaver stared blankly at the small piece in Felix's hand with an expression of confusion. Then she slapped his hand away in annoyance, and she yelped with a note of anger. Felix withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Well done, Granger. It looks like you can easily resist the feral nature in your body, which is good. Now you can try to change back. You have even prepared this specifically, Professor? Harry asked with a dumbfounded look. I did quite a bit of preparation for the test. Felix said calmly. In addition to the peas, there are insects and pears that peacocks like to eat, plant seeds that squirrels prefer, and of course, I didn't prepare Neville share, but his patroness is a cat, and I happen to have dried, salted small fish here. In the time it took for them to talk, Hermione finally found the trick to change herself back, and she smoothed out her messy hair. As she picked up her wand, she glared at Felix in dissatisfaction. Professor, you are so well prepared. She said with a huff. She had almost failed to resist the temptation to try the peas before. It was hard to figure out how the professor had come up with it. After the transformation, your tastes would change. Felix said briefly as if he was explaining it to Hermione, his eyes still fixed on her, and Professor McGonagall couldn't stand to look at it any longer as she cleared her throat. Professor? What did you find out? Hermione said with a slight flush to her cheeks, her face burning a little from his attention. Soul nodes. Felix muttered. What? I'm not sure, Felix said after thinking for a moment. Wizard souls are distinctly different from the ordinary person, and I suspect that magic plays a major role in that. One piece of evidence is that even ghosts are magical, which gives them the ability to interfere slightly with real objects. So what makes a wizard's soul so special, and what acts as the link between soul and body? You think it's magic? Hermione asked in a light tone, and at one side Harry and Ron exchanged a surprised look. Just a guess. Felix shrugged as the rain crackled against the leaves, and after a moment he turned his head to look into the Forbidden Forest, where Draco Malfoy appeared at the edge of the forest, almost 10 minutes slower than Hermione. But it could have been due to the fact that he had tidied up his clothes midway through, his hair was slicked back, and his clothes were dry as he strode unhurriedly towards them, and the red crystal vial in his hand held in the most prominent spot. The corners of Harry and Ron's mouths dropped. Stinking show-off! Ron muttered in a small voice. Harry thought that was on point. Draco was only slightly surprised to learn that Hermione had completed her animagus transformation, but he didn't mind having an extra spectator around, and a few moments later he was proudly showing off his gorgeous, beautiful peacock feathers, and he even took 2 bites out of the pear that Professor Hap had offered. As soon as he transformed back, Ron immediately and unceremoniously scoffed at his brief out-of-control behavior. This way he won't be flaunting around in front of us, he said to Harry with great foresight. I was just trying out the peacock's sense of taste. Draco retorted with a red face. Harry and Ron folded their arms in unison and gave him a sneer, determined not to acknowledge whatever Draco would claim. Professor McGonagall ignored the childish behavior of these men as she walked over to Felix and looked worriedly at the darkened Forbidden Forest. Felix. Hannah Abbott and Neville Longbottom haven't made it back yet. There is no reason for them to be this late, Felix said with the same confusion. I know the approximate location of where they hid their crystal vials. It's not too far from here. Even if the path was harder to follow because of the rainstorm, they should have come back by now. They couldn't possibly be got lost, could they? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow. They looked at each other, and both saw a look of disbelief in each other's eyes. Two students got lost together? But the possibility did exist, and Professor McGonagall told Harry and the others to stay where they were while she and Felix headed to the Forbidden Forest to look for them. You guys stay here, I don't want to find out that you are all lost too by the time we get Longbottom and Abbott back. Professor McGonagall said as Felix left Valen behind and pulled two flying brooms out of his ring. Professor McGonagall leaped into the sky as the two glided through the rainstorm. There. After a few minutes of searching, Felix's magic perspective made a contribution, and they found Neville and Hannah about 2 kilometers from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the two students surprisingly staying together. Professor McGonagall landed angrily from the sky and then opened her mouth so wide in surprise that she didn't even notice the rain pouring in. The two students, only one person on the scene, to be precise, and Neville trudging through the mud with a red squirrel in his arms, and the rain trickling down his hair. When he saw Felix and Professor McGonagall, Neville seemed to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness, Professor, you're here at last. Hannah's here. He showed the two professors the red squirrel that lay peacefully in his arms. Longbottom, what the hell is going on here? Professor McGonagall cried out, as she glared at the red squirrel. Is this Hannah Abbott? She took her magic potion in advance? Didn't I tell you that you must return with the magic potion and take it under the supervision of the professor? The red squirrel shuddered. All right. Professor McGonagall sighed and compassionately took the red squirrel from Neville's arms and stepped aside to carefully reassure Hannah. Neville, meanwhile, stammered to explain what had just happened. After I got the potion, I was going to head back, when I saw Hannah walking past in the distance, that was in the direction further inside the Forbidden Forest, and I thought I was going in the wrong direction. So you decided to follow her to make sure and confirm? Felix asked. Yes, Professor. Neville said softly. Hannah was running fast, and my vision was so bad in the rain that I almost lost her a few times, but I probably guessed she was lost. We could guess that too, but why did she break the rule and take the potion? Oh, Professor. At this point, Hannah, who had managed to regain her human form under Professor McGonagall's guidance, said with a sniffle, I'm so sorry, I lost my way. And was worried I wouldn't make it in time, so I decided to transform in a corner where no one was around. Professor McGonagall said in a stern tone. Yes, that's right, Hannah cried, I'm sorry, I was so scared and worried that my months of hard work would be wasted, so my head got confused and I did well on the controlling feral side part of the lesson. Miss Abbott, the lesson that Professor Happ and I prepared was not meant for you to use as an excuse to take risks. Professor McGonagall said sternly. Professor McGonagall, Neville said, mustering up his courage, Hannah actually regained her own sanity, and it was me who felt that it was time to go back to the site. That's very thoughtful of you. Professor McGonagall said with a grunt. She looked up at the sky. Almost an hour had passed, and the clouds began to grow thin, and the silhouette of the Thunderbird faintly became visible. You have delayed too much previously, Mr. Longbottom. I suggest you to transform here, with Professor Happ, and I am watching. You do have your magic potion with you, right? Neville nodded his head hurriedly. A few minutes later, he transformed into a tortoiseshell cat, identical to his patroness form. The tortoiseshell cat meowed twice, and a small smile appeared on Professor McGonagall's tense face, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. So by the time Felix and Professor McGonagall returned from the Forbidden Forest, all 4 students had completed their animagus transformations. Professor McGonagall didn't mention Hannah's blunder in front of Harry and the rest and simply told them that Hannah and Neville, the two of them, had completed their transformations in the Forbidden Forest because of time constraints. That's cool. Ron said enviously. The atmosphere on the way back was very relaxed and Ron kept asking Neville and Hermione how they felt when they transformed. Is it any different from normal transformations? By the time they returned to the castle, Hannah was already talking and laughing normally. You guys have a good night's rest tonight and don't try to transform in private, Professor McGonagall said. Come to my office tomorrow morning, and I'll use the 2 days of the weekend to get you familiar with transformations as quickly as possible, and you have a bunch of forms that you need to fill out. She used her wand to summon a few cups of hot cocoa, and after watching them finish it, she let them go back. Minerva, don't be too harsh, at least it turned out well, Felix stammered, seeing a sudden smile spread across Professor McGonagall's face as she leaped up and said with joy, what a day to remember, Felix. I must go back for a drink. Number Palette Blade. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 657, Chapter 657 Strength and Memory, 2-in-1. Happy birthday, Ron. The next day Harry woke up with a yawn, and subconsciously closed his mouth halfway through it, alertly sensing the mandrake leaf in his mouth with his tongue. He looked around the dormitory. Seamus and Dean had gone out and Neville was not there, which he found odd, but then it occurred to him that Neville was going to Professor McGonagall's office this morning to receive guidance on animagus. With pleasure, with pleasure. At that moment, Ron said in a daze, stepping on a small pile of packages as he put his feet on the floor. In an instant he became awake. Presents. Ron yelled at the top of his lungs and started to open the presents without even changing out of his pajamas. Harry tossed a fancy wrapped box onto his bed. Your present. Then began to change. It only took him 2 minutes to remove his pajamas and change into his robes, and when he had finished this he glanced at his watch and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had made it in time. Where are you going, Hat? Thanks, Harry, this is a great present. Ron said as he waved the Quidditch keeper's dragon hide gloves that Harry had given him. He sat on the floor with a pile of wrapping paper scattered around him and said with a raised eyebrow, this year has been a bumper harvest, all the presents I've received have gone up a notch. I really hope to be an adult again next year. Where are you going? He asked again. This time he finally averted his eyes from a heavy gold watch. I've got an appointment with Professor Bagshot. Harry muttered. Oh, what a bummer, I was hoping to go to Hogsmeade with you, Ron said. If Fred and George had a shred of conscience, they would consider giving their brother a discount on his coming-of-age day. He counted the presents again and said disgruntledly, maybe I'm overthinking it, they didn't even send a present. Maybe they are planning to personally hand it to you. Harry reminded. Ron thought about it and cheered up again. You're right, but it's best not to get my hopes up, they've been quite busy lately. I guess they just dropped off a box of dung bombs at the Hogsmeade branch. Harry and Ron parted at the castle gates. I'll bring you the Honeyduke's sweets. Ron said, walking towards Filch as Harry descended the stone steps and made his way to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Grindelwald was already waiting there. They strolled slowly through the grass, the soft sunlight spilling over the treetops, the air mixed with a damp vapor and the scent of fresh grass, and Harry saw the whomping willow from a distance. It looked harmless, swaying gently in the breeze. Harry, Grindelwald said, you have learned a few spells, but I have noticed that you are far from being truly powerful. I'm sorry, Harry said, somewhat uncomfortably, I'm not very skilled, yet. That's not the reason. Grindelwald whispered, although I teach the theories, the models of the spell in class, it is to take care of the progress of the average person, of the mediocre students. Harry looked at him in surprise. People are different, and most of the people you meet if there are no accidents will just spend their whole lives bumbling along, their greatest use being to keep magic alive. Grindelwald walked slowly forward and Harry followed, and he said, Sir, I disagree with that. Grindelwald glanced at him, then tell me what you think. Harry quipped, wouldn't it be nice to bumble around and be peaceful, that's the way I like to live, and I think judging someone's worth based on their magic abilities is too utilitarian. Grindelwald asked with interest. A bit. Harry said honestly, thinking that Professor Bagshot must have been influenced by the ideas of the dark wizard Grindelwald, as he had read a similar description in the travelogue he had found in the library. I don't think well, there's no need to divide people up in terms of their usefulness. Like my friend Ron's family, Mr. Weasley works at the Ministry of Magic, and he's recently been preparing a new Muggle Protection Act, and I think this whole thing would be kind of significant, but it doesn't have much to do with magic, does it? And Mrs. Weasley, she's a housewife and a wonderful person who looks after the whole family. Their eldest son, Bill, used to work as a curse breaker at the Gringotts, but he applied for an office job because of the war. I think with his personality he'd like to do something more adventurous. Oh, not now, his girlfriend's there too. Their second son, Charlie, is raising dragons in Romania, and their third son Percy, just like Mr. Weasley, works in the Ministry of Magic, but I reckon his job consists of writing reports all day long. The only ones who have continued to study magic after graduation might be Fred and George, who runs a joke shop and spend their days working on various prank props. Ron dreams of becoming an Auror, and Ginny is still too young, but I think she has the potential to be a professional Quidditch player. Harry snapped his fingers and listed the members of the Weasley family one by one. If we go by your idea, most of them would be classified in the useless group, but I don't think they would even care about such a rating, they just want to go on with their lives. Harry said it in one breath and took a few deep breaths after finishing it. Professor Bagshot didn't say anything for a long time, which made Harry wonder if his tone was too harsh and aggressive. He didn't quite dare to look the professor in the eye and lowered his head to stare at a small patch of plants on the ground. That makes me a little envious of their family, Harry. Grindelwald said, and then he turned the tables. I just have a question, when that Voldemort was wreaking havoc, did your dear Weasley family also lead their little lives without a care in the world? Imagine what the scenario would have been without Dumbledore, and without Felix Happ. Oh, if I remember correctly, the Weasleys are pure bloods, and if they displayed compliance to Voldemort, they should be able to lead a good life. They wouldn't submit to Voldemort's evil rule. Harry retorted in a loud voice. Then they would be killed. Grindelwald said faintly, as weak as this little plant. He walked over to Harry and crushed the plant Harry had been staring at earlier under his feet. A surge of anger welled up inside Harry, but then he suddenly thought of something. It was the scene where he was practicing the Patronus charm in Professor Happ's office. To inspire the will to fight, he had entered a vision set up by the professor, in which he had seen many terrible events, where everyone had fallen and Voldemort had won, and it was that time that he had inspired the immensely powerful patroness. If you don't want your fate to be at the mercy of others, you must wield great strength, like Hap. There are few people in the world who can threaten him. But if he is cold enough to not leave even one last weakness. Grindelwald's eyes glinted strangely. I am darn curious. But the war is over, Voldemort is locked up in. Harry quickly stopped talking to stop himself from spilling the secret that Voldemort is in classroom 7. Professor Bagshot didn't seem to notice his slip of the tongue though, and continued in a flat tone, there will always be conflict. Can you guarantee that a terrible Dark Lord won't arise among your classmates? And never underestimate the warlike nature of Muggles. Look up their history, and you'll find it's a history of war. There won't be a war, Harry said urgently, bringing up what Sirius had told him earlier. The Ministry of Magic has found a way, and the Minister of Magic and the Muggle Prime Minister are in constant contact, as long as... What about the influence of the populace? Both sides are able to, what? Harry asked, a little confused. You're ignoring the influence of the populace on the Muggle government. I know how those politicians roll. They may deceive, incite and seduce the masses, but they will never allow themselves to be put on the wrong side of them, and if a significant number of Muggles are in opposition towards the wizards, there is absolutely no shortage of despicable politicians that do not have the ruling position. They will use that opportunity to stand by them and to speak for them. It would only take a small spark, puff, with the careful design of a thoughtful person, the so-called peace you are talking about would instantly be reduced to ashes. Grindelwald stated icily, it's all too easy, and it is bound to happen. Harry listened in shock. They had discussed the subject of Muggles and wizards before, but never with such a blunt and even bloody tone as today. He gulped and tried to speak, only to find that he seemed to have lost his vocal cord. Wizards are the true peace-loving community. For thousands of years we have not needed strict order to be at peace. We have mastered great powers without abusing them. On the other hand, Muggles, their civilization was born out of war. However, it is absurd that wizards, when they should have established order, chose to stand back because there were always foolish Muggles who would harm our children when we weren't looking. This made the Muggles arrogantly think that they are the masters of the land. The wizards have become the outliers in turn. With Professor Hap, Harry said in a hoarse voice. Do you think he'll succeed? Grindelwald glanced at him calmly, making Harry wince as he feared the professor would say something even more dreadful, but Professor Bagshot simply said gently, well, maybe he will. Is that why you're planning to pin your hopes on someone else and close the door yourself and pretend everything is peaceful? Sounds good. I remember that's what that potions class professor did. He was referring to Slughorn. Harry's face burned, a little ashamed of himself, but it was more mixed with fear. Because he knew that even Professor Hap was not certain, so theoretically what Professor Bagshot had said was entirely possible, and at that moment he thought of the Dursleys, of Uncle Vernon, and if wizards were really exposed to the world at large volume, would they allow a wizard to come into their lives openly and brightly? Harry didn't need any hesitation at all to answer that question. When he thought about the way Uncle Vernon treated the bums on the street, the way he treated himself, well, he would have absolutely blown up the government hotline. How many people like him are out there? If they got together, there would be protests accompanying them, and after that would things go the way Professor Bagshot had predicted, with some of the government officials taking the lead in compromising and the situation going in an unknown direction. Harry recalled the Muggle parade in the first defense against the dark arts class, and those icy stares seemed to fall on him again as if they had crossed the time. Harry's expression became heavy, and his limbs felt like lead as he followed the professor in a daze. He couldn't think of any good way out of it, and then he suddenly noticed Professor Bagshot stop and say, "We are here." Harry looked around in bewilderment. They are standing deep in the Forbidden Forest, surrounded by tall trees, but it is only March and the foliage is not exactly that thick yet, so he can see the sky overhead through the sparse foliage. "Remember the magic I taught you, try it," Grindelwald said calmly as if those previous conversations hadn't ever happened. Harry waved his wand carelessly and the spell hit the trunk of an enormous tree and the trunk shook for a moment. Which he didn't consider decent enough. "Oh, sorry, I will try again." He tried to calm down and waved his wand a second time. This time the powerful spell broke the thick bark of the tree in two. Harry looked over at Professor Bagshot with a touch of satisfaction. The professor's earlier words had still worked, and Harry still hadn't come up with a foolproof solution, but he felt that he would never stand by and hide if things did go in the worst possible direction. Not to mention that Harry thought he might well be Auror at that time, with his loved ones and everything he valued standing behind him, and there would be no turning back. "Not enough," Grindelwald said aloud, looking unimpressed. "You can do better than that." "I did my best," Harry said. "Do you think I'm playing house with you?" Grindelwald reprimanded him. "Why didn't I find that little Muggle-born girl who does so much better than you in class?" "I wonder about that too," Harry said stiffly. "If you didn't have the potential I wouldn't have bothered wasting my time at all. There aren't many in the whole school that could surpass your magic power, and that's including the professors. Your biggest problem is that you never once considered how far you could go. Magic isn't a rigid thing, you're shackling your own powers. I don't have. Then show some real power, or go back and pray that bad luck won't befall you, and pray like a coward that you will be shown mercy by the big man. A sudden explosion came from the forest. The tremendous impact churned hundreds of huge trees into pieces as if there had been a massive explosion. The space within a radius of 200 or 300 feet was flattened, and further away the trees swayed east and west as if they had experienced a violent typhoon. Broken wood and branches were falling in droves, and Harry stared in disbelief at what he had done. Look at that, Harry. Look at that. Grindelwald said in a loud voice, his eyes sweeping over the vast expanse of the debris before him. That's what you're really good at. In the evening, Harry showed up at the headmaster's office. Harry, you're here. Dumbledore said gently. As usual, Harry noticed the pensieve placed on the table, the silver substance inside swirling rapidly, and he guessed that the headmaster had probably just used it. Dumbledore held his wand against his forehead and drew out a new memory, and placed it in the pensieve, before attempting to grab Harry's hand. We have to speed things up, we have a lot to do today. Harry avoided it. He lowered his head to not look at Dumbledore and gazed into the pensieve. But, sir, I'm not sure of the point of doing this. I know it's a lot of trouble to deal with the soul fragment in my head, but I can't figure out what's the point of just looking at all these things that have happened when I can't even use magic. There was a moment of silence. Ah, Harry. Dumbledore said in a slightly distressed tone, it seems I must reveal some information so that what we are doing now will become more valuable in your mind. In short, I want you to have the ability to know right from wrong, and the courage to make the right choice when it matters. Harry sat there staring dully, feeling insulted. What image did he really have in Dumbledore's mind? Don't get me wrong, Harry. Dumbledore said, you are one of the people I have ever met who have come closest to possessing saint-like qualities, one of a kind even. Given that I've seen too many students in my fairly long life, that's actually quite a remarkable assessment. Harry fidgeted a little, his face burning. He hadn't expected to hear such a blunt and welcoming compliment from Dumbledore, especially since he had just lost his temper, and he tried to look softer. Of course, I'm not saying that you don't have flaws and problems. In my opinion, it's a good thing that you are still a normal person and hasn't become arrogant because of your fame or because of the strength you have beyond your peers. Because of this, I expect more from you and I will not treat you as an ordinary student. As an example. Dumbledore held up a finger. Did you feel fearful of your own abilities, even a little, when you were learning magic with Professor Bagshot? Harry was a little lost in thought as he thought about how easily he had destroyed a small block of forbidden forest during the morning under Professor Bagshot's tutelage. He did feel incredulous along with a twinge of fear and even wondered for a moment if he had been possessed by Voldemort. You know, sir. Yes, I know. Dumbledore said calmly. That is an ability you have in your own body, he said, seeming to read Harry's thoughts, and I'm sure Professor Bagshot has relieved you, although I'm not sure what reasons he used, but his ideas are not necessarily suitable for you. Not necessarily suitable for me. Harry muttered and repeated. Only you can find the answer to your question, Harry. Dumbledore said seriously, I can't help you on that point, other than borrowing Alastair's mantra, constant vigilance, Harry. Force without thought can easily devolve into violence. Harry was struck by a flash of clarity. So you're showing me those memories because you want me to harness my power? That's a question we can leave for the later part of the discussion. In fact, I would prefer for you to pay more attention to the choices made by the different people in my memory, and especially to the situations they faced at the time. It would be nice to generate some useful reflections. Dumbledore said, the reason for using my memories, forgive my arrogance, is that I have seen too many men and women in both their sorrows and joys. As he watched Harry fall into contemplation, Dumbledore said cheerfully, so let's get into today's lesson. He stood up and bowed slightly as if preparing for a magnificent feast. I shall have the pleasure of sharing with you the insights I had as a student. You will find them slightly trivial as more than one person is involved, some of whom I still keep in touch to this day. Perhaps you have even heard a name or two. Let the adventure begin. Number Paletta Blade and number Educated _Blade. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 658, Chapter 658 Big Connections. When Harry returned to the common room, the students were almost gone, and he spotted Ron and Hermione who were still there, and went over to them. Ron was staring at the box in his lap with a shocked expression on his face, and when Harry was about to speak, Hermione suddenly slammed her risen book on the table with a loud thud. Aroa, what's wrong with you, Hermione? Terrible. It's the first time I've ever experienced this feeling, it's like my whole being is out of control. Hermione said with annoyance, and Harry looked at Ron uncertainly for a hint. Transfiguration. Ron muttered, not sounding quite happy. Well, it is. Hermione said to Harry, though she didn't elaborate. and pulled out her wand instead as she pointed it at herself. Watch, my reasons are telling me that I can't do it because I haven't figured out the principle yet, but... Harry stared at her and for a few seconds he thought Hermione was joking with him, but he slowly opened his mouth wide. Hermione's face began to change. Not the kind of change that was particularly noticeable, but every detail was modified a little. The curves of her face became smoother, her eyebrows got evener, the tiny blemishes on her cheeks disappeared. In a word, what they had learned and not learned in Transfiguration class during all this time displayed perfectly. Hermione showed her teeth at him, whereupon Harry noticed that her slightly protruding front teeth had also shrunk by a fraction, and her whole face looked particularly nice, almost like a different person. Wow! Harry said admiringly, you're getting more and more skilled at Transfiguration. Hermione sighed. That's the point, I don't know how I did it. Harry froze a little until Ron grunted animagus. It was only then that it dawned on him. It's that effective. He mumbled in surprise. According to Sirius, learning animagus would have a huge boost on Transfiguration. It's not entirely the effect of animagus, I already had the foundation. Hermione thought about it and said seriously, if I were to cast spells separately, like eyebrows, teeth, hair, and other transfigurations, I could do them all very well, but putting them together would cause problems from time to time. But now that problem is fixed. Isn't that great? You've improved. Harry said. Not that good, because a new problem has arisen. Hermione said naggingly, I'm not sure how I did it. In fact, during the day training I just had some gut feeling pop up every now and then, and it was goading me into doing something I wasn't sure about. That sounds awful. Harry said dryly as he had experienced that same feeling in the morning, though he went much more overboard than Hermione, as he blew up a small patch of the Forbidden Forest. So what are you going to do? He recalled Professor Bagshot's words and thought even if Professor Bagshot wanted to teach Hermione, they probably wouldn't get along. Of course, to read a book, I'm going to find the book I read before about Transfiguration and study it all over again, Hermione said. That's right. She looked at Harry with certainty, the look on her face mirroring the one she had on countless occasions when she pulled out her reference book list. Leave her alone, Harry, she's asking for trouble. Ron said. No, not at all. Hermione raised her eyebrows and stood up to glare at him condescendingly. I've finished reading the Transfiguration textbook for years 1 to 4 thoroughly and I can tell you, just now, I've had quite a few new insights. Harry, I suggest you do the same in the future. With that, she picked up her book and strutted off. Harry looked at her and muttered to himself in some confusion, you're saying that Hermione has really mastered the principles of all the magic she knows. Is this the secret to her ability to harness her magic so easily? He looked over at Ron, who lowered his head again, that disbelieving look returning to his face. Harry stared at the contents of the box in his lap, and inside the colored padded cardboard lay some sort of knitted fabric. I've been meaning to ask for a while now, what's that? Oh, it's nothing, Ron said in a flat tone, but Harry bet he definitely wished for him to ask more about it. It's a present from Fred and George, it amazes me that they even remembered my birthday. He said. Harry leaned over and found the contents of the box to be a pair of gloves, especially the fingertip section which seemed to have been extra thickened and wrapped several times with red wool thread to give the appearance of some sort of frog's webbed feet. Quite fitting with Fred and George's character. Harry imagined Ron wearing the frog flipper gloves outside and hanging out in a cheerful mood. But as soon as Ron pulled the gloves out of the cushioned cardboard box, Harry realized he was wrong. This birthday present is going to be even more exciting than he had imagined, with the 10 fingertips of the gloves being the heads of delicate tiny figurines. Ron put the gloves on and stared at them for a few seconds by himself, then showed them to Harry woodenly. Harry's eyes fell on the only anomaly above the 10 fingers, at the left thumb. The hair on the little figure's head was not red, but black. That's me? Harry asked in surprise, staring at it for half a second, not noticing any resemblance to himself and only being able to make a wild guess based on the color. That's right, Ron moved his left thumb and the little figure on his glove, making it look like it was dancing and swaying from side to side. That's Ginny. He gestured to his right thumb this time, and Harry could only make out a hint of Ginny from the long hair of the little figure. He surveyed the other fingers some more and vaguely made out the shadows of Weasley family members. Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, Percy. Harry was half touched, half jealous, and he thought a little greedily that it would be nice if this could be his gift, but the fact that Fred and George had thought to put him in it made his heart well up with warmth. Look at this. Fred and George have added a new feature. Ron said, flexing his left thumb. The little figure that represented Harry in a loud voice suddenly cried out. Snape, Snape, Severus Snape, the big greasy bat. Harry jumped in shock and looked sheepishly from side to side twice. The voice sounded 80 to 90% like him, and in his trance, he thought it was him who was talking, but after the shock, he knew it was Fred and George who were up to no good. Harry couldn't help but smile. Well. Ron looked at him with a grin, seemingly pleased with the effect as well. I think you should show it to Snape. Harry said calmly. Oh, Ron pouted, deciding not to take that up. Look, Ginny, Fred and George didn't tell me exactly what it was and let me come back and try it myself, but with their character he flexed his right thumb. A new voice sounded. I love flying brooms. I love Harry Potter. An exuberant voice that was 80 to 90% similar to Ginny's echoed through the common room. Harry and Ron stared at each other, looking at each other blankly. Oh, Ron trailed off, looking caught off guard. He cleared his throat. Let's try Fred and George figure once. I don't suppose it'll be anything good, though, that would fit. He raised an eyebrow and raised two middle fingers at Harry. The little figure on the two fingers made a gesture of taking off their hat, this time uttering a sound that sounded most like themselves. Fred, George, sends you his regards and wishes you a good life. Harry could just picture the twins standing in front of him smiling mischievously. How about it, mate? But it's not me giving you the middle finger, I guess that's Fred and George gesturing at themselves. Ron said defensively, while Harry looked on with glee. Brilliant. The next morning, at mealtime in the Great Hall, Hermione's book bag was even more bloated, and she suddenly asked, by the way, Harry, I haven't asked you how Professor Dumbledore's lesson went, any new developments? Meeting a lot of friends that he made when he was at school. Harry muttered, holding the mandrake leaf under his tongue and taking small sips of pumpkin porridge, a maneuver he had become quite adept at. At that moment, the Creevy brothers passed by them, exchanging friendly greetings, before circling around and sitting with their friends. Like Alpheus Doge, who enrolled in the same year as Dumbledore, I personally think he's an avid admirer of the headmaster. Harry's eyes followed the Creevy brothers until they were seated, before continuing, and Nicholas Flamel, Bathilda Bagshot, Adalbert Waffling. Who's that, Adab or something? Ron interrupted, he was chewing his food carefully with the right side of his teeth. Adalbert Waffling, an expert on magical theory. Hermione blurted out quickly, and who else, Harry? Harry hesitated, and Dumbledore's little brother. Ron choked, he hurriedly covered his mouth and after a short while he whispered, the Hogshead's owner. He made an effort to look like he was thoughtful with wide eyes. Tell me more, Harry, I'm curious, did they look alike when they were at school? Harry thought back for a moment and nodded lightly. I think they were quite similar. Think about it, a younger Dumbledore looking like a sloppy slob. Ron said pleasantly, looking over to the faculty table. To be precise, Harry couldn't resist the urge to explain, you can tell the two apart at a glance, they have very different personalities. Aberforth, I mean Dumbledore's brother, he's not much of a study lover and always has a provocative expression on his face. If it weren't for Dumbledore being his brother, he would have gotten a lot of beatings. But from our brief encounter, they don't seem to be on very good terms. Hermione said softly. Yeah, Harry said, also looking over to the long dining table where Dumbledore was talking to Hagrid, with Professor Hap and Professor Bagshot listening from the side next to him. He changed the subject and said, Hermione, I wanted to ask if you've ever tried to use your magical powers at full power and, then blown up a piece of forbidden forest. Definitely a nasty thing, Dumbledore. Hagrid lowered his voice and spoke in a buzzing tone, I found it when I got up this morning to patrol the forbidden forest, a large chunk of the forbidden forest suffered, I can't imagine what kind of creature did it, even a giant couldn't do it, it must have been some dark wizard with bad intentions. Felix and Grindelwald, who were listening closely at the side, had thoughtful expressions. Hogwarts has upgraded its defense system with new ones, so if an outsider infiltrates, he will definitely be discovered. Felix said lightly. That's right, Dumbledore agreed, I'll take care of this. He glanced at Grindelwald, it could have been caused by one of the professors practicing magic in private, I'll warn him. Oh, I thought. Hagrid shook his head, you really should have seen it, the scene was even more terrible than I said, the centaurs were worried, and it was very close to their tribe. When his eyes turned to Felix, he was dazed for a moment, and showed a witty gaze. Not me. Felix instantly said. Of course, how could? Hagrid stammered, though from the look on his face it was clear he didn't believe it all. Use your head, Hagrid, Felix said suggestively, we've known each other for over 10 years. Grindelwald flipped through a page of the booklet Who Will Dictate Ancient Runes without a moment of hesitation. Hagrid froze for a moment, now that you mention it. I do remember something, well, it was actually something Professor Kettleben mentioned to me when I visited him some time ago. He settled in Hogsmeade after he retired, and I would occasionally visit him for advice and stuff, you know, classroom 7 is closed, Scamander. I know. Felix interrupted. Sylvanus Kettleben was the professor for the care of magical creatures class before Hagrid. He has taken you to the Forbidden Forest a few times, in. Hagrid abruptly caught his throat, ahem, the years you stayed in school. Kettleben thought you'd develop a career towards magical creatures, but it turns out you were only partially interested in knowledge like the Manticore's ability to withstand spells with its hide and inquired where to find a place that sold clothes made of that material. Just satisfying curiosity. Felix said dryly. Sounds like Kettlebone took it seriously, and he moved the Sphinx immediately after that to a more isolated location, Hagrid said gruffly, it took a lot of effort. Everyone has unrealistic fantasies when they're young. At least I don't need them now. Yeah, I remember Kettlebone even saying that his greatest hope for a while was to retire in one piece, Hagrid lamented, unfortunately, he only managed to get half of his wish. He muttered, one arm and one leg less. Dumbledore asked amiably, is Sylvanus's leg still in one piece? I gave him a full set of enchanted wooden prosthetics when he retired, but I was told he developed a habit of visiting the Dragon Sanctuary shortly thereafter. Felix turned his head the other way and asked a slightly more uncomfortable Slughorn, because he is sitting next to Grindelwald, Professor Slughorn, I am planning a gathering and will be inviting a number of potions masters. You are the undisputed leader, do you have anything scheduled lately? Slughorn hesitantly wiped his mouth with a velvet handkerchief. Oh, I've been very busy lately, son, but, he said promptly, since you've invited me, I'm sure I can find some time, can I ask who you've invited? Let's see. Severus, Damocles, Dorothea Bonham? Slughorn asked in surprise, you could invite her? Yes, I think I can. There's also the head and some members of the most extraordinary society of Podiwoners, some people from the St. Mungo's Magical Medical Society, a few Ministry of Magic officials. Felix said slowly, I'm thinking about inviting the members of the Alchemy Society, it doesn't feel too relevant, and the foreign masters of potions as well. You're sure about that? I mean, you know that many people? Slughorn asked, his eyes bulging with astonishment. Well, not too well actually, but I have people I know in the local Ministry of Magic who can extend the invitation on my behalf. There's also the fact that I'm confident in what I've come up with would be worth their time. Felix said relaxedly. Slughorn was out of breath for a moment and said as if dreaming, I'm starting to get curious about your gathering. Dumbledore, who was whispering to Hagrid, looked up, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as if he had just hit a brilliant shot at a 10-pin bowling. I hate ancient rune. Grindelwald whispered with a grimace as he stared at the booklet he held in his hand. Number Pallida Blade and number Educated _ Blade. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 659, Chapter 659 Persuasion, 2 in 1. On the afternoon of March 10, Felix appeared with a small slip of paper with an address written on it. In front of him was a beautiful small house. He stood on the steps and looked around, the surroundings were very empty and Felix could smell the faint scent of flowers, he reckoned there must be a nice garden behind the house. Felix knocked on the door. The door was opened by a man with blonde hair and a large stomach who looked at Felix with a puzzled look. Hello, who are you looking for? The man asked, and then he was suddenly stunned. Oh, you're Mr. Happ, Felix Happ. After receiving an affirmative reply, he led Felix into the house, and they made their way to the living room. Sorry, didn't recognize you. I must say you seem rather too low profile in person compared to your enormous fame, not that I have seen you in the newspapers more than a few times. Yes, Dora told me you would be here, but I didn't expect you to come 2 hours earlier. Dromeda. We have a guest. The man stood in the living room and called out towards an aisle, then he looked at Felix and held out his hand in a friendly manner. I'm Ted Tonks, Dora's father. Hello, Mr. Tonks, Felix Happ. Felix shook hands, looked around the cleaning tools in the living room, and said with a hint of embarrassment, I think I may have misremembered the time. Oh, that's all right, Mr. Tonks said, picking up the Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover at his feet and placing it next to the potted plants on the table. Dora and the others won't be here until 7 in the evening, she's an aura and has a lot of responsibility. Is this a leafless orchid? Felix asked, staring at the potted plant. It is a perennial evergreen Rhizanthella gardneri herb with the nickname spider's egg because its berries look like spider's eggs as well as because its underground rhizome, when exposed above the soil, resembles a spider. It's also known as an underground orchid. Yes, Mr. Tonks was interrupted by the sound of footsteps, and both Felix and Mr. Tonks turned around at the same time as a strange woman appeared at the entrance to the living room, with a distinct resemblance to Bellatrix Black, though her hair color is of a soft light brown rather than black, and her eyes were larger and more gentle. There was no doubt that this woman is Andromeda Tonks, from the Black family, the sister of Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy. She currently looking at him as Tonks' mother, who is worried about her daughter's well-being. Mrs. Tonks smiled at Felix and then exchanged a look with Mr. Tonks. This is Mr. Felix Happ. Mr. Tonks introduced. Oh, hello Mr. Happ, Nymphadora has mentioned you, a bunch of times, Mrs. Tonks said, I have just started cooking in the kitchen. Nevertheless, you are quite early. And so Felix brought up the excuse of remembering the wrong time as a pretext again. Mrs. Tonks nodded and accepted the reason reluctantly. Have a seat. She said, I'll go and prepare the tea. Ted, you come and help me. Oh, yes. Mr. Tonks turned his head to Felix and muttered, I do remember collecting some rare tea leaves, we'll be right back. You can look at the newspaper for a while, it's on the table. Felix nodded gently and watched them disappear down the corridor aisle, as he leaned down to pick up the newspaper beside him, and pricked up his ears to listen. Unsurprisingly, there was a minor argument coming from somewhere in some corner of the house, probably the kitchen, or the bedroom. I know why, he is acting as a lobbyist, don't mention the war to me, it's over. I warn you, Ted Tonks, if you dare make any rash promises. Felix fidgeted and shook open the newspaper. The news of some notable significance was the return of the Minister of Magic, Ms. Bones, from the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards, during which she had participated in several important meetings with representatives of the world. The exact details of the meetings had not been released to the public yet. The newspaper made some speculations, suggesting that one of the biggest possibilities had to do with the law on exclusive wands, which would likely to become a reality perhaps within a few years. The newspaper also carried a moving photograph of a dozen dull figures standing together, with the new Supreme Mugwump Babajid Aching Bait, who had a tired look on his face. A few minutes later, Mr. Tonks returned with his head slumped down, with an expression that surprisingly resembled the Babajid in the newspaper. He bumped into the table as he walked over and stifled a yelp of pain as the potted plant wobbled, and he rushed to hold it up. Bumped a few blades off. He glanced over and whispered as he sat down, Mr. Tonks. Felix said as he put the newspaper down, something just occurred to me on the spur of the moment. As he said this, he held out his hand and the two fallen leaves from the potted plant turned into two beautiful invitations. I'm planning a sort of small press launch this weekend, a gathering kind of thing, so if you guys are not busy you can come and check it out. Mr. Tonks took the invitations and muttered, a press conference? That would be at Future World Company headquarters? I think, well, there might be a bit of a problem, it's not very convenient. His voice lowered, and he began to concentrate on reading the blurb on it. After a short while, he raised his head. Mr. Happ, I don't quite understand. Witness the birth of a new healing technique with a crowd of guests, and discuss the causes of some of the diseases that plague wizards. He read out a paragraph, then asked, sounds like a serious academic presentation. More or less, I've invited quite a few Podiwinners and healers of considerable repute in their respective fields, and even some alchemists. Felix smiled, but it's still essentially a gathering, as I don't expect these people to figure out what I'm going to say anytime soon. The presentation will last a week, but of course, what you're attending is a dinner on the first day, the main purpose of which is to socialize. By the way, I overheard Tonks mention that you know something about Muggle medicine. Ah, you mean that, Mr. Tonks said cheerfully, my uncle was a surgeon, I used to go to his house when I was a little boy, he went on enthusiastically, he had a study at home with all sorts of surgical models in every corner of the room, and I was very scared. Felix listened with a smile and said, that's a coincidence, the new healing techniques I mentioned might introduce the concept of Muggle surgeries, and to my surprise, wizards seem rather averse to the idea of putting a knife in their body. Mr. Tonks slapped his thigh a little excitedly. Gee, I thought of that too. When I was at school I always thought Madame Pomfrey could only deal with minor injuries and illnesses, and it was only after I had been to St. Mungo's a few times after graduating that I realized that wizards just didn't have that concept. Of course, I think it's because magic is too convenient to use. The wizard from a Muggle family had the look of someone who had found a common topic. Anatomy. Felix said softly, this discipline has not gained any application in the field of healing, because, for wizards, the problems that plague Muggles can be solved with a simple spell. On the contrary, it is in the field of potions that some of its applications are still in use, and when they work on new potion materials they do detailed mapping and potion testing. But would that really work? Mr. Tonks asked curiously, I mean, in terms of healing? I've talked to some wizards on this subject, and they think Muggle doctors are a bunch of crazy people who cut people open. Felix nodded and said, personally, I think it's a matter of localization, given the differences between the two societies. The surgical knowledge that is so important to the common people might simply serve the role of a supplementary means of furnishing the wizard's healing methods. But having it and not having it are different concepts. For example, dragonpox, a disease that is only spread among wizards and carries a fatal threat. Early symptoms are a green and purple rash that grows between the toes and sparks spewing out of the nostrils when you sneeze. If treated in time, it usually heals, leaving at best some unsightly scars or bruised skin. Mr. Tonks nodded with a little confusion. I remember there was a minister of magic who died from dragonpox disease. Eldritch Diggory, he had been working all day even with the disease and ended up dying in his office. The disease is more widespread among the elderly population and is more subtle, and as a result, it is more dangerous, when the disease is contracted. A portion of healers believes that dragonpox was originally caused due to having contact with the Peruvian viper-toothed dragon. Felix was ready to say more. The fangs of the Peruvian viper-toothed dragon are highly poisonous. Mr. Tonks reminded. To the average wizard, it is indeed true. Felix explained, so it might have been a diluted toxin or saliva or a parasite or pathogenic bacteria that have not yet been discovered in their bodies. In short, the verdict is still not conclusive yet. Then he changed his words, but I once found a patient with advanced dragon pox disease in St. Mungo's, and out of curiosity I probed him, and unfortunately he was then beyond medical treatment. He was bruised and swollen of course, that was only a minor problem, what really killed him was that his magic had also become a mess, some kind of unknown mutation occurred, which rendered all available treatments ineffective. The man must have been in a lot of pain. Mr. Tonks muttered. I suspect that there are many hidden wounds within the bodies of late-stage dragon pox patients, in fact, those wizards may already be riddled with holes inside their bodies. Felix said slowly. Hidden wounds. I found a more similar example. The body structure of magical creatures is totally different from that of wizards, their magical abilities rely more on special semi-virtual veins within their bodies, which are integrated with the flesh and blood tissue of their bodies and are difficult to detect, but nevertheless, they are the channels where their magic power flows, or, you can just refer to them as magic circuits. And for this reason, magical creatures do not need to acquire the ability to cast spells through study, as the young wizards do. So that is how it is. Mr. Tonks said in a daze. But such different kinds of pathological mutations are undoubtedly harmful to wizards, some have a haphazard pattern and the end result is life-threatening, such as that of dragon pox. Some small number of such disease has reached a bizarre coexistence with wizards and have an extra influence on their bodies, but they are not nearly as potentially harmful, as in the case of werewolves. Mr. Tonks drew in a deep breath. There was a shriek from the entrance to the living room, and it was Mrs. Tonks, who dropped the teapot she was holding. Felix waved his hand and let the teapot fixed like time rewound and landed on the small table. Oh, thank you, Mr. Hap. Mrs. Tonks said in a not very natural tone, as she had been listening from the entrance for some time. She came over carefully and placed the cups down. So, is the werewolf issue going to be cured? Good question. I have discovered and separated the very lesion pattern that affects werewolves, and combined with what I said earlier, there is actually great hope for a breakthrough, but of course, I am no expert in this field, hence the whole gathering this weekend is arranged. That sounds very convincing, Mr. Hap, and I can't find any holes in it. In the middle of the sentence, Mrs. Tonks said in a flat tone, but you can't deny that it's all just a theory, a castle in the air. Even if the theory is correct, there's no telling how many years will have gone by before it becomes reality. Even though the conversation was close to the core and both sides knew it by heart, neither of them mentioned the name. I have to agree with that, Mrs. Tonks. Felix said in a tone tinged with a bit of cheerfulness as if it seemed to him that everything was going well. I may not be able to step in and do anything pioneering in the field of healing, especially the part related to potions. But let's not forget that I am an expert in ancient runes and I will always approach the problem from the perspective of ancient runes. And fortunately, some results have been achieved so far. Although it is extremely difficult and not suitable for mass replication, it is still possible to use it on 1 or 2 people and solve some tricky issues. Would you like to hear about it? Mrs. Tonks pursed her lips for a long while before she said coldly, You're a good lobbyist, Mr. Hap. I'm more than happy to listen. Half an hour later, Felix was accompanied by Mr. Tonks on a tour around the rooms in the house. These are Dora's toys from when she was a child. Mr. Tonks pointed to a row of stuffed dolls on a shelf. There were originally quite a few human dolls, but when we realized she was intent on mimicking the expressions on the dolls' faces, we replaced them all with small animals, mostly rabbits and bears. Still, her aesthetic was a little off, and she clearly preferred violet or pink hair over her own grey-brown hair. He said, a little hurt. It was clear in Felix's mind that Tonks' original hair color had clearly been inherited from both parents, a balance between light brown and blonde, though it was obvious that she herself was not too happy with the color. They made their way to the garden in the courtyard. Mr. Tonks dutifully described the various plants. You've seen the pinks, and the purples are here. We've got quite a few violets, of every kind. See that hollow in the middle? It's not very pretty now, it's a bit ugly, but once it fills up with water in the rainy season there, we'll choose to plant some aquatic plants like hyacinth, and oh my god, they're purple again, I just realized. At that moment, a commotion came from the house behind them. Someone has arrived. Mr. Tonks said dubiously. Is it Tonks and the gang? Felix asked. I don't think so, it's still early, it's still over an hour before Dora gets off work, how strange. Mr. Tonks said, walking towards the house. They could faintly hear the sound of talking. Felix, who followed, rolled his eyes. He probably guessed who the guest was. Hello, Sirius. Just as they entered, they heard Mrs. Tonks' somewhat annoyed voice. No need to bring so many things, the living room won't fit them all at all. Then they heard a hearty laugh. Gee, you're welcome, my dear cousin. And I know Remus so well, I still can't believe he got ahead of me. Mr. Tonks suddenly slowed his movements and even became a little creepy as he tiptoed, and quietly pulled a gap through the back door to make Sirius' overly enthusiastic voice more audible. "Cousin, speaking of Remus, he's one of the few people I admire, both brave and kind, always prioritizing others first, and I swear there are definitely a lot more people that have been looked after by him over the years than one could imagine, even if he is poor himself. Once, he's quite rich now, I think he could totally buy a house in Diagon Alley now." Felix looked over Mr. Tonks' shoulder to see Sirius smiling and talking. "He is dressed formally today, in a smart suit with a green handkerchief with silver threads in his breast pocket and the black family coat of arms embroidered on one corner of the handkerchief. He looked like a best man." But Felix isn't sure if this get-up is having the counter effect, or if it was the result of Sirius' increasingly blatant innuendo. Because Mrs. Tonks' face was growing grim, her fingers clutching the soup ladle with a death grip, as if she is prepared to raise it at any moment to knock her cousin on the head. Felix was tempted to pretend that he didn't see it, and thus avenge Sirius for having set him up, but he cleared his throat in consideration of the stability of the future world company for decades to come. Sirius stopped talking and looked back in shock. "Felix? What are you doing here so early?" "What else could the reason be?" Mrs. Tonks said teasingly, with a scowl. "Of course, for the same reason as you." When an anxious Tonks returned an hour or so later with a formal-looking Lupin, the two were surprised to find that they had been treated not quite warmly, but definitely not coldly either, and even a small smile spread across the corners of Mrs. Tonks' mouth when Sirius deliberately mentioned their childhood past. After dinner, they said their goodbyes and departed. Lupin walked out of Tonks' house with a light step, his face filled with half incredulity and half thankfulness that he had survived. As they parted, Sirius patted him on the shoulder and for a moment, Lupin seemed to understand something, his eyes moistening. He hugged Sirius fiercely for a long time before letting go, and then he turned to Felix. "Felix, this birthday is my. Work hard," Felix said in a tone that quite spoiled the mood. On the side, Sirius rolled his eyes. Number Paletta Blade and number Educated _Blade. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 660, Chapter 660 Blood Pact. Today is a practical class, Felix said as he stood on the podium. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of wooden jars appeared in the air, which floated in mid-air. Then he waved his hand once more and the space in the classroom began to stretch out in all directions, widening in the blink of an eye to the size of half a great hall. The students exchanged excited looks and whispered to each other. Then a big, ancient-looking book appeared in Felix's hand, and he opened the first page, from which a tidal wave of brightly colored ancient runes poured out, each half an inch in size, tangled and linked together like some kind of tiny flying creature, resembling a long, unfurled scroll or a long, gorgeous carpet only instead of being woven out of thread, they were pieced together with ancient runes. Felix silently looked at the wall-like runes that surrounded them for a moment with the students, and then said, "Some of these runes are special enough that they don't blend well with the elements around them, and all you have to do is single them out, a test for both the eye and the hand, since the slightest miscalculation will destroy the nearby structure. If you successfully pick one off, you will receive 1 point, and you can use the chestnut jar to hold the runes you collected. A note, the final score will be related to the length of your homework for the day, so let's begin. Oh, and by the way, no wands are allowed. This will be considered a general rule for future practical classes as well." One by one, the students came forward to take their preferred jars, while Felix himself sat in a soft chair, reminiscing about the academic conference that had just ended. There were many people had shown up, from all over the world. As originally planned, the evening party on the first day was a sort of reception, serving to provide an opportunity for networking and meeting, something that could not be avoided as many people's impressions of each other was limited to the names and contents in academic journals, which did not reflect the real individuals. Someone had to act as a sort of moderator, and the best person Felix had in mind was naturally Slughorn. The old professor was like a fish in water, and the smile on his face never stopped throughout the evening. The Tonks couple also came. They stayed for a long time in front of the huge booth. They didn't really understand much of what was being discussed, nor could they accurately discern the significance of the rune sequences frozen in front of them by Felix's magic, but every time the sound of the experts rang in both their ears, their hearts wavered a little. The hall on the ground floor of the Sword Castle was overcrowded as they searched for their daughter. Finally, they found her near a spacious pillar, with Lupin beside her. His face looked calm, but he was inwardly excited. He remembered the prophetic remarks Felix had made, that with the invention of the wolfsbane potion, new theories would emerge, and the werewolf situation would change for the better. In a way, those words had come true. In just 2 years' time, an improved formula of wolfsbane potion has emerged at a much lower cost, and the Ministry of Magic has passed a law that grants a discount on the purchase of wolfsbane potion to all registered werewolves. For that reason, a significant number of werewolves had chosen to remain neutral during the war. But none of this was as exciting as what he had heard earlier tonight, and Lupin was already aware of the 2 solutions Felix had proposed: ancient magic that could control the werewolf's transformation, an advanced human transfiguration that would transform the body along with its internal structure, both of which he hoped he could do if he studied hard enough, and the latter would even allow him to become a true human for a short time, meaning he could have an extremely healthy child. God knows how ecstatic he was when he found out about the news. In fact, werewolf disease is not 100% passed on to offspring, but for Lupin it was akin to waiting for God's judgment, an uncertainty he could not afford after decades of being a werewolf. There was also an episode on the day of the dinner. Lucius Malfoy made a high-profile appearance with his wife, a couple who were well dressed to the hilt, and promised a generous donation of 50,000 gold galleons for the good cause. This caused the politically insensitive crowd, who are currently living abroad, to gather around him to hear him talk about his son Draco's dream of becoming a healer. The effect was not bad. The newspaper reported, Hermione said as she carefully surveyed the glowing scroll in front of her, which looked like tightly packed bricks, that over 200 people were present, all experts in the 3 fields of potions, healing, and alchemy, as well as officials from different countries' ministries of magic. She pressed her right hand against the wall made of runes and easily retrieved a glowing ancient rune. What a masterstroke! Harry said with admiration. But the strange thing is that the host of the meeting was Professor Slughorn. Hermione said. Not that strange, Ron chimed in, leaping to his feet as he saw Harry successfully retrieve an ancient rune as well. We all know that's what he's good at. Can you think of someone who can deliver a heartfelt, emotional eulogy in front of a giant, hideous spider corpse? Oh, hell nah. He groaned and tried to shove the ancient rune he had taken off back in, but it was too late. A dozen of the runes glowed with a dangerous red hue in front of him. Bang! Ron was submerged in black smoke, and he covered his mouth in a coughing fit as Harry and Hermione rushed to the side, nearly squeezing Neville against the wall. Sorry, Neville. Harry said with an apologetic face to Neville, who was rubbing his jaw. Neville's eyes glistened with tears. It's okay. On the other side of the room, Ernie was completely oblivious to the small mishap and kept muttering to himself, Justin got 6 points, I don't want to lose to him. When the smoke cleared, Ron muttered disgruntledly to Harry and Hermione, that was a hell of a ride, I nearly spat out the mandrake leaf. Hermione, you should have warned me. You chose the right target, but there was a problem with the technique. Hermione pointed out his mistake, then with a wiggle of her fingers, deftly removed a rune from the wall and raised her hand towards him. Like this, use your own magic to stabilize the connections around it. We only need to pick out the ones that seem out of harmony with the other ones, so it's going to be a lot easier. I know. Ron said with a sigh of resignation, we shouldn't be talking about Slughorn when my attention was directed towards it, we might as well be figuring it out. He paused, gritting his teeth and removing an ancient rune like he was pulling a Lego block. At the same time, a word came out of Harry's mouth, blood pact. Hermione drew a sharp breath and her fingers shivered as a materialized rune dissolved into pure magic and dispersed like smoke. Watch out! She yelled out nervously, and quickly condensing an ancient rune in her fingertip, she shoved it back in, and the 3 of them stared cautiously at the wall for a while, and only when the red glow on it stopped flickering, they breathed a sigh of relief. This game is kinda exciting. Ron said cockily, in a much better mood. Hermione looked around twice and the crowd's attention was drawn to the commotion Cormac McLaggen was making, and she took the opportunity to lower her voice and say, I think it's best not to say it out loud, especially when it concerns that person. She gave an incredulous look as if she might scream out in the next second, but she desperately tried to suppress it. It's incredible, I mean the headmaster and... Harry remained silent, as he pulled a glowing rune off the wall. These were the contents he had seen in the Pensieve last week. At that point he couldn't hide it anymore, he was deep in it and desperately needed someone to talk to. The people he trusted most in the school would undoubtedly be Ron and Hermione. In the last lesson, Harry saw a new and subversive memory. Young Albus is preparing for his graduation trip in high spirits, but then a tragedy befalls him in the blink of an eye. His mother tragically dies due to a magical outburst caused by Ariana, and he must return home to look after his younger siblings. Harry witnessed his pain and impatience throughout, and for the first time he accused Albus, who was showing impatience. Of course, the memory could not refute it, but the owner of the memory could. It was just that Dumbledore acquiesced to it all. This caused Harry to feel a little regret. To put it another way, if he had had to stay with the Dursleys even as an adult, he would have gone absolutely mad. But they were Albus' own family after all, weren't they? But when he saw Albus forming a friendship with a young man, Harry felt happy for him from the bottom of his heart. Until he heard the name of that person. Hello, my name is Gellert Grindelwald. Harry instantly recalled the letter he had read, where his own mother Lily had mentioned in a letter to Sirius that Dumbledore and Grindelwald had once been very close friends, but perhaps due to space limitations, Lily had not mentioned the circumstances leading up to it, let alone the time. That was why Harry seemed completely unguarded when he heard the name through the mouth of the blonde boy in front of him, who was not much older than him. What followed were large fragments of memory, but enough for Harry to realize that the friendship between the two was progressing at a remarkable pace, and he even read a few passionate letters from the perspective of a spectator, which presented themselves in a sudden and highly uncomfortable manner, the words Muggle, Rule, Government, Army, appearing repeatedly like a sharp thorn right before his own eyes, constantly poking him in the heart. But none of that compares to the scene that appeared in the barn. Two men young, but would-be famous individuals, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, standing face to face, slicing their palms with their wands, then their hands joining together, their blood mixing as a dazzling light illuminated two young, solemn faces. Harry felt a wave of dizziness. In the end, when the fused, inseparable beads of blood were enveloped in a metallic shell, he asked aloud what it was, and Dumbledore, who was at a loss for words, told Harry in a weak but strong voice, almost forcibly, that it was a blood pact, a blood oath he and Grindelwald had made. The lesson ended in a rush, in a way that Harry had least expected. "Harry, Harry!" Ron called out, "We're already falling behind, and I don't want to get 2 inches more on my homework today." "Got it." Harry muttered and became busy, but his mind was already made up. Before the class ended, the students lined up for an inspection. Susan Bones, 52, well done, homework 1 foot, Anthony Goldstein, 47, 1 foot 2 inches, Millicent Bulstrode, 29, well, you need more practice, or you won't be able to keep up with the next stage homework length of 1.5 feet. Felix commented casually, and the long queue dwindled. Harry, who was purposefully lined up at the back, clutched the chestnut jar and waited for Ron and Hermione to move away and walk up to him. "Harry Potter, let's see 59, ranked fairly top, very good, 7 inches for homework." Harry racked his brain to ask 2 questions and mentally waited anxiously for the other students to finish packing their bags and walk out of the classroom. Ron and Hermione knew what he intended to do and waved at him, leaving first. Felix looked at him thoughtfully. "It seems your real problem can't be heard by anyone else." "Well, yes. Professor, I wanted to ask what is a blood pact?" Felix showed an expression of surprise. He thought for a few seconds in his mind. Many pacts exist in the magical world, from verbal agreements with little binding effect, to magical pacts. The most solemn and carefully crafted type of pact has to be treated with utmost importance, and once signed, it cannot be broken. For the price of breaking it is too great. "Death?" Harry asked softly. "Yes, like the unbreakable vow, and of course, there is the blood pact. Only the latter has even more harsh conditions and exists only in legend." "Why? Don't they have similar effects?" Harry asked with confusion. "Apart from the difference in terms of people it can be made, an unbreakable vow requiring a witness. I could name numerous differences, such as, and finally, like you said, an unbreakable vow requires 3 people. Felix finished, and Harry flushed, feeling a little stupid for not spotting the many differences that the professor had mentioned. But the most important thing is the content of the pact. An unbreakable vow is more flexible. I can swear that I'll never eat a chocolate frog in my life, or that I'll never walk through the door with my right foot again. In any case, there are no specific requirements. But a blood pact is different. It has its own magical core and there is no need to specify a pact to be kept, and that poses a serious problem. Can you spot that, Harry?" Harry tried to think outside the box. No need to swear, what did that mean? No need to waste words? No, not that by any chance. Wait, no need for words, then no restrictions. The blood pact will not be deceived by lies. He blurted out. Felix smiled and nodded. An unbreakable vow is closer to the word contract, so the content of the vow must be defined in words, and words can be toyed with. There are always loopholes to be exploited, as long as the ultimate requirements are met. In other words, it controls what you do and has a certain degree of lag. In extreme cases, a person with a determination to die can sign any unbreakable, false vow at will. But a blood pact is not like that, Harry said excitedly. It has fixed elements, which makes it impossible to be deceived by fancy words, and 2 people must be absolutely sincere, to even think about breaking the oath. He looked at Felix as if looking for confirmation. "You guessed correctly, the blood pact binds the heart, and any thought that arises in an attempt to violate it invites an instant backlash." "And what's it all about?" Harry asked impatiently. Felix hesitated for a moment. "As far as I know, it's not to harm each other." "Can it be destroyed?" "I mean, the relic formed by the blood pact." Harry continued to pursue the question. Felix glanced at him. "Did I mention the relic?" "Oh, maybe it could be destroyed." Rather than pursue the loophole in Harry's words, Felix said bluntly, "I've never signed such a pact and don't know the exact consequences." In fact, all the pacts he had signed had one feature in common: he could tear them up and twist them at any time. But of those that he is not that certain of breaking, whether it be an unbreakable vow or a blood pact, he has no half-hearted interest in touching it. There is also an extremely limited scope of knowledge. Harry left, with a heavy heart. Felix stayed where he was, watching him disappear, then suddenly lifted his head to stare at the ceiling, his eyes seeming to penetrate the walls. He stared thoughtfully at the tower of the headmaster's office. Perhaps Harry himself didn't realize that the aim of his question was actually quite obvious. Blood pact? Dumbledore and who? Evenly matched, yes, only Grindelwald. The past trivial information continuously pulled from his memory as Felix began to try and piece together a complete picture of the situation. The first thing that came to his mind was the secret that Newt had inadvertently mentioned that he couldn't reveal more, saying that involved Dumbledore. Number educated _ Blade. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 661, Chapter 661 Moonlight, 2-in-1. Felix had known about Grindelwald since back when he was still studying in school. The introduction on Dumbledore's chocolate frog card stated the following. Professor Dumbledore is particularly famous for his defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. But back then the defeat of Grindelwald was only one of Dumbledore's widely known and well-recognized achievements, a footnote to his legendary exploits. Anyone who saw that chocolate frog card would only have been in awe of Dumbledore, and would not have been able to spare the slightest bit of attention to the failure known as Grindelwald the Dark Lord. Of course, his infamous reputation would probably be passed on from one child to the next, using their imaginations to the fullest when discussing questions like how bad is this man? Felix had every reason to suspect that, as many young wizards who grow up in the magical world, sometimes compelled to play the role of Grindelwald the Dark Lord as bad guy in dueling plays, in which they would eventually fall at the feet of the good guys. It was only after hearing Newt's words that Felix really became curious about Grindelwald as a person. I can't reveal much more. It involves Headmaster Dumbledore. Grindelwald was very arrogant or confident and very charismatic, though I didn't like him that much for creating a lot of havoc at the time. Apparently, the short one-line description on the chocolate frog card was actually spectacular, dramatic, and even thrilling, when they were played out in reality. And Newt's silence backed this up. Later on, Voldemort secretly captured a group of wand makers and experts in the history of magic. Mika Gregorovich, the famous wand maker, and Florian Fortescue, the owner of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in Diagon Alley were among them, and with the information provided by these people, Voldemort fabricated the narrative of 10 powerful wands, which propagated the legend of the Elder Wand along with its reputation of being the invincible wand that would never lose was thus spread. It gained the title of the Invincible Wand, and Felix was rumored as a current wielder of that wand. Subsequently, all indications suggest that perhaps Voldemort has long given up the hunt for the Elder Wand back then, and has instead investigated the whereabouts of the snaky wood wand passed down from his ancestor, Salazar Slytherin. The 10 powerful wands were merely a means for Voldemort to keep Felix at bay, to give him something to do while he confirmed the authenticity of the Elder Wand in Felix's hands at the same time. And, probably in Voldemort's plan, the bloody inheritance rules of the Elder Wand would more or less affect Felix and Dumbledore's tacit understanding. But coincidentally, the real owner of the Elder Wand was Dumbledore, and the diversion was a waste of time. Felix thus also guessed that before Dumbledore, the holder of the Elder Wand was Grindelwald. The speed at which Voldemort's downfall came about was so fast that many people were stunned and did not react at all. Felix also made contact with Grindelwald, or to be precise, Grindelwald reached out to Felix. Then the two became pen pals. Felix smacked his lips. It was a novel experience for him too. He had never tried writing a letter to someone in prison before. When he considered that at one point Grindelwald was writing back letter by letter with a small, dimly lit oil lamp, and didn't even have a decent desk, he missed those times more and more now. Unfortunately, it was not long after that Felix learned of Grindelwald's suspected escape from prison from the mouth of Dumbledore, who for the first time confessed his close friendship with Grindelwald and expressed his wariness at the ideas of the other man. But in the blink of an eye, Dumbledore changed his tune and kept the volunteering Grindelwald at Hogwarts as the new professor of defense against the dark arts class. There were multiple reasons for this. Dumbledore had taken the initiative to tell Felix some of the reasons, such as Grindelwald's poor physical state and near-permanent fall in strength. Felix partially understood and accepted this, and in his opinion, Voldemort's downfall had no small impact on Dumbledore. Felix roughly simplified the psychological changes as follows. After solving a long-term burden, Dumbledore must have been overwhelmed with emotion and recalled the distant memories from a long time ago, when his former best friend cum enemy met him after half a century, and inevitably had a moment of compassion. But there should be a limit to these kinds of softness, and Dumbledore promised him that Grindelwald would only be teaching at the school for a year, after which he would return to Ermengarde Castle to finish his sentence. So what is Dumbledore's goal? Felix pondered for a moment and had a vague inkling. He decided to go and talk to Severus and Madame Pomfrey later. I can't believe I didn't realize that the old man is getting physically active, even his quarrels seem quite full of life. He suspected Dumbledore was secretly starting a little game. And in addition to the reasons Dumbledore had voluntarily told Felix, he himself had heard half a dozen words from the portrait in the headmaster's office which implied it has something to do with a prophecy. At this point, Felix would like to thank Phineas Black. As for the content of the prophecy, Felix had gradually figured out a hint of what was in store over the past 6 months or so. He really didn't know exactly what the prophecy was about, but Dumbledore knew it, and from how much Dumbledore tolerated the content that Grindelwald was teaching, it was possible to roughly outline the shape of the prophecy. It should have something to do with the statute of secrecy. Felix frowned slightly at the recollection. What was that supposed to be? An inevitable exposure of the wizarding community? But he and Dumbledore had shared a similar consensus, unless Grindelwald could produce more direct evidence, such as a specific time of the event. Felix was faintly stunned for a moment. It seemed to align with the situation. He had previously speculated that the prophecy could be something that needed to be deciphered, like a tea leaf, a crystal ball, an astrological sign, or some fragment of the future. His thoughts kept tumbling. He thought of the New Year's parade shown to the students in Grindelwald's first class at the start of this school year. The parade. So there would be a huge anti-wizard march in the future? Felix made a mental note of this. He wasn't in much of a hurry. Dumbledore has a much better sense of responsibility than he does, and when the time is ripe, the prophetic content will automatically appear before his eyes and he cannot be able to hide from it even if he wants to. Felix felt that Dumbledore is perfectly capable of such a thing. The headmaster is very good at keeping secrets. As for Grindelwald, the professors were generally quite satisfied with him. He is capable, knowledgeable, and courteous to others, and even Professor McGonagall, who was quite critical about some of his dangerous comments, was coming to accept this somewhat dysfunctional colleague. The professor of the charms class even cited him as a confidant. Professor Bagshot is marvelous in the subtle manipulation of spells. The shorter Flitwick has said this on more than one occasion. Well, there's one exception, Felix thought. The Professor Slughorn was as perceptive as ever and rarely interacted with Grindelwald alone. Felix was very curious if he had discerned something. But the chances of that would actually be very low. Because Grindelwald had been imprisoned for half a century, his appearance had long since changed. Even the old professors, such as McGonagall and Flitwick, had failed to recognize him, not to mention the fact that Grindelwald's escape from Nurmengard Castle had not been made public yet, so even though Severus had some doubts about his identity, he still had not considered in that direction at all. And in the eyes of those who knew his true identity, Dumbledore and Felix, nothing Grindelwald did touch the bottom of the barrel. If he had contacted or responded to the acolytes, he believes Dumbledore would not have hesitated to deport Grindelwald to prison. The fact that Dumbledore went from a guarded attitude at the beginning to tacitly allowing Harry and Grindelwald to be in contact with each other alone, and even learning magic with him, certainly represents an increase in trust. On his part, Felix was also at peace with the situation. No matter what Grindelwald wanted to do, whether it was to pass on his magic, which he would be happy to see, or to pass on his ideas, he only had a year to do so, and if he did intend to bewitch Harry, he was bound to find him more stubborn than he thought. It wasn't as if Dumbledore hadn't done anything. The weekly lessons were no secret. Harry's mind had been nearly set in stone over the years. What Grindelwald is trying to do is to turn things around, whereas Dumbledore is guiding him to think independently. The two things are completely incomparable. Just like the blood pact that Harry mentioned today, Felix was surprised both by the question itself and by the fact that Dumbledore had the courage to reveal this past, and by the time Harry was faced with the choice, Grindelwald, who is hiding his identity, had no way of gaining the upper hand. Perhaps this was also expected by Dumbledore, who hoped to patch up another part of Harry's character. Only what exactly it is, Felix can't quite figure out yet. Later that day, Felix emerged from the hospital wing with the information he wanted. His suspicions had been correct. All of Grindelwald's magic had been almost completely blocked. He is no different from a squib, and he had been suffering from poor physical health for decades, and Madame Pomfrey had been supplying him with a mild nourishing potion. In a moment of clarity, a thought dawned in Felix's mind. The blood pact between Dumbledore and Grindelwald might have been broken otherwise. They could not have duelled, but there might have been another unknown magic pact between them. And the proof is in what Dumbledore said on the day he learned that Grindelwald had disappeared from Nurmengard Castle. He is restrained by powerful spells, and I can make sure that those restrictions remain in place, making it difficult for him to use advanced magic. Whatever he wants to do, these conditions objectively set the bar for him. Why was Dumbledore so sure that the spell has not been broken? There was only one answer Felix could think of: Dumbledore's involvement, or even his own leadership, in the International Confederation of Wizards' plan to imprison Grindelwald after that duel. It was getting dark as Felix walked down the grand staircase and made his way through the entrance hall. To his slight surprise, the open space at the entrance to the castle was already occupied. Two familiar silhouettes bathed in the golden dusk sunlight, and as Felix squinted, the edges of their bodies seemed to reflect a haze of 7 shades of light. Dumbledore's elderly, forgiving, understanding voice blended in with the scene before him. There is still time, Miss Granger, and you have plenty of time to see the path ahead. I think there is a similarity between the process of mastering magic and recognizing yourself, that is to follow your heart, and where the treasure is, there will be the heart. Don't forget, we are Gryffindors. Hermione bowed her head and didn't say anything for a moment. Headmaster Dumbledore? Granger. Felix voiced out. Hermione jerked her head up and glanced at him quickly, squealing and jumping backwards a few steps. Right, well excuse me, I've got things to do, I'll be off. She ran off without looking back. Felix looked stunned. What's wrong with her? Miss Granger is a little confused about her future path, which is the privilege of youth. Dumbledore smiled faintly and said, she trusts me enough to tell me something from her heart. Oh, Felix said with a slight task as he looked back into the silent entrance hall, I thought she had set her goals a long time ago. Amelia expects a lot from her and a whole lot of confidential information has been shown to her. Dumbledore blinked and didn't say anything. His azure eyes reflected the last rays of sunlight in the sky and his long silver beard seemed to glow. As the golden curtain at the edge of the forbidden forest disappeared, the night came down like a thick curtain and the land became dim, but soon some starry lights appeared. Albus, said Felix, breaking the silence and weighing the words, I heard a term from Harry today, blood pact. Ah, I have considered it, that there might be a real possibility of him asking you for help. Dumbledore said calmly, I didn't think I could keep it a secret anymore when I decided to say it, and I agreed to let Harry draw wisdom from other people. Like Miss Granger just now when she asked me for advice. That's a blood pact. Felix said softly. The implications of that are completely different. It at least showed that at some point in Dumbledore and Grindelwald's lives, they were willing to give a portion of their fates over to the complete control of the other. Yes, two smart and cocky teenagers who made reckless oaths when they were closest to each other. Dumbledore said, with a faint note of relief in his tone, we are smarter than the average person, a lot smarter and therefore a little more arrogant, convinced that we can accomplish what no one before us could, but I would say that being smart is not a substitute for being wise, nor can it be a substitute for experience, and we are in some areas are just equally ignorant. He looked out into the distance when twilight replaced the haze and stars appeared in the flimsy sky. As I have mentioned before, Gellert's ideas attracted me, inspired me, and expressed things that I had kept buried deep in my heart but never dared to reveal, my dissatisfaction with the status quo at the time. I was brilliant but forced to stay stuck in an abandoned village, I was gifted but unable to provide shelter for my loved ones. Felix, my father's experience still affected me and there was a time in the dead of night when I would always ask myself in my mind, what would I have done if I had witnessed Ariana being bullied? Sometimes I hate myself for being too mature. I kept telling myself that there are equally good and bad muggles as there are wizards and that it is foolish and condemnable to dismiss a large group of people at will, but when my mother tragically died and Ariana's condition worsened, I was filled with resentment and grudges. Dumbledore closed his eyes. After a long pause, he reopened his eyes and said calmly, almost indifferently, as if he was narrating another person's experience. At a time when I was suffering most, Gellert appeared, and as soon as we met, he told me that the same thing had happened not only to me but to many, many fellow wizards, how absurd it was that we should suffer misfortune when we had the power. He proposed the best of both worlds, or at least that's what I thought at the time, to join forces and create a whole new order. From then on wizards would not have to hide, Ariana would not have to hide, and the tragedy that happened to our family would never happen again. We pride ourselves on our superior intelligence and strength, and as a result, we have made even greater mistakes. I was so enthralled and completely absorbed, think about it, to solve my family's troubles and free millions of wizards at the same time, that plan was simply too much to my liking. I worked day and night to perfect it, and eventually we've deviated from our original intentions, completely sidelined from the family I should have been valuing and immensely focused on a brilliant cause that existed only in fantasy. You should have guessed the final outcome. My sister, Ariana, who had been well cared for and looked after by my mother and us, became the first victim. It was completely dark, and Dumbledore blended completely into the darkness. Albus. There is no need to comfort me, Felix, I have gotten what I wanted. Dumbledore turned and walked slowly towards the castle while whispering, perhaps we are born with our own missions, and mine is to right the wrongs I have made. Felix, you have a mission of your own. Felix stared at Dumbledore's back as he caught a hint of something else. Suddenly, his eyes widened, the Thestral's ash-white eyes glowed in the darkness, and Dumbledore's steps faltered slightly before he continued to leave. Felix couldn't help but inhale slightly. He had watched Voldemort with this pair of eyes, Voldemort's soul tattered and torn, emanating an unsettling blackness. He had also seen Dumbledore, whose soul glimmered like pale jade and emitted a hazy luminescence. But right now, everything is different. A bright, soft light radiated from Dumbledore's body, covering the land like the moon. Vaguely, Felix seemed to see Dumbledore holding a little girl in his hand, but they disappeared into the entrance hall in a flash. Felix stayed still, looking up at the sky, the stars reflected in his ash-white pupils. He waited silently as a ray of moonlight flickered past the windows of the castle's 7th-floor corridor, eventually stopping at the tower of the headmaster's office. There is no moon tonight, but moonlight spilled all over Hogwarts Castle. Author. This chapter is meant to sort out some of the clues from the previous chapters, as well as to show what Dumbledore has achieved in the realm of the soul. Number educated_Blade. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 662, Chapter 662 The Great Demon King, 2 in 1. Felix walked slowly into the castle. The girl must be Dumbledore's long-dead younger sister, Ariana, right? He had used the resurrection stone to recall the projection from his memory. However, does the resurrection stone have such a powerful effect? Felix pondered. He could see soul shimmer with this special pair of eyes. In other words, did Dumbledore use his power to give a hint of soul qualities to the memory projection, or did he share a part of his soul and the two are now in a lose-lose situation? But one thing is certain, Dumbledore's understanding of the realm of the soul is completely beyond his own. The state of his soul at this point is simply terrifyingly robust. Felix had the feeling that Dumbledore could break away from reality at any moment and open a portal to send away all the ghosts cooped up inside Hogwarts Castle. Just like Helena had back then. The legend of the Deathly Hallows flowed slowly in his mind. He had learned the names of the 3 Peverell brothers from Luna, and Felix preferred to think of the 3 men as magically powerful wizards who had each taken a different magical path and left behind 3 treasures that represented them as individuals. The treasures that contain their own understanding of magic. Like Felix's Book of Rune, it is likely that if someone had got hold of it 1,000 years later, they probably would likely to follow the same path as him. It is also possible that one of the Peverell brothers was an extremely skilled alchemist, and that this alchemist created these powerful magical items based on the different characteristics of the 3 brothers. Under this possibility, Felix believed that the highly skilled alchemist would be someone between the second and third, as the oldest was positioned closer to a warrior in the lore. If this were true, the magical attainments of that alchemist would be amazing, not only knowing a great deal about the soul, but he would also have to juggle wand crafting and alchemy. It is pretty daunting, but not impossible. But alas, history did not leave much about them. Gee, what a waste of time. As for the mission Dumbledore spoke of, Felix scoffed at it. The next day was overcast and cloudy as the young wizards made their way through the castle in the drizzle. At the end of the first class in the morning, Felix came to the staff room and Professor McGonagall couldn't wait to hand over a newspaper. The list of people who successfully transformed into animagus from our lesson has been publicized, she said with a broad smile. Felix took it up and took a closer look. It mentioned the list of people who could be classified as animagus, and the newspaper congratulated enthusiastically, in an exaggerated way, on the fact that the number of animagus in this century had reached double figures, and in addition to that, 4 of them from the list are all currently students. In fact, there have been 7 registered animagus in this century, 9 counting Rita Skeeter and Sirius. If you add Peter Pettigrew and the undisclosed James Potter, the real number has long been well over 10, though the newspapers have deliberately omitted Peter Pettigrew's existence. That fast? Well, it isn't that fast, it's almost been a month. Professor McGonagall said with a spring in her step, a frown stretching across her face. The 3 students are starting to make a name for themselves in the advanced classes. Granger has always been number 1, so she isn't that obvious yet, but Abbott and Malfoy are improving by leaps and bounds. I've also given Longbottom an extra copy of my study notes, and he will be taking this year's Transfiguration Ordinary Wizard level exam, so I'm sure he'll be able to keep up with the progress. Felix's mind became clear. Draco had been on a roll lately, with a large donation of 50,000 gold galleons from the Malfoy family ahead of him, an event that had caused quite a stir. With his father Lucius taking the money to open the way for him, in addition to Lucius' speech at the conference, had caused a number of media outlets to dial up the buzz. There have been some newspapers. Felix guessed that Lucius had secretly stuffed them with money, showing interest in the Malfoy family's heir recently, and a closer inspection did reveal quite a few things worthy of coverage. A full member of the Dark Force Defense League, due to the contribution of collaborating on the development of the bright fire-making spell, a rival of Harry Potter and his best friend at school. There is a suspicion of glorification, with no small ambition, healer. Dreams, and a freshly emerged animagus. Draco is so full of ambition that he has a peacock embroidered on his chest at some point and walks around the school all day. Of the original batch of 7 who qualified, Harry was the first to feel the throbbing of the animagus, but also the first to fail. Of the remaining 6 people, only 4 had successfully practiced the animagus, and they were all in Harry's year, and to be more precise, they are all members of the Frontline Lookout Club who have mastered the Patronus charm. On the contrary, the remaining 2 7th years Virgil and Jamelin were still struggling, both to keep up with reciting the spell incantation in the morning and evening, and also to learn Patronus magic. This was the advice given to them by Professor McGonagall. Such a pain in the arse. Ron said. If you count from the time we mastered the Patronus charm, we are the slow ones. Hermione said sensibly, the professor has said that animagus is like a step-by-step tedious magical ritual, the fruit of previous generations seized by coincidence. Can anyone really come up with such tedious steps? Harry asked in disbelief. He couldn't think of anyone who would do something like shoving a mandrake leaf into their mouth for a month unless that person was dumbed down by some magic spell. All the steps aren't set in stone at once, and you can't just assume by default that the other person is a student like you. Hermione said perkily, Professor Sprout has taught in class that mandrake leaf has great medicinal value and that it is an essential component of most antidotes, so we can imagine a scenario where they needed to be kept in the mouth for a month or two. Some ancient isolated wizard who was specialized in transfiguration and potions, the two disciplines that play an extremely important role in the study of animagus, who for some reason or by coincidence, during the full moon, picks mandrake leaf and stuffed a leaf into his mouth incidentally, probably to detoxify the poison or something. Anyway, after a few days, he noticed an unknown change in the mandrake and used his knowledge in potions to start his research. Still sounds like a lot of hassle, Harry muttered. Ron nodded his head in agreement. If you study magic more deeply, you can sense the subtle changes, which is the equivalent of a signal that most wizards have followed. Before those laws of magic were discovered, wizards simply relied on their senses and gut feeling. Hermione said. Ron muttered something that sounded like a divination lesson and Hermione raised her eyebrows. Pay attention. Sprout said sternly, standing in front of a rowan tree that was over 12 feet tall. We're going to learn about the wig entree for today, and it's a very interesting lesson. The three of them hurriedly stopped talking. Sprout had said this to more than just them, and out of the corner of his eye, Harry caught a glimpse of Draco Malfoy putting a newspaper away and puffing out his chest, making the peacock pattern on his chest shirt even more prominent. I wonder if his tastes have changed recently. Harry thought to himself, though he didn't dare voice it out, as this conclusion was something he had observed from Hermione, who was extraordinarily fond of the peas on the dining table these days. Harry knew that Hermione had been practicing her animagus transfiguration very diligently in recent times. During this time, the 4 students who had managed to successfully become animagus had spent a weekend in Professor McGonagall's office, where they had practiced their transformation and recovery skills intensively. After that, they were asked to spend a certain amount of time each week on this and repeatedly experience the transformation process. Harry found it more or less similar to what Sirius had done by turning into a large dog and wandering around the school grounds once a month when he was at school. But to his and Ron's bewilderment, they had never found out where Hermione practiced her transformation, nor were her roommates Lavender and Parvati aware of it. It would mean that Hermione had never practiced the spell in her dorm room. At this point, Sprout moved the wig entree that was behind her to the front to allow the students to see it more clearly. The wig entree is a magical rowan tree that will protect those who touch its trunk from the attacks of dark creatures. The processed material of the wig entree is therefore widely used in many defensive items. Their wood and leaves can be used to make amulets, defensive accessories, carved vigilance charms, and so on. They have a slow growth cycle and the bark is relatively smooth in the seedling stage, so they are also good as ornamental plants. Its bark is also used to make Wiggenweld potion. Professor Sprout asked the students to come closer and observe. Behind her, in addition to a large wig entree with rough bark, there are also 2 smaller ones, planted in pots, lush and rather pleasing to look at. You can touch it, it is not dangerous, unless you are a dark creature in disguise. She said aloud, but be careful when you run into it in the wild, there may be a group of tree-protecting botruckles living in that tree. Harry reached out and placed his hand on the trunk of the large wig entree. Probably because there were no Dementors or Inferius around, he didn't feel any difference. The branches of the wig entree made a rustling sound, and he tilted his head up, trying to find a fruit or two amongst the dense branches. Ouch, Professor Sprout, it hit me. Lavender Brown suddenly shouted, jerking her hand back. My dear, I think it may be because your thoughts are too complicated. Wig entree has similar properties to the wands made from them, with exceptional defensive qualities and a preference for the clear-headed and pure-hearted people. Professor Sprout said. Not far in the distance, Draco Malfoy grinned, his chest straightened up. That's weird, I thought he would take a hit too. Ron said regretfully as Professor Sprout asked the students to take the barrels and mix a suitable fertilizer for the wig entree. I think it might be because I've learned animagus. Weasley. Draco Malfoy arrived from behind carrying a small barrel and bumped Ron on the shoulder, and looked back with a smug grin as he passed them. Ron opened his mouth to retort, but Harry held him back. Don't fall for it, he's dying for us to fight him. Harry said calmly, Malfoy, we will be finishing the first step in 2 more days in time, and with a bit of luck we'll be animagus by the end of the Easter break. That's right. Ron said defensively as he snapped to attention. I'll be waiting, Draco said condescendingly, narrowing his eyes. I can give you a few pointers if you don't understand something. That is if you don't suddenly faint. He said those words to Harry. If you knew what Harry had done, you'd wet your trousers, Malfoy. Ron said loudly. Draco slowly approached in a threatening manner and was just about to say something when Professor Sprout approached, glancing at them suspiciously. What are you doing? Nothing, nothing. Get a grip, then. You're behind the schedule. She pointed out sternly. So they hurried to the corner of the greenhouse, where various piles of fertilizer, mainly magical creatures' droppings, were stacked in separate categories, and the students picked out the right materials with a disgusted look on their faces using a levitation charm, then left quickly. As they queued, Ron suddenly asked Hermione, your dream is still to become a Minister of Magic, isn't it? Yeah. What's wrong? Hermione asked, in confusion. Then you should definitely work hard and get promoted early to kick him out of the Ministry of Magic. Don't be angry, Ron, and since the newspaper says he's going to be a healer in the future, I don't think he'll back out easily, even if it's just to save his honor. Hermione said. I don't think so, Ron said with certainty. I bet his dad would definitely give him an idle position to work in the ministry, like a consultant or something. How about this? You can make a law saying that all the Ministry of Magic titular must commute to work on time. He spoke up with gusto as Draco returned with the materials, and gave him a smug glance. To that Draco just patted himself on the chest, the peacock symbol on his chest suddenly shook in Ron's eyes as he strutted away. Ron muttered that thing looked like a fried pheasant, and Justin behind them wasn't too happy to hear that as his patroness is a pheasant. But his good friend Ernie Macmillan said Justin's favorite food is a chicken leg and the two got into a scuffle. Sprout, who had rushed over, gave Hufflepuff and the Gryffindors a 5-point deduction. Get a grip! She shouted again. Oh no! Hermione suddenly called out when it was Harry's and their turn. What's wrong? Harry asked in a whisper. He had to hold his breath, the smell around him was just too bad. My wand is missing. Hermione said. Harry and Ron inhaled sharply, their eyes widening incredulously. No, it's not what you think, I think I know where I dropped it. She looked odd as she pulled a small wooden stick out of her pocket. At first glance it looked similar to a wand, but combined with what she had said earlier, Harry noticed the difference. An exclusive wand. Valens. Hermione said briefly. Ron trailed off for a long while. Hermione's face flushed. It was Valen who invited me. She was very interested in animagus, and I thought, it does get a bit boring to transform alone, so I thought I might as well follow Valen for a walk outside the castle. Looking at everything from an animal's point of view, some of the accustomed scenery has actually become quite fascinating, and Valen is an expert in this area. No need to explain, Hermione, Ron said with a big grin. Sirius has also managed to make friends with Crookshanks. Maybe this is an invisible application of the animagus. I should have thought of that. In the end, Harry used his own wand to help Hermione pick out the right materials. Hermione had wanted to try it herself with the exclusive wand but was stopped by Harry. This is not the right time, in case Hermione made a mistake and left all sorts of fertilizer flying around. One by one the students returned to a large, spacious workbench and began to mix the fertilizer. Take 1 part of the soil from rotting melons and 1 part of manure from a mooncalf. Gosh, this smells is really something. In no time, the smell in the greenhouse became more and more overwhelming. The bubblehead charm came in handy at this time. I don't advise you to use the spell, because the smell is equally an important part to judge the good and bad manure, but of course, it is not necessary, so if you really can't stand it, Professor Sprout said in a dry tone. But only Neville didn't use the bubblehead charm, and when he had disposed of his share of the manure he looked like he was on the verge of passing out. It's perfect, Mr. Longbottom. Professor Sprout said with satisfaction. Professor? Can I get out, go out to get some fresh air? Neville asked, holding his breath, his face turned to an unnatural shade of red. Oh, of course, Professor Sprout said understandingly, and Neville immediately ran towards the door, plus, 10 extra points for Gryffindor. She shouted, expecting other students to follow suit, but the students lowered their heads and hid behind the fishbowl-shaped spell, silently dealing with the slimy mess in their little barrel. Immediately after class, Hermione disappeared. Harry knew that Hermione must have gone to get her own wand back. Professor McGonagall had asked them to keep it properly tucked away during the transformation, as wands could not be transformed together like clothes, not just wands, but any item that had anything to do with magic. So presumably before the process of transformation began, Hermione must have given her wand to Valen for safekeeping and asked her to keep it hidden in her pocket, and then after turning into a beaver the two little creatures slowly wandered around close to the castle walls. Ancient Rune Office. Miss Granger. Felix asked, somewhat surprised, is there something urgent? Hermione panted, holding out a finger, yes, sorry Professor, I'm looking for Valen. Felix turned his head, how odd. Niffler, that was in the midst of drawing on parchment, looked up and blinked, pointing at herself in confusion. Hermione waved at her, which meant yes, that's you. Valen jumped down from the sofa and came over without a fuss. Hermione picked her up with a hug. Sorry, Professor, we'll be right back. After a short while, Valen came back alone. She had her little hands behind her back, and she shook her head for a while. Hermione was so careless, that she would have to make fun of her the next time they met, but not now, her size was completely out of the equation. What was she looking for you for? Felix asked curiously. Valen shook her head in a huff, she couldn't talk about it, she couldn't let the great Demon King know about her quest to secure an ally. Is she your new animal friend? Felix asked thoughtfully. Key. I didn't peek at your diary, Felix curled his lips, you were the one who was talking in your sleep at night and talking about uniting and defeating the great demon king. And how did Grindelwald provoke you? Valen stared at him, a little dumbfounded. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 663, Chapter 663 Easter Holiday. For Felix, he has to take care of a few things during the Easter holidays. After the war, the Future World Company has grown once again and now more than a third of the staff are new faces, and he is going to use this holiday to get to know the new employees, in which there are a considerable number of humanoid magical races. As you requested, we have recruited half a dozen employees in each group from the Vila, Vampire, Werewolf, Goblin, and even 2 Trolls, though no one is happy to spend time with them, Lupin said, his eyes carrying 2 dark circles beneath them, but he is in a very good mood. Most of them are half-bloods, able to use wands and communicate easily, and I've given them the task of suggesting modifications to existing products, as well as traveling to their different gathering places to promote our products mainly through bartering. Felix nodded. What about the Centaur and Mer people? Well, it's moving in slow progress. The Centaurs are quite xenophobic, and the Mer people, it's very rare for them to have any mixed blood with wizards, and if they do, they don't want to walk around the wizarding world. Lupin said. Oh, well, any interesting reports? The werewolves adore you. When he saw Felix's somewhat surprised expression, Lupin flashed him a smile. Didn't you once recruit some werewolves over at Hogsmeade? They saw your transformation and were greatly amazed, and now the news has spread. They don't think I'm a werewolf too, do they? A small group of werewolves did think so, Lupin said with an odd expression, but after the conference, such rumors were not that marketable. Quite a few foreign experts in the field of potions stayed in England, and they assembled a few loose circles of their own and began to study the werewolf's magical structure map. There are also healers. They suspect that many incurable diseases are related to mutations in one's magic power in the body. A lot of conjectures have been raised accordingly. Very energetic. Felix said with satisfaction. He had spent a week in Sword Castle, going from room to room, and had been warmly welcomed by the house elves, who, by the looks of things, enjoyed their working environment and liked living in groups. He also saw Dobby, and although Dobby is the house elf closest to him as far as Felix is concerned, Dobby is still very much involved in the actual work. Unlike the wizards, it is generally considered disgraceful for house elves not to work. Even Dobby was only asking for a modest salary and didn't try to avoid work. Sir, we have a present for you. Dobby said in a pointed voice as the little one stepped aside to reveal a huge Easter egg that Felix reckoned would allow an elf to inhabit and live in, the name of each house elf carved in chocolate on every part of the eggshell. Felix expressed his thanks again and again. I have gifts for you too. He said, and out of his ring flew hundreds of round chestnut wood sheets, shimmering with gilded writing, engraved with each house elf's name and a sentence similar to excellent staff, and on the back of which was a relief design of a sword castle. Harry and Ron had completed the first step in their animagus preparations a few days before the holiday, hiding the little crystal vials at the edge of the forbidden forest, after which they recited the spell in the morning and evening without fail. Word spread among the students about how well animagus boosted transfiguration progress, and they gradually came to a consensus that if they wanted to learn animagus, they had to learn Patronus first. The professor of the charms class went along with this idea and covered this part of the lesson in the last class before the holidays. I heard that Professor Flitwick intended to include Patronus charm within the scope of the spells taught in class. Ron said. It's not an easy spell to practice. Harry said, thinking of how he had practiced the Patronus charm, even if he didn't include himself, the others had practiced it off and on for a good 6 months, but in the end, he could count on 2 hands the number of those who had mastered the spell. There's always a way. Ron responded optimistically instead. Where's Hermione? Probably gone to see Valen? With the professor not around, Valen is even more out of control. Alas, if we wander around the outskirts of the castle, we might be able to stumble upon a Niffler and a beaver. Or we could go and watch some cartoons, the one I told you about last time. Never mind, I'll just work on the Quidditch tactics. Since you guys spent 2 weeks freely because I was stuck in the hospital wing, we lost 1 game, the score was tight, and the last few games are crucial. Harry said thoughtfully. Won't Dumbledore use this holiday to give you lessons? Harry shook his head. Headmaster Dumbledore said he has some family business to take care of. Family business? Ron's eyes widened. Doesn't he have only 1 family member left? That's right, Harry said softly, Aberforth Dumbledore of the Hogshead Inn. That's a pretty bad place for him to spend this holiday. Ron said with a shake of his head and feigned a sigh. Felix had also made a trip to the Ministry of Magic during the holiday, and Ms. Bones, who was intrigued by the recent rumors, lifted her monocle from a stack of documents. So Felix transformed his arm into a werewolf arm and grabbed and shattered a glass right in front of her. That's my favorite water glass. Ms. Bones said with a raised eyebrow. Felix shrugged and recovered the arm along with the glass, his eyes settled on a puzzle hanging on the wall, and he asked in a lazy teasing tone, I thought you liked this one best. He ended up being chased out because he had told the truth. Before he left, Ms. Bones told him something. Aching Bade would like to see you for a moment. The new Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Ms. Bones gave an affirmative look and handed him a business card, a faint trace of magic circulating through the card. A hint of interest passed through Felix. I see, but not now. Probably in the summer. Suit yourself, everyone's pretty busy, she said, glaring at Felix with no small amount of jealousy. Maybe I could consider teaching at Hogwarts for a few years after I retire, at least you have some time to do research. Felix wasn't too happy to hear that. He retracted his right hand that was gripping the door handle and decided to let this woman know how much work he is truly doing. The reason he looked so laid back is entirely due to the time he scrambled and squeezed out for himself. So when Tonks knocked on the door, she saw their minister, engulfed within a thick pile of parchments, rubbing her forehead in pain as Felix grinned and whispered encouragement holding his teacup, giving occasional comments on the results of her work. Efficiency, Amelia, efficiency. You've only finished grading 103 assignments, and by the time you leave the office he glanced at the clock you'll probably be able to finish 200. For some reason, the nostrils on Ms. Bones' expressionless face kept flaring and puffing out ragged breaths. Tonks. Ms. Bones jumped up and asked with a serious, solemn voice, come on, what's the situation now? Tonks looked at her superior blankly. What did she mean? She had nothing to report, she just wanted to take a leave of absence, there is nothing much going on these days, and she wanted to go back to the world of the couple as early as possible. Ms. Bones' sharp eyes looked at Tonks through her monocle like a hawk. I think, it's probably a bit serious. Tonks said slowly, her tone taking several turns in the middle. A small smile appeared at the corner of Ms. Bones' mouth before it quickly retracted. I see, she said solemnly, I'll be right over to take care of it. She left with a steady step, her gaze firm and strong, with a hint of decisive determination. Tonks was frozen in place, a bunch of questions running through her head. When she turned back, she found Felix had packed up the students' assignments and was standing in the fireplace, letting the turquoise flames climb up his cheeks. Felix waved at her with a victorious look, I don't mind Remus skipping work once in a while. And disappeared. Leaving Tonks dazed. Now that everyone has left, who's going to approve her leave slip then? Halfway through the Easter holiday, Felix finally returned to school. After some thought, he appeared straight into the chamber below the castle, which remained in a poor state, dimly lit, with a faint smell of decay and stench in the air, and traces of his magic practice littered all over the floor. Felix muttered something in a parcel tongue and the mouth of the statue of Salazar Slytherin slowly opened to reveal the space within. Tens and hundreds of creatures that existed only in fantasy stepped out of it. Felix surveyed them. These rune creatures are not truly living creatures, at least not in Felix's opinion in comparison to the intelligence of the Sorting Hat. He wanted to create real living beings that did not have to live in the special environment he had painstakingly made for them. As the thinking room magic slowly radiated from his body, the rune creatures, which were not quite attuned to their surroundings, became animated, and Felix reached out his hand. A rainbird with gold and red flames burning on its body landed in his hand, dancing around in his palm. Felix rubbed his chin. Ancient rune as a carrier, memory nodes to lock memory fragments, tisk, this is the low-grade wizard body and wizard soul, but it's just a little bit short of each. The flames suddenly flared in front of Felix's body, the flames churning into a swirl of gold and red flames. Felix stared at the flashes of memories in the flames, or record would be a more accurate word. The rainbird itself lacked emotion, it reacted as Felix expected. After a few moments, the flames gradually receded, coalescing in front of him as a wizard's chess piece with a lingering warmth. Time passed and Felix started to transform the chamber into a playground. The memories were all readily available, it is the materials that caused the difficulty, with the hint of a hidden desire. He did not make a big show of it but went out of his way to visit a dozen places. In the middle of it, he even made a trip to Newt's house to learn how to blend different environments into one. So by the end of the holiday, the chamber had expanded 1,000-fold, being divided into a dozen different terrains and entertainments. The ceiling had also been raised, and Felix sat on a pair of swings perched on a cloud, observing the natural landscape below from a high viewpoint. A meandering river runs through all the different terrains, starting from the snowy mountain, to a plain 1,000 feet below, surrounded by vast forests, swamps, deserts, stone groves, lakes. The only pity is that there is a lack of real life here. But Felix could create rune creatures, and after having done so, Felix looked contentedly at the rune creatures running across the earth beneath his feet, and in the lower left corner of his vision, there's a vacant area remained, bare, with the stone floor clearly separated from the grass that bordered it only by a line. The intended entertainment there would be the Valley of Flight with zero gravitational field, and he guessed he wouldn't be able to fetch the material for it, for the time being. But at least it looked 8 or 9 shades closer to what he imagined, and the rest could be slowly perfected. On the last day of the holiday, Felix sat on the stone steps in front of the castle and stared up at the moon. There was a rustle of noise around him, and he grinned. Valen, Miss Granger. Two heads poked out of the grass, one belonging to Niffler and the other to Beaver, which immediately ducked its head back. A witch appeared in the same spot and Hermione walked forward with heavy feet, waving quietly at Valen as she did so. Valen pulled a wand out of her pocket and handed it to her. Professor? What are you doing? Hermione decided to skip over a certain topic that made her feel embarrassed and snatched the lead. Felix stared at the moon. I'm thinking about finding some building materials. Never mind, it feels a bit risky. Building materials. Hermione looked at him in confusion and then followed his line of sight to the sky. Her expression turned to one of half clarity and half incredulity. You want to go to the moon? That's too. She found herself completely lost in the professor's train of thought. It's always okay to think about it. Felix suddenly showed interest and asked in his usual tone of discussing magic, do you think there's hope? Hermione fell silent when she heard that. Valen tilted her head and looked around, then jumped onto the steps to stare at the bright moon with immense curiosity. She had followed the Great Demon King to quite a few places, but hadn't been to the moon yet. But the moon is only that big, what's so pretty about it? Professor, what's the longest distance you can apparate? Hermione asked nonchalantly. I never tried to check it out, maybe a few thousand kilometers. Felix said, the longer the distance of the apparition the more dangerous it would be, and he didn't think twice about it, but it would be basically no problem to go from one country to another. It only took one apparition to travel from England to France, and 2 or 3 transits to the United States in turn. If that's the case, Hermione took a deep breath, it is indeed possible to make it happen. I remember that the distance from Earth to the moon is about 380,000 kilometers, and if we could guarantee survival in a vacuum, it would only take 200 or 300 apparitions. Do you know about vacuum, Professor? And cosmic radiations? Yes. Felix glanced at Hermione. Well then, if you do plan to land on the moon, Professor, make sure you're prepared for everything. Hermione said with a squirm, not sure why she was discussing an outrageous topic so seriously, maybe because it is actually possible for him to do it. I remember that Muggles have special books describing the outer atmosphere and this must be done step by step. Any reckless and rash actions could have serious consequences. Professor, I would never want your name to be recorded with some strange aberration, like that idiot who flew to the moon on his flying broom. Her tone grew more anxious and stern. Got it. Felix said in a perfunctory manner. This is no joke. It's my life issue, I assure you. I'm just thinking about it and have no plans for a long trip at the moment. Professor, please swear. Well, it's not a magic pact, is it? That wouldn't do. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 664, Chapter 664 Gifts and Wands? 2 in 1. On the first day of school after the holiday, the 6th graders sat in their charms classroom. The voice of Professor Flitwick, who has goblin blood, was drowned out by the howling wind and rain outside. He waved his wand and the violently rattling windows were sealed, and the classroom fell silent once again. All right, class, concentrate, there are less than 2 months left until the final exams. Professor Flitwick held up his wand and said in a high-pitched voice, open your textbook and turn over and read the second to last chapter. The students silently took out their textbooks and read the contents of the lesson, the tightly closed windows shutting out the heavy pea-sized rain and the black sky from their eyes, but every now and then the rumble of thunder still burrowed into their ears. Ron and Hermione took the time to exchange a worried look as they flipped through their textbook. Harry will be fine. Ron whispered with a bit of unease, and Hermione nodded slowly. There was an empty seat next to them that is reserved for Harry, but almost 2 hours had passed since they parted, and not even his shadow had arrived. The Hagrid hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The thick rain splintered and splat against the roof. In the hut, Hagrid stood restlessly by the fire, not even noticing that the milk kettle placed on the stovetop had started to boil. The dog Fang whimpered and barked. You're such a coward, don't you recognize Harry anymore? Hagrid growled at the terrified hound that was hiding behind him. In front of them, Felix, Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall were circling a tall stag, checking its condition. Are you all right, Harry? The stag gave a couple of yo-yo sounds, then it seemed to realize that it couldn't speak the human language and shook its head, which had antlers. But Felix and Dumbledore didn't let their guard down, Felix's eyes turning grey and white as he walked slowly around the stag. Dumbledore also looked at it intently, his sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the brown-grey skin of the stag. It took a good 10 minutes before the two men stopped moving. Felix and Dumbledore exchanged a look. I didn't spot any issues. Felix said, and Dumbledore blinked, neither do I. But it needs to be observed again to make sure. I'll stay, I don't have any classes in the morning. Felix said with understanding. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall left in a pair, and as they pushed open the door, a bolt of lightning cut through the open space in front of the hut, illuminating Professor McGonagall's somewhat confused expression. Dumbledore, I don't understand why we have to do all this. The door slammed shut behind them. It's been raining really hard. Hagrid said in a muffled voice, then looked on in amazement as the stag's massive antlers slowly shrank, and its body stood upright, transforming into a shape of a human. Hagrid walked over and wrapped his thick arm, which rivaled the size of a thigh, around Harry, then shoved the piping hot mug of milk into Harry's hand. Have some warm milk, you are probably exhausted. Thank you, Hagrid. If you were asking me, I do know how this storm came about. Harry muttered, at which point Felix stuck his head out the window. Then they heard a high-pitched chirp ring out from overhead. The rain gradually dwindled. Harry took a small sip of the boiling milk, and his mood started to calm down after having just experienced his first animagus transformation in his life, and some new thoughts came to him. It had been 2 weeks since the last full moon, and he had once again felt the throbbing of the animagus and everything seemed to fall into place. He had learned his lesson from the last time and the first thing he did after that was to find Professor McGonagall and report it, fearing that a stunning spell might pop up on the way and he would repeat the same experience again. It was evident that Professor McGonagall seemed to have the same idea, and she quickly informed Professor Hap. What happened next was beyond Harry's expectations. Along with Professor Hap, Headmaster Dumbledore, who had been missing for the entire Easter break, appeared with a pleasant twinkle in his eye, though the smile on his face narrowed slightly when he saw Harry. I happened to run into Hap, Dumbledore explained briefly, and I offered to help gather some clouds. The reason sounded reasonable, as there were only 2 or 3 thin puffy clouds hovered in the sky. If there had been no unforeseen events, it would have been a sunny day, but after 20 minutes the sky clouded with dark clouds, and a huge shadow separated from Professor Hap, which Harry recognized as a thunderbird. In just a few moments, lightning and thunder flashed above, and a torrential downpour poured down outside. After retrieving the potion that had been hidden, Dumbledore did not let Harry attempt his transformation immediately, and brought him to the area near Hagrid's hut, where Harry had taken the red potion in the vegetable plot. Hagrid looked confused at the unexpected arrival of the group. His place was in a state of disarray, and he was surprised when he saw Harry transform into a big stag. He didn't know if it was an illusion brought on by the animagus transformation, but Harry actually felt a little nervous from the intense stare of a few of the professors. It wasn't something that hard to understand when it came to Professor McGonagall's gaze, as a caring heart for her students was hidden under her serious face, but it was very strange when it came to Professor Hap and Dumbledore. Especially when he had compared it to the experience of Hermione's transformation, the way Professor Hap had looked at that time was as if he was out for a walk, and the way he pulled out various snacks from his pockets made a deep impression on Harry. He was afraid that the professor would follow suit this time and pull a handful of wild grass out of his pocket and stuff it into his mouth as well. After successfully transforming into his new form, Harry was led to the hut. He left the pumpkin patch rather reluctantly. The green pumpkin seedlings held a different attraction for him, and he realized that he hadn't eaten breakfast today, where several professors took turns checking him out. It seemed that his animagus form was not a stag, but a delicate and fragile piece of porcelain. There must be something in between that he had not considered yet, Harry thought indignantly. Before he knew it, the glass of milk had reached the bottom. It's more or less enough rest, Harry, let's try again. Felix said as the rain had completely stopped and a beam of sunlight was cast down into the hut. Harry listened and put the empty glass down, standing up silently. Why don't you rest a bit longer and have a sausage or something? Hagrid said from the sidelines. Hagrid, we have limited time, let's get our business done first. Felix said, when the training is over, I think Harry would prefer a vegetable-based meal. After saying that he gestured for Harry to begin, Harry took a deep breath and pointed his wand at himself. His heart throbbed powerfully as the image of a tall animal appeared in his mind, and Harry embraced the sensation with all his might. His body began to morph, his clothes and glasses melting into his body like liquid. He felt a bout of discomfort, but it was so much better than the excruciating pain he had felt the first time. He even managed to control the sudden urge to break the window and escape as quickly as he could. In his stag form, some of his human features had been preserved. A patch of fur around his eyes had a dark-colored circle, and on closer inspection, it could be associated with the glasses Harry usually wore. His wand was dropped on the floor. Felix examined Harry carefully. There is a pale ring of bright light around the outside of the stag's body, which is flawlessly white, but beneath it lies a dark aura that seems to blend in with the fur on its body, making it difficult to be detected. It took a full 10 minutes before Harry was allowed to change back. He was panting, and as the relief of his second transformation took hold of him, he felt the pressure from the professor's eyes. Professor, is there something wrong? Harry asked. Well, I haven't noticed anything so far. Felix said. A long time before Harry had practiced the animagus, he and Dumbledore had considered the risks involved and had come to the conclusion that there would not be much of a problem. Voldemort's soul fragment is actually attached to Harry's soul, not a part of his body, so in theory, animagus transfiguration would not affect Harry that much. But there are many strange unexpected things happening in the world, so it is always a good thing to be careful. After all, there is magic in the soul fragments, and no one can say for sure that this magic will not be mixed up in the transformation. But judging by the fact that the soul fragment had been in a state of slumber, the chances of this possibly happening would be very slim. The next step is to test whether repeated transformations will activate the dormant soul fragment. It was well past noon when Felix left the Hagrid hut, and Harry, after checking the time, decided to stay and enjoy lunch with Hagrid, and in no time the iron pot was overflowing with the smell of mushrooms and wild vegetables. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Harry and Hagrid looked at each other. Harry walked over and opened the door. There was Ron and Hermione standing outside. Just as he was about to speak, Hermione impatiently made a quick comment, "I ran into Professor Hap on the way." "What a coincidence," Harry said with a smile. So the four of them stared blankly at the mushroom gumbo. "Not enough portions," Hagrid muttered. "I remember there was a bit of biscuit." Hermione hurriedly took out a bunch of snacks from the little beaded bag, and Harry and Ron urged Hagrid to stop being so busy and relax a bit. "You are pretty well prepared," Hagrid said in a low grunt, as he stirred the food in the pan with a spoon. "I'll roast some more sausages then, moist and oily, your favorites." Harry felt a sudden pang of nausea. Professor Hap's words have unfortunately come true. Well, when he goes back he is going to find out what the stag usually likes to eat, but maybe he won't need to, he will just have to follow his senses. He can't stop thinking about the pumpkin patch at the back of the hut at the moment. "So, everything went well with your transformation?" "And Dumbledore also showed up?" Ron asked purposefully. Hagrid's attention was drawn away, and Harry mentioned that the reason Dumbledore had shown up was to make some clouds, which Ron and Hermione felt slightly dubious about. "But since the professors all said it is fine, that means you can practice animagus from now on, right?" Ron whispered. "That's nice, I don't know when I'll ever get to experience that feeling." He couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. "Well, this is my second try, so it is natural to be a little faster," Harry said. Hermione, on the other hand, suggested for Ron to practice the patroness charm more often when he had nothing else to do. "There's never enough time," Ron said bitterly. "Professor Flitwick only told us this morning that we only have 6 weeks left before the exams, and then he assigned a 2-foot assignment." They quickly skipped over this topic as the pot on the stovetop boiled and the four of them happily enjoyed a feast of mushroom and vegetable gumbo and grilled sausages, which Hagrid alone had eaten 3/4 of it by himself. After they had eaten and drunk, the topic of their conversation became more and more divergent. Professor Bagshot is also very knowledgeable about patroness charm, and he has claimed that the higher-level patroness can have extra magic attached to it. Harry said after swallowing a mouthful of chocolate cauldron cake and patting his bulging stomach, which was propped up quite considerably. At the mention of magic, Hermione instantly became quite eloquent. "It's just a possibility," she said as she slowly analyzed the matter. "Remember? Professor Hap could fuse ancient runes into his patroness, but he had used memory nodes to nearly reconstruct this magic to do that." Speaking of Professor Bagshot, Hagrid seemed to think of something. "I forgot to give him his Easter eggs, poor man. I remember him saying he was from abroad, so maybe no one gave him a present." "Dumbledore had sent him some," Harry promptly said. "I saw the wrapped box and the card in his office." "Well, me and Neville sent some as well." "Ugh, that's good," Hagrid said in what seemed like a relieved tone. Dumbledore was indeed thoughtful enough in that regard, and he also sent Snape a present. "It was the morning after Easter, I guess." "Wait." Harry interrupted hastily, "You said the morning after Easter." "Yeah." Hagrid looked at him in confusion. "But Dumbledore isn't." Harry was a little confused. All Dumbledore had told him was that he would be staying at his brother's place for the entire holiday and that he had some important business to take care of. Maybe he came back in the middle. Hermione guessed in a small voice. "Yeah, Hogsmeade is so close to the school that he would be back in the middle of a morning walk," Ron said. Harry was almost convinced, although there was still a twinge of doubt in his mind, so he asked Hagrid. "Did you see them? In school? What did they talk about then?" "I don't know, I was just coming back from the depths of the Forbidden Forest and little Grok will be building his own house now. Ahem, I walked away when I saw them talking." Hagrid said gruffly, "Do I look like someone who would eavesdrop on people? And my size doesn't allow it." Ron let out a fit of laughter, and he hastily covered his mouth. "I am sorry Hagrid, it was unintentional." "And what about their actions then? I thought you said Snape received a present." Harry continued to press on. "You are quite curious." Hagrid shot him a look, but he still had a look of reminiscence. "Well, I just caught a quick glimpse. Snape was not looking very well at the time." Dumbledore, on the other hand, was talking in a lighter tone, and he was trying to persuade him to take something. "I suppose it couldn't have been anything other than a present, could it?" Harry looked down and pondered. "So, you didn't see Snape holding a round Easter egg at the time, you just heard a word or two. Could it have been Dumbledore trying to get Snape to accept something else? What could it be?" Hagrid asked rhetorically, tugging at his beard. "I don't know, maybe a Christmas hat." Harry guessed wildly. He suddenly became acutely aware that his memory of Snape had faded quite a bit. He hadn't seen him more than a few times in the last 6 months or so, and his most vivid memory was still stuck at Christmas. They discussed it for a while longer, but they failed to come up with any useful thoughts, so they said goodbye to Hagrid and headed back toward the castle. Maybe it's just a normal present, Ron said to Harry, seeing that he was still distracted. Come to think of it, there aren't many people I can think of that would send Snape a present. I think apart from Dumbledore, it's probably just Professor Hap, and maybe Malfoy too. He said thoughtfully. Or maybe it's Voldemort's wand. Harry abruptly said as a jolt of electricity seemed to rush through his body. He had just been thinking about what Dumbledore had that would be important enough to be given away, and he thought of Pensieve, Horcrux carriers, Resurrection Stone, silverware on the table that made funny noises, maybe even a book, but they were either ruled out or didn't make much sense to him. But then he suddenly remembered the wand he had seen being placed on the table and examined by Dumbledore during the first lesson. Ron and Hermione looked at each other in disbelief. Harry, however, spoke away with gusto. Headmaster Dumbledore got his hands on that wand a long time ago, before Voldemort even brought back to life. At the time, Barty Crouch Sr. was under the influence of Imperious Curse and Confundu's charm and was controlled by the spell to serve the frail Voldemort, while his son, Barty Crouch Jr. was undercover at the school in place of the mad-eyed Moody. In the end, on Christmas Eve, the headmaster and Professor Hap teamed up to raid the Crouch mansion, and the wand was one of the spoils of war. He went on excitedly. And the wand itself is of great significance. It was Voldemort's first wand. The phoenix feather in the wand's core came from Fawkes, and he probably wouldn't have even wanted to replace it if it hadn't been lost in that accident. But why? Why would Dumbledore give Voldemort's wand to Snape? It's not like Snape can use it. Ron asked. Yeah, why? Harry muttered. Harry, you could actually ask Headmaster Dumbledore personally, you have plenty of opportunities. Hermione advised, referring to the time when the two of them would be alone in the headmaster's office. Harry hesitated, his mind wavering, unsure of what to do. I'm not sure if Headmaster Dumbledore had sneaked back in, but he obviously didn't want a third person to know about his conversation with Snape, didn't he? I might not be able to get any answers even if I ask. He stopped talking abruptly, and his eyes widened as a large silvery creature with long horns flashed past them and rushed straight towards the castle. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 665, Chapter 665 Disarming Charm. Harry stared dumbly at the creature. A stag? That's your patroness. Ron exclaimed in shock and looked around, then as if he thought of something, he took a short breath and said, Could someone have used the time turner? We used a time turner. No, I don't think so. Harry said, in half certainty and half doubt, it wasn't a stag, but, rather some other creature with horns. At that moment, Hermione tugged on his sleeve and said in surprise, Harry. Ron. Look over there, that's... They looked in the opposite direction of the castle and saw a small, blurry grey figure through the gap in the castle's iron gates. Dumbledore. Ron's eyes bulged. No, Harry said excitedly, though he didn't know why. It's Aberforth. Come on, let's go over there. He jumped down the slope that they had climbed halfway up, and galloped as fast as he could. As he ran, the previously somewhat vague thought took shape in his mind that perhaps Aberforth knew something about Voldemort's wand, and if Headmaster Dumbledore really did intend to give it to Snape, it must have something to do with him. Harry thought eagerly, so far he knew nothing about how to get rid of the soul fragment from his body. At the gate of the castle, Harry and Aberforth faced each other. Is that you, boy? Aberforth growled grumpily, suspecting that his patroness had sent the message to the wrong person. It's me. Harry gasped, a mixed feeling welling up inside him. He knew what this old man had been through. What's the problem? Aberforth asked impatiently. At that moment, Ron and Hermione came running towards them, out of breath. Well, Harry racked his brain, we just saw you, your patroness, the big guy with the horns. The goat, yeah, the goat. Aberforth said distractedly, the same azure eyes as Dumbledore's gazed up towards the castle. You're looking for Headmaster Dumbledore, aren't you? Harry suddenly understood the purpose of Aberforth. Unfortunately, I don't know the method to open the gate, there's a protection spell cast around Hogwarts. His words proved to be like stirring up a hornet's nest. I don't want to go in, not even a little bit, understand? Aberforth suddenly growled, and the golden trio was taken aback. This place makes me sick, I can't believe he's doing this. After all that happened. Mr. Dumbledore? You Hermione tried to speak nervously. Don't call me that. Aberforth roared, Ariana he gasped violently, his eyes horribly widened and his wand spewing out a flurry of flame as if he might commit murder at any moment. The trio, who are just separated by a door, are stunned. After a few moments, Aberforth calmed himself down. Don't be nosy, you lot. But, Harry gathered his courage. If you don't like this place, why did you even come? And you're still spending your holidays with Headmaster Dumbledore. The muscles in Aberforth's face quivered one by one. You want to know? Because my vile, shameless brother threatened me and forced me to make a choice. Look, here he is. He said viciously, and Harry jerked his head back as Headmaster Dumbledore suddenly appeared a short distance away and is striding towards them. Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry murmured, feeling ashamed that he might have entered into the conflict between the Dumbledore brothers by mistake, or perhaps he had failed to defend him in a decisive manner. Dumbledore merely nodded slightly and said, "You all go back first." So the Golden Trio hurried to leave, not even daring to pause for breath. After they had walked some distance away, Harry glanced back, and Headmaster Dumbledore's back was turned to them, so his expression was not visible, but there was disgust written in every frown on Aberforth's face, as he hollered. "You win, Albus. I promise you, the memories are yours, for Arian. Why do you guys think Dumbledore's brother got so angry?" "He looks like his lungs are about to explode," said Ron impatiently as the three of them climbed the white stone steps all the way up and made their way through the Great Hall and the grand staircase appeared in their sight. "Shhh." Harry was about to answer when Hermione interrupted, gesturing cautiously towards the far end. Mafalda was standing below the huge bulletin board, clutching a slab of cardboard in her hand, and was tilting her head up to speak to Peeves' ghost as if she was interviewing him. "Mr. Peeves, can you tell us about the prank you're most proud of?" "You've come to the right person," Peeves' ghost said with a smile, floating in mid-air, trying his best to put on a thoughtful expression as his fingers kept twirling a clown hat. "Don't startle them," Harry whispered promptly, as he led Ron and Hermione at a slower pace to climb the grand staircase. "She's expanding her business over to ghosts," Ron said incredulously. "Peeves isn't even a ghost," Hermione subconsciously retorted. Harry didn't say anything. He wasn't interested in the business of Peeves or the Wall of Mystery tabloid, he just wanted to get back to the common room and clear his head at the moment. Harry quickened his pace, stepping up 2 steps at a time, and as he neared the first floor, there was a loud, chaotic noise heard from downstairs. "S most glorious prank is certainly this one." Peeves' excited shout came from below, followed by a rain of crackles. "Chalkhead," Ron said with certainty as he stopped in his tracks, "Mafalda's in trouble." But then there was a rapid chanting sound coming from downstairs. "Wingardium Leviosa. Langlock." The whine of the Peeves followed. "Mr. Peeves, I've come prepared." Harry and the group went up another flight of stairs, and Mafalda's smug voice became faint, and eventually faded. "I'm massively impressed by Mafalda," Ron said admiringly. "Harry, have you figured out anything?" Hermione asked. They slowed down at this point, and she looked up and down the stairs and left and right corridors for a while, without seeing anyone else. "A bit," Harry said, sitting on the stairs, "the gift Snape received, Headmaster Dumbledore's unusual behavior, and Aberforth's anger. By the way, they also mentioned Ariana, all of these must be connected," and he paused. "I think it has something to do with me." Ron glanced uneasily at the portraits on the wall. Several of them had quietly opened their eyes, and he waved his wand threateningly. "Don't try to eavesdrop, go away." The portrait figures cursed and left the frame. "You are the prefect." Hermione turned to Ron in annoyance. "Yeah, I'm the prefect," Ron said. "This is a really nice place, we can hear footsteps when someone comes by." Hermione stopped paying attention to him and cast a Muffliato charm in the vicinity, and turned her head to Harry with a grumpy look. "I also noticed the anomaly when you said that, although we've known for a long time that Headmaster Dumbledore and his brother didn't exactly get along, and the fact that Aberforth is part of the Order of the Phoenix means that the two have eased up a bit, but now they, well, look like enemies," Harry said with a nod. "Could it be that our headmaster did something?" Ron said, "As you heard, Aberforth is quite repulsed by the family name Dumbledore and it must have something to do with the headmaster." Harry thought Ron had hit the nail on the head. He has even developed a distaste for the school as well. "Wait, Harry, listen to this," Hermione said slowly. "I can't believe he did that, after all that happened, that's what Aberforth said then, remember?" "Hermione, you're just repeating my point. This proves once again that Aberforth's attitude has something to do with Headmaster Dumbledore," Ron pointed out. No, there are nuances." Hermione mused. "After all that happened, what do you think that refers to?" She didn't give them any time to answer, and continued, "I think it's that tragedy, Harry, you told us about. Ariana's death is an accident caused by the duel between Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Aberforth. Come to think of it, it has been nearly a century since that tragedy, but now it's being brought up by Aberforth once again, so something must have stimulated him, and it has something to do with the tragedy itself." "Memories," Harry said, as if he had suddenly choked. "Aberforth mentioned memories at the end, and I guess Dumbledore wants to ask for his brother's memories." Hermione's expression went dazed. "But why?" "Because of the Resurrection Stone," Harry said very weakly as he sat down on the step again, and he felt that he had guessed the truth. Dumbledore has the Resurrection Stone, yes, one of the Deathly Hallows that you remember. It has a function to recall the projections of the dead from the memories of the living. Dumbledore would have wanted to access that precious memory of his brother. After all, those are the only two left in the Dumbledore family at the moment. How do you know? Ron asked in surprise, watching Harry's expression carefully. You already knew about this? Then you followed us to the Chamber of Secrets and looked for the Resurrection Stone. I guess Headmaster Dumbledore asked Harry to keep it a secret, didn't he? Hermione asked, staring at Harry, who nodded silently. Hermione continued, so it's not surprising that Dumbledore asked for the memories. After all, Ariana is closer to Aberforth, and he has more accurate memories, but that should be a good thing for Aberforth, so why is he angry? Wait, I'm not clear yet, Ron protested, you're skipping a crucial part of the puzzle. What's the point of these memories? Harry opened his mouth, but Hermione beat him to it. Classroom 7. Harry stared at her with a startled expression. What? Isn't that what you thought? Hermione asked in surprise. I thought Dumbledore wanted to resurrect his sister, Harry mumbled. That's not possible, Harry, Hermione said strongly. How many times do I have to state this? Magic can't bring people back from the dead, at least not in the way you want it to happen. Because the conditions simply can't be met. Dead wizards either become ghosts or their souls step into the world of the dead and move on. Oh, so you think Dumbledore is trying to extract the memories of two people and then use the power of the Resurrection Stone to make Ariana somehow live in Classroom 7, just like those memory bodies? Ron understood. I do, Hermione said, it would be the most likely method to succeed, but I don't think Dumbledore would do it. He should be smart enough to tell the difference between real and fake. What are you talking about? Harry asked sensitively. Do you think the ghosts are alive? And there are also magic portraits? Hermione asked rhetorically in rapid succession. They do have the intelligence of a living person in some ways, but if you really consider them as living, you will be absolutely disappointed, and even worse, you will become increasingly desperate the closer you get to them. Harry listened with a pang of discomfort. He thought of the second brother in the tale of the three brothers, the story in which the second brother received the Resurrection Stone from death and in doing so he summoned the projection of his beloved, but he did not live a happy life. Did he realize this too, that the projection of his memory is ultimately not the same as the real person, and that is why he finally lost all his will and chose to commit suicide? What you are saying is only an assumption, he said stiffly. We're talking about guesses, Hermione said. Come on, knock it off, someone's coming up, Ron said as he glanced downwards. They stood up and continued to walk upstairs. At this point, Hermione was still thinking about Aberforth's strange attitude. Is it because he recognizes the truth that he refuses to give up his memories? Does he think Headmaster Dumbledore is doing a mistake, or even desecrating the dead? I always felt off, that something might have been overlooked. Aberforth finally compromised. That's why he's here today, Ron said. Oh. Hermione suddenly yelped and Harry and Ron followed her gaze as Snape glided over like a giant black bat. What are you doing here? Harry asked as he straightened up. Snape looked at them coldly. I don't need to report to you about where I am appearing, Potter. 5 points off for Gryffindor for confronting a professor. He trailed his long robes and looked condescendingly at Ron and Hermione. 2 more points off for being a prefect and not stopping it. What bad luck. It's like he was waiting here specifically to dock some points for us. Ron muttered disgruntledly when Snape left. I think he just came out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Hermione whispered. What? Oh, right. Harry realized with a start. I always thought he would still be in the basement for his classes. But he's supposed to be sharing a classroom with Professor Bagshot now. No wonder I've seen him in the third-floor corridor a few times. He's a professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts class now, though he's only one of 2. Ron said with a sigh as if nothing had happened, but we can look forward to it a little and make a bet on whether we'll see him next year. To be fair, I think Snape has the advantage. Professor Bagshot is new, and he clearly said he'd only be teaching for 1 year. Wait, what did you just say? Hermione suddenly asked. Ron looked at her strangely. Only be teaching for 1 year. You just said that Professor Bagshot is new. Hermione said slowly, if it is some certain practice of Dumbledore's that Aberforth is objecting to, and that practice is clearly related to their sister who died early, what else could it possibly be but a memory? It is very dimly lit in the headmaster's office late at night. You should think it over, Severus, you are the right person for this task. Dumbledore said softly, using the vague moonlight to discern a figure not far away. Snape stood in front of the window with a stiff expression, like a statue. Are you sure, Dumbledore? I am quite sure. I am no longer in the same physical condition as you are, and right now is the best time to do it. Dumbledore smiled in the darkness. I must say, I am fortunate, Severus. I have you by my side when I need something. Snape shook his head in annoyance and strode around the spacious circular room. You want me to go undercover again, eh? Dumbledore. He growled in a low voice. Not undercover. You know what I'm talking about, just some necessary preparation. Dumbledore said in a relaxed tone, You're a good man, Severus, despite the mistakes that you once committed. There was a long silence. I might not always do as you wish. Perhaps I'll turn my head and betray you. Snape said threateningly. Not a bad choice, Severus, but I trust you to make the right call. Dumbledore said with a pleasant twinkle of trust in his eyes. Snape glared at Dumbledore and the two men stared at each other, one with a frown and the other with a smile on their faces. After an unknown amount of time, Snape compromised by raising his wand and pointing it straight at Dumbledore. Expelliarmus. The Elder Wand instantly broke free from Dumbledore's hand. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 666, Chapter 666 Contents of the Practical Assessment, 2 in 1. Snape caught the Elder Wand in one hand, his eyes still filled with incredulity. He could feel the magic inside him coming alive, his magic power increasing, and the Elder Wand seemed to be silently urging him to fire off some spell. After restraining the urge to do so, he slowly walked over with the Elder Wand and placed it on the desk. The wand rolled around the desk a few times, hitting the silverware stand on one side and twitching for a moment before gradually quieting down. That's all. Snape licked his lips, his voice sounding a little hoarse. That's all. Dumbledore said with a nod, the Elder Wand is the most emotionless, calm, and cruel wand that only thinks about power all the time. It will follow in the wake of power. Now not only I am allowed my wand to be taken away by your spell, I am no match for you in terms of magic power, so you have deservedly earned the wand. But I can't keep it. Snape said coldly, his eyes still fixed on the Elder Wand. Oh Severus, Dumbledore let out a long sigh, I would have preferred never to have possessed it. Countless men throughout history have been obsessed with the power of the Elder Wand, but how many of them have achieved true happiness? Not even one. Snape flinched for a moment, and his gaze averted. Fawkes will send you back. Dumbledore finally stated in a quiet voice. The phoenix standing on its perch spread its wings and flew straight towards Snape, its golden claws gently clawing on his shoulder. Snape turned his head and there was a brief silence. Who do you want this wand to end up being passed to and who do you want it to be used against? That's up to you. Dumbledore said calmly, I hope the day when it will be used never comes, and preferably become a permanent mystery, which means no major disruptions are made in the wizarding community. Snape stared, not saying anything for a few moments, and the fox on his shoulder made a bored click-clack-clack sound with his beak. And it also means you've given that Snape boy something to do to ease him from having that dead lifeless look on his face all day. As the one man and the bird disappeared from the office out of the flame, the portrait of Headmaster Black on the wall said with a sly look on its face, When are you going to hang yourself on the wall, Dumbledore? I would like to drop by your place, ouch. An extremely thick wand appeared in his frame and started poking him over and over. How dare you say something so irresponsible? Irresponsible words, said one of the witches aggressively. A loud thudding sound and a cry of pain resounded throughout the office. Dumbledore smiled and fondled the resurrection stone ring on his finger, then he took out his quill and parchment and began to write a letter. It was short, and when he finished it he waited for the ink to dry. There was a soft glow of a fire and Fawkes returned. Give this letter to Babajid. Dumbledore addressed Fawkes in a pleasant tone. The next morning. I still find it hard to believe. Harry whispered from the dining table, his eyes darting to the faculty table where some of the professors are enjoying their breakfast, including Professor Bagshot. Would such a man have tried to start a wizard-muggle war half a century ago? Harry tried hard to see the signs of his youth in Professor Bagshot's wrinkled face, his eyes fell on the grey hair. Had they ever been a dazzling blonde before? Dumbledore knows about this Harry, he recruited Professor Bagshot into the school personally, so whether he's that man or not, it's not as important as the exams that are about to follow. Hermione advised righteously, we've already wasted an entire evening discussing it yesterday without doing anything productive, which is simply a crime. Ron, who had been excited and ready to join in the discussion, listened and immediately propped his chin up on one arm, turning the omelette over and over on his plate with the other. But Hermione didn't plan to let them off the hook as she said with a high spirit, we must review properly during the weekend. We're already 2 weeks behind normal schedule because of Animagus. Speaking of which, I have to fill out my forms in Professor McGonagall's office tonight. Harry said dejectedly. Oh, well, that will take about 2 hours, Hermione said in an experienced tone. Professor McGonagall will be giving you a series of guidelines on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, such as occasions and places where the use of animagus is forbidden. There are a total of 47. Stop it, Hermione, I'm going to have nightmares. Ron muttered. He suddenly looked across the long dining table, hey, I don't know when they got that clothes. Harry looked up to see Neville and Hannah had their heads close to each other, eating and talking. Hannah lent Neville her Transfiguration class notes and probably helped him catch up on his lessons or something in the meantime. Hermione said nonchalantly. Neville wasn't good enough to qualify for an advanced class in Transfiguration this term, but he has plans to take a make-up test for that this year. Neville can borrow the notes from us. Ron said immediately. Oh, Ron, you idiot. Harry regretted that the conversation had been forced to stop. Perhaps he could have given Ron a tip on how not to be so direct in his words. They finished their meal and headed off to their last ancient rune class for the week. Before leaving the Great Hall, Harry took another furtive glance at the faculty table. Hermione followed his gaze and said in a sad tone. Ugh, how sad Neville would be if Professor Bagshot really turned out to be that guy. Well yet, growing close to 2 dark wizard professors in a row would also make me uncomfortable too, Ron said whatever had come to his mind. When you look at it this way, Professor Slughorn has no flaws other than a bit of a power-hungry eye. What an amazing discovery! Hermione said. At the table, another war of words had just ended and Felix had just shared his teaching tricks with a few professors. Thank you so much, Felix. Professor McGonagall had held back her tongue a few times, but she couldn't hold back any longer as she protested. I don't think it's really responsible to ask senior students to grade the questions of the lower grades. But we have to admit, Minerva, said Slughorn, who seemed to be persuaded, the lower grades lessons are simple, and the content is nothing new, from an efficiency point of view. Professor McGonagall immediately glared at him intently and Slughorn wiped the sweat from his forehead. Minerva, Felix said nonchalantly, a large portion of the 6th and 7th years are now adults, and we can't simply treat them as students, they need to experience certain things, take some responsibility. At the cost of giving up some of the responsibilities you have as a professor? That really amazes me. Professor McGonagall said with vehemence. Felix shrugged and turned his head to see Grindelwald, who had a mocking look on his face, so he immediately turned his aim at his head. Professor Bagshot finished working on his final exam question paper, I presume? After all, he only has 1 grade questions to prepare. It is a well-known fact that Grindelwald only teaches 2 grades, 6 and 7 year, in which the 7th year N.E.W.Ts exams will be handled by the Ministry of Magic, so he only has to prepare for the 6th grade final exam. I'm going to hand it in with the probation report. Grindelwald said, what's a word for that? Fine-tuning, right? Professor Burbage. Charity Burbage looked up and pointed at herself in puzzlement. I've written a few papers on Muggle research, and I'm going to get someone to correct the formats and I can't think of a better person to ask for than you. Grindelwald said, bowing slightly. Oh, yes, I would love to help. Professor Burbage said enthusiastically. Can I have a look? Dumbledore suddenly interjected. No problem, Grindelwald said lightly, I have to admit that some of my views have been biased in the past and there is room for correction. Muggles have their own merits. Like the recent gun ban bill they came up with. Can you pass me the raspberry jam? Dumbledore froze for a moment and immediately passed him the jam saucer. Thank you, he continued, I've been following that news closely. The new legislation is officially in effect and the Muggle government has already seized more than 10,000 guns. I remember the newspapers reporting that it was a magic wand of the Muggles. Professor Flitwick asked, very intrigued. Something like that, but that thing only has one purpose, that's to kill. Grindelwald said softly, back in the days when I was still active, that thing was widespread everywhere, and the Muggles never ceased to desperately research all sorts of more efficient ways to kill and destroy, they were incredibly talented at it. Oh. Professor Flitwick was a little lost in thought, I can't imagine why anyone would specifically try to research that. The misuse of magic can be just as violent and destructive as that. Dumbledore said admonishingly. But there is more to magic than just violence and destruction, Grindelwald said calmly, we use it to grow crops. He looked over at Burbage who smiled slightly. To get rid of complex labor. He nodded again towards Flitwick, who politely put down his fork, and to pursue the truth his gaze flicked over to Felix, who looked back curiously, and, of course, there is love. His eyes flicked around and finally settled on Dumbledore. Love is a great form of magic. That's your argument, isn't it, Headmaster Dumbledore? Exactly. A look of surprise appeared on Dumbledore's face. How magical, Grindelwald said with emotion, I've often fantasized lately about what a wizard and Muggle exchange would be like. Felix put down his knife and fork and looked intently at Grindelwald, wondering what he was trying to convey. It turned out that Grindelwald's words came as quite a surprise to Felix. Getting to know each other well, learning from each other, wizards don't have to worry about using their magic freely, and Muggles can also benefit from wizards who can use magic to create miracles like creating rain, growing crops, and healing, but I think that kind of communication will not happen overnight, it will not start off with a good intention, there are bound to be twists and turns, and we must be more proactive about our future. In such a journey, the old ways will not work. That Voldemort approach was very out of favor. The only way to do that is to unite all viable forces and ensure there is no internal chaos. Several of the professors were impressed by this observation. They had more or less heard of Professor Bagshot's expressed hostility towards Muggles, but from what he had said today, it seemed that Professor Bagshot had refined his thinking. Professor McGonagall even offered him a small plate of pastries. "You can try this, Professor Bagshot," she said politely. "Thank you." Grindelwald said courteously, "These are thoughts that have come to me in the course of teaching, and those somewhat naive ideas of others have contributed equally in my transformation." After a few minutes, all the professors left for their respective classes. Felix tried to patch up the unfinished meaning of Grindelwald's speech, a point that was necessary as Grindelwald's words were addressed to him and Dumbledore, or more accurately, they were meticulously written for Dumbledore. He had mentioned his once bigoted views, of course, otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered the acolytes and rallied the proper wizarding world towards war, and then there were all those Muggle weapons. Did that thing have any importance? Maybe it's nothing more than an introduction to the rest of the conversation, a prelude to the real point. The magical world will be exposed inevitably, and the only way forward is to unite all the forces that can be united. And the acolytes are a key part of that. As he pushed open the door to the ancient Rune classroom, Felix had a rough outline in his mind. As the school year approached its end, Grindelwald's brief period of release would be coming to an end, and he would have to carry out a self-help campaign if he did not want to continue to serve his sentence back in the cold Nurmengard castle. Even though Grindelwald had spent most of the year in a peaceful manner, he is very conscious of his situation. It had also been more than half a year, enough time for him to see how much Dumbledore had changed in half a century. He also finally came up with his own leverage on this day in late April. He is willing to accept Dumbledore's offer to be a major force in stabilizing the wizarding world. The question is, what would Dumbledore do? At the foot of the podium, the students whispered. "Professor Hap has gone off to another world again." "Ahem, keep your voice down, beware of getting overheard." "Do you guys think that the professor knows the truth?" Harry asked quietly. "Definitely knows," Ron said with certainty. "Maybe he's thinking about it right now, but unfortunately I don't know how to look into his thoughts." "What do you think, Hermione?" "Maybe the professor is thinking about how to fly to the moon," Hermione said with a soft hum. "Haha, you're getting a bit humorous." Felix cleared his throat and the students quieted down. "I suddenly thought of a practical exam topic for this year's finals, would you like to hear it?" The students stared at him, slightly at a loss for words. Hermione held her forehead. "I don't think Professor McGonagall will be happy if she hears about it." "Who cares?" Ron said happily, with a wide grin on his face, and there is a smile on Harry's face too, as this meant he could get good grades in at least 2 of the practicals, one in Ancient Rune and the other in Defense Against the Dark Arts. "Oh yes, and Transfiguration, he is now in Animagus too." Hermione's recent progress in Transfiguration made him envious. She is always at ease when learning techniques that require fine magic manipulation, and apart from having to cast spells with the help of her wand, her higher-level human transfiguration is not far off from Tonks the Metamorphmagus. At this point, the students finally responded and one of the girls suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Professor, I love you to death." The classroom erupted with laughter and the atmosphere immediately heated up, with several of the boys following suit. "Very funny," Felix said with a straight face, "when I go back I'll go through the cards I received on February 14th and if I don't find your names," he nodded with his chin nudged in the direction of the daring students, "I'll find a chance to give you a detention." "Let's return to the main topic," he said as he took a black wizard chess piece from his pocket. "I don't mind withstanding the pressure from the Ministry of Magic's Wizard Examination Authority to give more than half of the students an exceeds expectations evaluation, and as for the criteria for outstanding it is quite straightforward. With the date of the exam as a deadline, improve yourself to a certain level that would meet my satisfaction within that period. The topics will naturally be more difficult, which is the price of knowing what the question will be in advance." But the students looked dead on at the knight's piece in his hand, consciously ignoring Felix's words. In their minds, it is simply too good to be true. Felix spread his palm and the piece burst out with a blaze of flame, and a rainbird with golden red flames burning on its body appeared. The students watched in amazement as it hovered overhead, and after a moment, the raindrop returned to the professor's hand and reverted back to a wizard piece. "That's just cool." Ron's eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't help but groan lowly, "I would offer 100 gold galleons in exchange for a wizard chess piece like that." "No, I'll give 200. Harry and Hermione smiled. The professor had sort of poked Ron's fancy with this demonstration. Felix continued the lesson. "You don't need to do it to the extent I did, but the idea is the same. Use ancient runes to piece together a completely self-contained structure, which simultaneously must show 1 or 2 magical ability. Let's review the 14th law of magic." Several students raised their hands. "Miss Greengrass. That's excellent, Slytherin plus 5 points. Ancient magic is a combination of characters with magical powers that have a special order and a special magical function, known as the rune sequence. This means that there are still a large number of combinations of characters in the world that have no real meaning. they can't really be called rune sequences and have nothing whatsoever to do with ancient magic. Like the ones you saw in your practical classes. Immediately, dense, pin-thin runes appeared before Harry's eyes. Think of building up the rune symbols like building blocks, it could be some sort of exotic creature, a golden trophy, or a beautiful house, or of course, it could be something like this little chess piece in my hand. I am asking you to cleverly incorporate the rune circuit in the process. For example, Luna Lovegood in 5th year has put together a rune goblet of fire that has a similar effect. It could emit a blue flame, nothing lethal, but interesting, isn't it? You may consider that the threshold of outstanding. Hermione raised her hand up. Felix nodded towards her. Miss Granger. Professor? Is this chess piece you're holding also integrated with the rune circuit? Hermione asked, all too familiar with the golden flame on Rainbird, the first ancient magic she had mastered. More than just that, Felix said with a smile, the construction of this piece is actually quite complex, with both rune sequences and rune circuits, as well as meaningless individual rune symbols to fill the spaces, which together formed a fully structured object that ended up in the form you see here. His last sentence was addressed to the whole class. Felix had actually omitted the role of memory magic, but it had little impact. I'm not asking you all to incorporate ancient magic, that would be too difficult, but since Granger mentioned that, I'll mention it in passing, and if anyone manages to pull it off there will be extra credits. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 667, Chapter 667 Decision. The bell rang, and the students filed out with eager looks on their faces. I've decided. As they walked in the direction of the potions classroom, Ron announced in a loud voice, I'm going to make a whole set of wizard chess pieces. The faces of those around him were filled with shock. But Harry and Hermione showed little interest in the comment. Have you finished your transfiguration papers by any chance? Lend it to me. Harry said. Ron's aura immediately dwindled. Not yet, his face fell, just at the beginning of it I can't understand half of it right now. Professor McGonagall will go over all of them over and over again, and there's actually a lot I don't understand. Hermione said some words of encouragement, things will be much better when you master the animagus and understand the context of the material, won't they, Harry? Harry muttered ambiguously. He did feel some difference after learning animagus transfiguration, but this difference didn't include the advanced transfiguration theories that Professor McGonagall was talking about, and he was just as clueless in class as he had been before. He is aware of Hermione's learning method, but the thought of the big books she keeps constantly in rotation at her fingertips these days puts him off. Ron, for his part, looked frustrated that he hadn't been able to feel the throbbing of the animagus all this time, and was recently asking Harry and Neville about that feeling in one way or another. Is it a sudden increase in heart rate and head sweating? Are you sure it's not a psychological problem? Harry asked rhetorically, so Ron stopped talking. In potions class, Slughorn stared at Harry's cauldron in utter disbelief. Inside the cauldron, there was a soft grey-green slimy blob that looked like a boiled and solidified slug mixed with vegetable juice jelly, and you could still feel a hint of cold air when you got closer. This was Harry's work for the day, and it was disastrous. Hermione's eyes widened pleasantly as if she might open her mouth and sing in the next moment. Oh, well, son, that's not acceptable, Slughorn said absent-mindedly, fiddling with the buttons on his waistcoat, it's not even close to being useful, you'll have to refresh your potion theory more. He said nothing more, and walked up to Ron instead, pausing only for 2 seconds before being forced back by the pungent smoke. There's no hint in that book, is there? When Slughorn walked away to check on the other students, Hermione's eyes shone brightly as she said, even Snape and Professor Happ's combined notes couldn't teach you how to solve a complex compound toxin in just a few lines. I can just carry a piece of bezoar around with me. Harry murmured through clenched teeth. Hermione froze for a moment while Ron said excitedly, you could still use that as a solution now? I mean, why not just do that, there is perfectly enough time for us to. No. Professor Slughorn knows about Harry's little prized book, not only does he know about it, he has even taken it and looked through it. Hermione rushed to say. She said with a serious look, I think the first person to do so would be considered a brilliant mind and the second is just a poor imitator. That sums it up nicely, thank you, Hermione. Harry said with annoyance. When Slughorn returned to the podium, the students below hung their heads in defeat. The fact that none of them had been able to formulate the antidote in the allotted time was a bit of a shock to them. Slughorn showed no disappointment at all though, he puffed out his tight stomach and spoke up with a smile, did you find that some of your tricks don't work anymore? Some of the students looked at Slughorn and then looked at Harry's side in unison. Because of the particular experience of last year's O.W.Ls exams, many people knew that several Gryffindor students had gotten the textbook that Professor Happ had used when he was in school from Professor Happ, and subsequently a part of the simplified steps for O.W.Ls level potions were put together and all the students of the 4 houses benefited from it. At the beginning of this year's potions class, they tried to do the same, and although they got the notes, Harry removed the parts with the dangerous hexes, jinxes as well as Professor Hap's frightening comments, they were surprised to find that it wouldn't work that well. With a smile on his face and a twitch of his walrus mustache, Slughorn said. Yes, Miss Granger was the closest to success in today's test, and if she had been given another half an hour, I'm sure she could have made the antidote on her own. But she is still a considerable distance away from being a true expert in potions. Hermione was not quite convinced by that statement and pouted. I could name some particularly brilliant potions masters, such as Damocles Belby, Severus Snape, and of course, Lily Evans. Slughorn glanced at Harry with a smirk. Perhaps you might think I'm judging based on achievement, but that's not the case. What a potions master needs is independent thinking, courage, passion, rigor, innovation, and an extraordinary understanding and appreciation of potions. For the truly gifted, these traits would manifest very early on and their thinking would become so distinctive like fluxweed on a full moon. It's hard for outsiders to understand how I have an extra preference for only a few students among the many who got outstanding in the O.W.Ls potions exam. It's because I see the talent in that few students. It's also often a matter of course that they will pull off a huge gap in 6th grade. I seldom misread them. Unlike the previous grades, the advanced class will introduce you to more magical potions, more profound theories, and without a passion for potions, it's actually hard to advance very far in the field. Of course, it's still possible to brew something that's barely passable. Pretty much sums up what Professor Hap had said. Harry muttered in a small voice. Harry, do you have any questions? Slughorn asked with concern, after not catching his muttering. Harry stood dazed and dawdled on his feet. The others looked over at him. Well, I was wondering, is Professor Hap considered gifted? I mean, those notes of his were useful to me, Harry stammered. This time Slughorn didn't give an immediate answer, as he usually did. He frowned and thought for half a second. I haven't taught him, but, from the notes it's clear he has his own independent ideas about potions. Slughorn was clearly reluctant to say more, but the students were staring at him, very interested in this topic, and Slughorn waved his hands in the air for a while as if he had no words to express his thoughts. All right. He cleared his throat and muttered in a small voice. I don't think he'll be a potion master. Professor Hap is capable of brewing many advanced potions, yes, I have no doubt, his notes are logical and with his magical attainments, he won't mess up those delicate manipulations. But I didn't get to see too many groundbreaking insights, probably because his heart wasn't in it, and his achievements in the field of ancient runes speak for themselves. It's normal, talented wizards always have a more unique personality, they're drawn to different aspects of magic. Harry suddenly thought of something else. Professor Slughorn had probably seen Voldemort in the same way back then. Voldemort had likewise excelled in his school years. Dumbledore said he had gotten straight O's in every subject, but he was probably more of an imitator than a pioneer in the field of potions, like Professor Hap. Well, as Slughorn said, talented wizards are drawn to different aspects of magic. Apparently, Professor Hap ended up choosing the ancient runes, while Voldemort did not hesitate to plunge into the abyss of dark magic. He also thought about Dumbledore and Grindelwald, once close friends, who had also gone down opposite paths. Harry suddenly understood a little about the choice that Dumbledore had been emphasizing. He had seen too many good wizards in the Pensieve over the past few months who had started out differently, sometimes even oddly and clumsily, like Mr. Newt Scamander. In the evening, Felix suddenly appeared in his office. He had just returned from a trip outside, tens of thousands of meters high to be precise, and nothing had affected him except that he felt it was a little cooler. He had thought about wandering through the thick clouds even higher up, but after some careful consideration, he decided there was no point in rushing. It was just considered a walk after dinner. When he returned, Valen, who was sitting on the sofa mixing her juice, gestured towards the window where a Silver Phoenix patroness sat silently. Felix, I want you to come to my office. Dumbledore's voice sounded. So Felix turned and walked out of his room. I'll take you out for a walk some other time. Valen waved her hand at him. In the headmaster's office, the spacious room is brightly lit, and the windows are covered with thick night darkness. Dumbledore sat behind the long-legged table and immediately dropped the newspaper he was holding when he saw Felix and walked around the desk to stand in front of him. I need to show you something, he said bluntly. Do you want to use the Pensieve? Felix asked and Dumbledore looked at him with some confusion. What? Oh, Dumbledore noticed Felix's gaze land on a clear glass vial on the table, which filled with wisps of silvery filaments. No, not that one, he said briefly. From the tip of Dumbledore's wand a wispy cloud of smoke wormed its way out and soon coalesced into a scene in mid-air. Felix glanced at it and his gaze turned thoughtful as he took a large step forward to stare down at the parade of people and buildings in the scene. Parliament House. Felix inclined his head. Dumbledore nodded, then gestured with his finger in one direction. Felix refocused his attention on the vision, ignoring the flamboyant and extreme slogans held in the hands of the protesting crowd. His eyes kept searching, there was definitely more to the march than what Dumbledore was showing him, then. In the open space in front of the building, a clearly well-groomed Rita Skeeter held a microphone in her hand and occupied a prominent position. Rita Skeeter. Felix laughed soundly, that surprises me. And she looks surprisingly well placed. That's the point. Dumbledore said, this vision was shown to me when Grindelwald applied for the job, and I know he has the prophetic ability, but of course, he can only see bits and pieces of the future. I bet he didn't even know Rita Skeeter back then. Felix chuckled. Skeeter's sharp words are far more recognizable than her personal appearance, Dumbledore said approvingly, and it probably would have been overlooked by most. Skeeter has been near invisible in the wizarding world this school year, and it took me a while to find her in the Muggle press. Felix blinked, it was he who had recommended this woman to Amelia Bones. Since then, I've been keeping a close eye on her movements. I don't think that particular newspaper is exactly a good place to be, the work environment there is far more complicated than in the Daily Prophet, but she's certainly adapted well, and with a series of articles on the gun ban movement, she has made a name for herself and is on track to get what is said to be a very prestigious journalism award. It definitely counts as a surprise for her. Felix was quite impressed. My question now is, Dumbledore looked at him with interest, does she intend to live as a double reporter all the time? I know some wizards have separate identities in Muggle society, not just a name, but a more specific profession, but these people basically lean towards one side, and it's actually rare to find one as active on both sides as she is. Felix hesitated for a moment. Amelia gave her an assignment for only a year, but as far as I know about Rita Skeeter, she wouldn't be able to part with the reputation she has worked so hard to build on the other side, so she might actively maintain that life even after the assignment is over, for exactly how long no one can predict. Yes, no one could have predicted that. Dumbledore said softly, sinking into deep thought. After a moment, he came back to his senses and said, Felix, there is another, more important matter. It was Felix's turn to be curious. About Grindelwald? He asked tentatively. Grindelwald had only just given a near-surrender speech during the day, had Dumbledore changed his mind so quickly? Felix pondered in his mind the implications of such a step, not just the issue of an additional Dark Lord colleague, but the series of changes that would result from it. The attitude of the Ministry of Magic, the involvement of the International Confederation of Wizards. Of course, none of this mattered to Felix. What is significant is that if Grindelwald is allowed to stay at Hogwarts for a long time, the risk of his identity being revealed will increase significantly. What DeWitt, who had at one point previously presented himself as a loyal and fanatical acolyte, but in reality an ambitious one, said was actually not without some validity. At the end of the day, it is almost an inevitable thing that word will leak out, and then the eyes of the world will be on Hogwarts, and even in Dumbledore's present-day reputation he will find it difficult to resist. I have spoken to my successor, Mr. Babajid Akingbade, the new Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Dumbledore said in a quiet voice, and when this year's exams are over, they will send men to bring Gellert back to Nurmengard Castle. Felix looked at him in surprise. When did this happen? Just last night. Felix looked oddly at the old man in front of him, this is so much more decisive than he thought it would be. Dumbledore had just decided to throw old man Grindelwald back in jail? Well, he had assumed Dumbledore had gone soft after he heard about the existence of the blood pact from Harry. So, what do I need to do? I'm worried that Gellert will make an incident when he finds out, I want you to keep an eye on him for the time being, as well as... Dumbledore paused, his silvery white beard trembling slightly, do you know anything about the charm that imprisons the magic in his body? Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 668, Chapter 668 The Jailer. Felix returned to the ancient rune's office with an expressionless face, his feet heavy as he sat down on the couch. Valen yawned and handed him a glass of juice that she had prepared. In the end, someone bit the straw and blew into it, making the juice bubble up and infuriating Valen into hammering him twice. Felix smiled, stroked her soft fur, and watched the Tom and Jerry cartoon with her. After watching it for a while, his thoughts came to life. He was surprised to find a resemblance between Spike the Bulldog and Dumbledore. It was definitely a psychological similarity, and if so, who was Grindelwald? It couldn't be the unlucky tomcat, would it? Valen looked at Felix strangely, the Great Demon King is smiling so brightly. Had the Great Demon King managed to bring himself into the blue cat character in the cartoon? That's not bad, she also often puts herself in the mouse's perspective, as Jerry always manages to outwit his larger opponents. Unfortunately, this episode is about the blue cat teasing the big dog. When he returned to his bedroom, Felix lay on his bed, the scenes that had taken place in the headmaster's office earlier continuing to swirl in his mind. Dumbledore solemnly introduced him to the restraining spell imposed on Grindelwald. Before the advent of Voldemort, Grindelwald was considered the most dangerous dark wizard that had ever lived, and even now, Grindelwald still posed more of a threat in the minds of some people, especially the magical regime outside of Britain, than Voldemort. One could never be more cautious when facing such an enemy. When that legendary duel was over, the United States Magical Congress delegation proposed Grindelwald's immediate execution, eliminating any future threats, as no existing prison would be able to trap him. This proposal was supported by more than half of the delegates from various countries at the time, but Dumbledore objected strongly against it. He argued that the reason this duel even happened was because, before the duel, they promised each other that the loser would automatically become a prisoner and completely, or passively, renounce his ideas. What's more, there were more practical reasons. The war was not completely over, and the influence of the acolytes scattered all over the world was still massive, and they would not hesitate to start a riot if they heard the news of their leader's execution. The magical world had only barely seen the hope of peace, and it was right to take a gentle approach, rather than actively intensify the conflict. Therefore, not only Grindelwald must not die, but the International Confederation of Wizards must actively spread the news that he is alive so that the acolytes cannot elect a new leader. Dumbledore's reputation was as strong as it could be at that time, and with the times being truly turbulent, this method was later adopted. But a new problem arose. It became clear to the ministry officials that Grindelwald could not be imprisoned by simply confiscating his wand or using a magical barrier. They had to devise new and powerful methods of imprisonment to prevent Grindelwald from breaking out of prison again. An African wizard had a solution. The Uagatu school of wizardry in the African lands had preserved the ancient practice of using magic through gestures, so the loss of their wands did not render the dark wizards there defenseless, and they naturally had a unique solution, such as a restraining spell that targeted the knuckles. But Grindelwald was far more powerful than the average dark wizard, and naturally, he received extraordinary levels of attention. The African wizard had mentioned an extremely powerful restraining spell, which had a notoriety that was widely rumored among their local wizarding community, and it ranked highly among their horror legends. Felix thought about what Dumbledore had said about it. It's not so much a sealing or restraining spell but rather a malevolent curse of some unknown kind. Once inflicted, it clings to a wizard's flesh and blood, drawing magic from the recipient and rendering them unable to cast spells, and effectively reducing them into a squib. I improved it by removing the pointless, penalizing pain and adding a key, a window, so that if Grindelwald ever tried to break the spell, I would know it immediately. Again, because of the use of my own magic, I can still sense his location and state roughly. Of course, the further away one gets, the more vague that sense becomes. So the imprisonment at Nermangard Castle was just a front. You personally have served as the jailer guarding the prison. Felix had a sudden epiphany, and he hit the nail on the head. Dumbledore did not reply, but lowered his eyes and surveyed his hands. Half a moment later, he continued to murmur. In order to research the secrets of the Resurrection Stone, my soul and magic have undergone unforeseen changes. I am no longer suitable to use your term to serve as a jailer, and a new man must be found to replace me. You're too obsessed with the Resurrection Stone, Albus, even if it is for Harry and Ariana. Dumbledore interrupted. One would even say that the whole plan started out entirely for her, and has been gradually taking shape in my mind ever since I got the Resurrection Stone. I kept suppressing the idea every single day after that, because Voldemort was still around, and I had to desperately convince myself not to wear that ring. I held off for a few years and when Voldemort finally fell completely, I got the courage to let loose. Felix glared at him. This thought was too well hidden. Dumbledore smiled wryly at him. So you thought of me? Felix raised his volume slightly. Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered a few times, and he said in a deep voice, I know you hate restraints, Felix. I can assure you that the transfer of the charm will not cause you any bother, rather, there will only be benefits. After that, Gellert's force will never become a concern to you. There was a short silence. Felix wavered between being moved and resisting, having a hard time deciding for a moment. If Dumbledore was telling the truth and he had confidence that Dumbledore wouldn't lie to him, and it wasn't just out of trust in the other man becoming the new jailer would mean that Grindelwald's fate would be entirely in his own hands. Not much good would come of it, but it would remove a huge pitfall. At least Felix wouldn't have to worry about waking up from a nap with an army of 100,000 acolytes surrounding him. The reason why he couldn't stop thinking about it is actually due to that threat being real and tangible. The old man once implicitly threatened him about it after a disagreement, just as badly as the woman who went by the name Noelle. Felix trusted that he would not be overwhelmed and captured alive. His fighting system strongly favored fighting against a huge sea of people, but there are limits to everything, and just because he could survive an army of wizards didn't mean he could withstand a continuous barrage of magic from thousands of people at once. And, without realizing it, he had grown to regard Hogwarts as a part of himself. He could run and destroy them little by little, but Hogwarts could not. Not even with the addition of Dumbledore. In the darkness, Felix's blue eyes stared at the ceiling. Valen was smacking her beaks in her crib, talking mindlessly in her sleep. Fox? Catching fish? Seems like fun. Some thoughts surfaced in his mind once again. Why not accept the offer Grindelwald made? From what he said at the table this morning, he seems to have repented or at least taken the initiative to signal a compromise, and I can't believe you can't see that. I hope that's true. I hope he feels how utterly awful and shameful what he has done was. Perhaps, he wants to make amends for what he once did, but we are too deeply entangled, Felix. I cannot judge the truth and cannot afford to misjudge it, nor the entire magical community can bear that price. These words pretty much pronounced the possibility of Grindelwald's future comeback. Well, I probably see where you're coming from. Why did you choose me to transfer the charm? The average wizard can't handle the power. Just like how their animagus can't incorporate magical substances into their bodies, I don't think you have that trouble. TCH, you expected this. Felix scowled. You can think about it for a while longer, Dumbledore said sincerely at last, and I hope you will agree, it's not a command, but a plea. If the people of the International Confederation of Wizards know about this, it will be difficult for Gellert to continue to live on. As the month of May arrived, the sunny weather became more frequent than in the prior period with each passing day. As Felix stood at the window looking out into the distance, he noticed the scattered appearance of laid-back students at Black Lake, where the water sparkled, and giant squid paddled through the warm shallow water to bask in the sun. Felix wrote a letter to Rita Skeeter. The woman spilled a lot of bitterness in her reply, but he spotted the trick in her writing at once, and Skeeter wallowed in the fact that she is, in her own words, standing at the cusp of history, the nib of her pen swaying the times. It could be tempting. But Felix prefers the novelty of magic, of staying in one place and working on a new and interesting magical challenge. Like landing on the moon, or... When Hermione entered the office, she was surprised to find Professor Hap working on a piece of fabric, and a book lying open on the small table in front of her. She picked it up and read the title, The Complete Book on Jumper Knitting Styles. Hermione couldn't help but be surprised. Trying to do something fresh to experience. Felix said with a grin, I asked around, and finally, Professor McGonagall told me that our headmaster has a high level of knowledge on Muggle jumper knitting styles, and I just mentioned it casually, and he recommended this for me to read. It's particularly comprehensive. He beckoned at the cupboard and two chubby, smiley-faced teacups floated wobbly over to him, which he filled with another gesture of his hand. Let others be thankful for my original Christmas present. Valen took an instant liking to the idea. She went out for a walk and said she wanted to catch some fish for Fox. While he worked on these things, a few crochet needles remained methodically busy. Hermione thanked him and went around to the other side to sit down, and that was when she noticed something unusual. The wool used to knit it wasn't quite what she had expected, and the end of the thread extending from the crochet needles wasn't a ball of wool, but the Book of Rune. Is this the ancient runes? She stared at the wool for a while before she realized that they are in fact made up of individual small-sized runes. She couldn't help but be amazed. Well, what can you link it to? Felix said expectantly. Hermione gulped and thought hard, and before she could respond, a word had come out of her mouth. In her mind, the idea simply made too much sense and would perfectly explain the strange behavior of the always lazy professor. An invisibility cloak. And by no means is it a thing with an invisibility charm cast on it, or woven from the fur of a demiguise. What emerged from the depths of her mind is a sacred relic that is categorized under the category of Deathly Hallows, something she has been less resistant to since learning that the Resurrection Stone actually exists. Of course, her thoughts aligned with Felix's, that they were all made by wizards of great abilities. Felix's face beamed with a smile of appreciation. Geez, Professor! Did you crack the method of making the invisibility cloak? When was this happened? I've never heard Harry mention that you borrowed his invisibility cloak from him. Hermione said in half excitement, half confusion. I haven't borrowed it. From what I know of the Deathly Hallows, whoever their true maker is, it is clear that he keeps a very close eye on his knowledge and has no idea of making it available for the later generations to study. There is a powerful safeguarding spell placed on them, so I just had to find another way. Hermione held her teacup as question after question was thrown out. Is it intended to be used for invisibility? Well, apparently not. Oh. Hermione muttered in a small voice, moving closer, her nose nearly pressed against the half-woven rune fabric. The runes on this is so small it's completely impossible to read. Use your instincts, Miss Granger. Hermione closed her eyes slightly, and after a long moment of seemingly sensing nothing, she couldn't help but open them in defeat. I can't do it, I'm not good at it. Don't rush into a conclusion, you're probably not good at it simply because you're being too rational and actively closing your mind off. Isn't it better to be rational? Hermione asked, with frustration. There's nothing wrong with being rational, and it doesn't conflict with learning magic, but it's easy to go wrong when you're only rational. In fact, I've had similar problems. Hermione's eyes lit up. So, Professor, how did you solve this problem? Felix cleared his throat. Maybe it's because I wasn't as stubborn as you were when I was a young boy, well read, or maybe I grew up with an unexplainable fantasy about magic and hoped for its presence in my world, or maybe it's because my experiences in the years before I started school demanded me to cling to magic. In any case, it just happened naturally, a delicate balance of reason and emotion forged in me, or at least that's what I hope. I'm happy and satisfied with that. Hermione first gave a disappointed look as the professor didn't seem to say anything, then she suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but reach up and cover her mouth. She asked cautiously. Well, Professor, what does it feel like to have a magic riot? I've heard Neville mention it, but you don't seem to be the same, one out of love and the other. Oh, Miss Granger. Felix suddenly broke into a smile, as if he would soon reveal a great secret, with a bit of leap of faith and enthusiasm. I did have some not so wonderful experiences, but not all of them were bad. Hermione blinked, having trouble understanding the meaning of the words for a moment. Not all of them. Yes. Even I had trouble separating the mixed emotions, it was too much for me at the time. But, Miss Granger. It's only logical that all that dangerous time travel you've been through should play a part. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 669, Chapter 669 Letter. In the following 2 weeks, Hermione's mood became visibly brighter, and she spent her days in a cheerful mood, and more than once Harry caught her suddenly using her wand like a baton and pretending to conduct a concert while she was revising for her homework. Hermione's gone mad, we're screwed on this year's exams. Ron whispered quietly in Harry's ear. Maybe it's some sort of trick to hone her magic. Harry guessed, and as he spoke, a string of ancient runes streaked together like colored musical notes circled Hermione, constantly chasing the tip of her wand, which was emitting a soft white light, in her hand. As Hermione went on filling out new notes on her herbology textbook, Flesh-Eating Trees of the World, Ron asked her curiously, Are you so happy? Are you happy about something? Like winning the Daily Prophet's annual grand prize. Oh, well, that won't be awarded before July. Hermione said briskly. Either that or you've nailed the quiz in Witch Weekly. Ron said with certainty. I do look forward to the Most Charming Smile Award this year, Hermione said. That Rita Skeeter-woman seems to be busy with other things and is offering fewer articles to other magazines altogether, which makes some of them good to read. Harry knew that Witch Weekly is a popular magazine for witches, and the library collected some past issues, which he sometimes looked through. He wasn't really interested in the content though, it was mostly celebrity news, fashion trends, quizzes, advice columns, quick divination, recipes, and so on. Ron's mother is one of its loyal subscribers. It is worth noting that this magazine gives an annual award for Most Charming Smile, and Gilderoy Lockhart, Harry's second-year defense against the dark arts class professor, was a darling of this magazine, winning this award 5 years straight. When Lockhart was disgraced and sentenced to prison, Ron asserted that at least half of the British witches would be in tears, and the witch-oriented magazines would see a huge drop in sales. But Harry was not bothered. In his view, the experiences of Professor Hap, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald as young men, and the many brilliant wizards he had seen in the Pensieve, were all far more fascinating to talk about and discuss than a thief who could only brag about the memories of others he stole. The biggest change Dumbledore's lessons brought to Harry was a deep understanding of the structure of the wizarding world in general, and of Britain itself in particular. Sometimes Harry would close his eyes and become conscious of the associations he had made with hundreds of wizards. He knew them, their past, and their present. These wizards acted like a great, glowing web all over the place, allowing Harry to know where he stood even when he remained in the dark. This feeling was becoming stronger and stronger as the memories approached the current point in time. The last Saturday, in the headmaster's office, Harry had finally worked up the courage to confirm the identity of Professor Bagshot. That night, he and Dumbledore kept traveling through their memories, which spanned 20 years. Not only did Harry once again get to see Grindelwald's speech delivered in full in the underground chamber of Père Lachaise Cemetery, this memory was someone else's, but he also met another member of the Dumbledore family. Credence. Grindelwald bewitched him and named him Aurelius Dumbledore. Harry was taken aback. That name is similar to Ariana. Somehow similar, isn't it? Dumbledore asked softly, and Harry nodded, especially the first 2 syllables. He is my nephew. He is the child of Aberforth, and has had the same ill fate as my sister. He explained to Harry, that child's mother was a muggle who once loved my brother, but later they separated, and neither Aberforth nor I knew of the child's existence back then. He was later adopted by a muggle institution that loathed magic and had to repress his magic and ended up like Ariana, an obscurial. Harry fell silent. He wondered how Dumbledore could say all this calmly with a very heavy heart, and he was reminded of another incident. It was about the day they had seen Aberforth at the school gates. According to his private discussions with Ron and Hermione, Aberforth had compromised because of his sister and had chosen to give up his memories. But now he wasn't sure if they had mistaken, and perhaps in addition to Ariana, another person with a similar name had taken up quite a bit of weight. Yet another weekend day, Felix returned to the office after washing up to see Phoenix Fox and Niffler Valen sharing a can of fresh fish on the small table next to the sofa, Fox's sharp-pointed beak poking a hole in the tin can. Valen, who had just tried to help, flinched in fright and patted her chest heartily. Fawkes cocked his head and looked at her rather innocently. It remained a bit chilly for a May morning, and as Felix donned one of his coats, he wondered in his mind how he could convince Fawkes to bring the Sorting Hat out for a stroll next time. He must be quite lonely, with few friends, and perhaps a Confundu's charm filled with good intentions would remind him of those pleasant times he once had. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. The years when the four founders of the school lived in harmony were also, in theory, a wonderful childhood for the Sorting Hat. At that point, Fawkes' beak, which originally worked on opening the lid of the can, suddenly made a clicking sound, as he signaled for Felix to come over. Felix walked over, sat down on the sofa, and met the big fiery red bird eye to eye, the clenched claw on its belly loosened. The black resurrection stone ring fell onto the table, tinkling, and there was a small piece of paper rolled around the ring. A long, crane-like leg brushed the ring and flung it into Felix's hand, and Fawkes gave a low purr at him. "Oh, so it's because of this." Felix snapped to attention. "Headmaster Dumbledore sent you." He picked up the ring and removed the note, unfolding it to read a short little line, "As we agreed before." So, Dumbledore didn't need the resurrection stone for a while? Felix thought. The outline of the silver rain swallow patroness traced out from the air. "You know who to look for, don't you? Luna Lovegood, and remember to remind her to bring the letter with her." The rain swallow's little head nodded, then it spread its wings and flew deftly out of the window. Felix once again focused his attention on the phoenix who had his head down eating a fresh small fish. "Tell Dumbledore for me that I will return the resurrection stone to him as soon as Miss Lovegood is done using it." When he finished the main task, he asked with a touch of curiosity, "Fawkes, how old are you?" Phoenix cocked his head at him and blinked in confusion. "Don't remember? Lived too long or under the influence of nirvana?" Felix muttered. The room fell silent. After finishing the can of small fish, Fawkes shook Valen's hand with one talon and spread his wide wings intending to leave, so Felix hastily asked the question on his mind, "I assume you knew Grindelwald? Back in the war years?" Fawkes' pretty eyes flickered for a moment as it looked at Felix reproachfully, and tilted his head back to cry out as his body disappeared in flames. Bright sparks of fire spilled down. Felix crushed the sparks into embers and tsked in his mind at the fact that he actually saw a reflection of another person in the phoenix's eyes, a young male wizard with dark hair. It turned out that Fawkes hadn't followed Dumbledore from the start. Felix remembered an unconfirmed rumor he had read in some book about an old wizard family. The legend had it that the phoenix would respond when a member of Dumbledore's family has a dire need. In the other corner, Harry had gotten up a little later than usual because it is a weekend, and when Harry appeared in the common room properly dressed, he saw Ron sitting there with an unsettled look on his face. "Another one missing, this time it's Elvira," he said grumblingly. "Who is it?" Harry asked. "Don't you remember? She's part of the Animagus class. Plus I've seen her at Creevy's club," Ron said. Harry blinked and an image of a very fidgety girl who asked a lot of questions came to his mind. As far as he could remember, Elvira has good talent. It was just the fact that every time she saw him she would ask all sorts of nonsense questions that caused him to be a bit overwhelmed. "What's wrong with her?" Harry asked casually, only to find Ron glaring at him with anger and retorting, "Are you listening carefully or not?" Harry threw his hands up, "Sorry, just woke up. She didn't turn up this morning. I asked Susan, and she said Elvira had failed." Ron rambled, as if that wasn't enough. First Macmillan forgot to get up early to recite the incantation on the day of the apparition exam because he was so excited, then Virgil, Zob and I heard that only 4 students registered on the last full moon session. Harry didn't know how to comfort Ron, who had been stuck on the second step of Animagus Transfiguration for over a month now and hadn't made any progress so far. Hermione looked up from her book and said without mercy, "Leave him alone, Harry, he's asking for it." Harry was a little surprised by her attitude. He expected Ron to speak up and retort, but Ron didn't. He just seemed to have gotten into an even worse mood. "What's going on?" Harry asked as they went downstairs to have breakfast. "He's a bit resistant to his transfiguration form," Hermione said before Ron could. Ron blushed a little less than normal and whispered, "I don't think I would look majestic in my patroness form." Harry instantly understood his concern. Based on the previous few successful examples, the Animagus form generally remained the same as the patroness form. Because patroness tended to be associated with the heart of a wizard, a few exceptions existed. It was for this reason that Harry, Hermione, Neville, Hannah, and the others seemed comfortable in their Animagus practice. "But I think the dog looks pretty cool, don't you like Fang a lot?" Harry asked in confusion. "You didn't think that way when you summoned your patroness though." "Oh, surely you wouldn't have been influenced by Malfoy, right? Don't listen to him, just think of Sirius." Ron was somewhat persuaded. "Okay, maybe I took the wrong turn. Are you supposed to go to Dumbledore's office today? Exams are coming up." Harry nodded. "I saw Rita Skeeter in the Pensieve last time, maybe I'll see my parents soon. Oh, and Professor Hap." "That's weird, you still haven't learned anything else. Yet, He got so engrossed in what he was saying that he collided straight with a figure running towards him. Harry fell to the ground, rubbing his head in pain, tears streaming down his face from the pain. When Harry staggered to his feet with stars popping in front of his eyes and shaking his dizzy head, he muttered in surprise, "Luna." "Oh, Harry?" "Hello." Luna said in slight pain as well, one hand covering her forehead and the other one clutching a cardboard box. "Are you okay?" Harry asked groggily, suddenly feeling some different texture in his hand. He lowered his head and found an envelope stuck under his hand. No, there are half a dozen letters lying within his sight, and with a quick glance around him, he notices that they seem to be surrounded by a flood of envelopes. Ron helped Harry up and Hermione knelt to help Luna gather the letters scattered on the floor. Harry curiously picked up one of them. The envelope had oddly drawn floral patterns, very much in Luna's personal style, probably some kind of plant that existed in her imagination, he thought. In the middle of the floral pattern, it read, "To my dear wife Pandora." "Thank you, Harry," Luna said, looking over at the envelope in Harry's hand which Harry handed to Luna. Luna put the last envelope in the box and then said, "I have things to do, so I'll leave first." She waved at the three of them. "She's sending that many letters at once? I doubt there would be enough messengers for her to use even if we added all the owls in the Olary," Ron said in surprise. "Or maybe it was something she had stored up before," Hermione said, as she also noted the writing on the letters. "But who is Pandora?" Hermione didn't expect an answer, but Harry offered one. "It's Luna's mother." Oh, Hermione seemed to understand all at once as she sucked in her breath, tears glistening in her eyes. Ron's eyes widened, "But didn't she die a long time ago? Because of an accident? Remember when Luna searched for the resurrection stone at the beginning of the school year?" Hermione said softly, "Now we know what those letters are for." A few minutes later, in the ancient Rune office, Felix stood in the doorway and motioned inside. "So, Luna, as promised, you have all morning. I should warn you that the resurrection stone is not perfect in any version of the story, so beware not to fall under its spell." "Thanks." Luna's calm voice said, "I feel sorry for Mum, but I still have Dad and I never felt she left us, we just couldn't see her and had to use some tools. Dad and I both will treasure this opportunity." Felix paused where he stood for a few seconds and closed the door to his office. At that moment, the sound of Luna reading the letter came faintly through the door. Outside, the weather became muggy and Felix made his way to the yard with Valen, who stood on his shoulder, where the shrubs growing in abundance and the strong scent of flowers could be smelt, and finally, June arrived. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 670, Chapter 670 Final Exams, 2-in-1. June weather at Hogwarts is bright and sunny, but for the young wizards of Hogwarts, June means exams. As the whole system of ancient runes became more and more refined, the corresponding system of assessments also became well established. Felix believes that the 3rd and 4th year students are still in the stage of training their basic skills and developing their interests, so the assessments that are set for them should not be too difficult, nor should they be as heavily focused on practicals as the senior years, and rather they should have an equal emphasis on both theoretical and practical ancient runes. For example, this year's 3rd year theoretical exams will not only include the usual translation of sentences, but also a 1-foot essay writing in the ancient rune language on the topic of a day to remember. The practical exam will consist of a fun-like golem performance. Students could either choose to demonstrate their manipulative skills alone or find the right partner to make the golems engage in a glorious fight, or even form a drama team. Felix deliberately arranged for the Year 3 practical exams to take place in the Great Hall, and many students of other age groups came out to watch with great interest. Judging by the envious expressions of the young 1st and 2nd year wizards in the audience, part of his purpose had been achieved. Snape asked him in a snarky voice if he was trying to get the parents of the students to vote for him in the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. "You just timely reminded me of that, Severus." Felix flashed a charming smile as a few professors next to them looked at him oddly. The round arena in front of them had just finished a spectacular golem duel, and when the applause died down, Felix waved his hand and the arena was restored to its original state with flaming scorch marks, ice and scratched cracks all disappeared, and the next second, half a dozen students rushed forward from the corner with various props and began to build the stage's background setting. It could be seen from a single glance that the one leading the group is a young Hufflepuff girl, Eleanor. A boy said nervously, and the girl, clenching her fist and waving it twice in the air as if to cheer herself up, then she stepped forward and said loudly, Professor, we are going to perform Babbity Rabbity in her cackling stump play." Felix nodded towards her. "Miss Branstone, you can begin." Eleanor Branstone cleared her throat and introduced the background of the story with great emotion. A long time ago, in a land far far away, a king decided to keep all the magic in the world for himself. In order to get all the magic, he needed to gather all the witches and wizards in the world, so he formed the brigade of witch hunters, armed with packs of wild dogs. But first, he needed to learn how to use magic, so he posted a notice in every city, town, and village to call for someone with magical abilities to teach him, but he had no idea that the washerwoman responsible for cleaning the clothes in the palace was a witch. On one particular day, a charlatan appeared at the palace, claiming to be the highly skilled wizard that the king was looking for. While she was narrating, several young wizards went on with their own tasks, manipulating golems that were dressed up in different theatrical costumes, ranging from a pot-bellied king, his clothes seemed to be stuffed with cotton, a comical-looking charlatan, who looked like Peeves, a white-haired washerwoman, with a flattened toothpick in her hand, and some palace guards, who were replaced by chocolate frog cards and wizard cards. I need gold. And big rubies. A boy beautifully impersonated a charlatan's speech, and I also need a silver goblet to brew my potions in. As he spoke, he directed the character of the play to turn on his heel. Even the senior students watched with great interest, and Harry heard more than one of them want to try it when the exams are over. These little kids are quite imaginative. Ron said with a big grin. I hope you can be this imaginative for our test tomorrow too. Hermione said, happy to have a day of rest and adjustment at leisure as they had just finished their charms test. Even though the potions test would be tomorrow, they had agreed to take some time out to relax their tense nerves. Harry saw a number of familiar faces around them, and he guessed that these people held the same thoughts as they did. He tried his best not to look at the figure of Dumbledore and Grindelwald in the crowd. He still wasn't used to the whole thing. Even Hermione wasn't that active in the defense against the dark arts class anymore. You are making me watch something this childish. Grindelwald whispered. Don't say it like that, I've only just finished up my annotations for the tales of Beedle the Bard. Dumbledore said in a cheerful tone, sometimes I think Professor Dippet's decision was a little hasty. There is one less major entertainment in the school since the total ban on theatrical performances. Grindelwald's expression became one of elusiveness, his lips quirking and curling together to make a thin line of sound. We were on the verge of ripping this book apart back then. What prompted you to read this book again after all this time? Or maybe, you have gathered all 3 pieces of the Deathly Hallows? The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the unidentifiable Cloak of Invisibility. I was pursuing a lead that cut off in Godric's Hollow. He stopped talking abruptly. It's the Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore corrected. When did you start to refute that common conclusion? I have always had my suspicions, except that I compromised and accepted your claim at the time, blinded by false hope. Dumbledore said in the same whispered voice, and they fell silent as, finally, the drama reached its climactic part. You shall erect a statue of Babbity. In memory of your poor washerwoman, so that you will never forget your foolish actions. The little wizard pretending to be a tree stump said in a pinched, jarring voice. Then out of the stump, a fat old rabbit leaped out, and after a puff of smoke, the washerwoman appeared. And so the statue fully made of gold of the washerwoman remained erected on top of the stump, and the foolish king was taught a lesson and dared not persecute the wizards in the kingdom anymore. Eleanor Branstone ended the story with an excited trailing voice, her cheeks slightly flushed as she bowed with her partners. Thunderous applause sounded throughout the great hall. Dumbledore applauded enthusiastically as well, and Grindelwald reluctantly followed suit with a couple of claps. I need to talk to you, Dumbledore. When the noises in the great hall subsided, Grindelwald continued in a whisper, according to your philosophy, a one-man leader is prone to achieve a strongman rule, 2 men are prone to division, and only 3 people can maintain the balance. Don't say you expect something from the current female minister, that boy on the other side could crush her with one finger. Dumbledore raised his head and looked at the boy on the other side. Felix, who had just been slandered, had just finished marking the students and seemed to sense that someone was observing him. He looked back and followed the line of sight to find it was Dumbledore, who nodded expressionlessly from behind. Next group step up to the stage. After the exam was over, everyone dispersed with as much joy as they could carry, talking and laughing all the way. That's when Snape, who was next to Felix, and Grindelwald, who was next to Dumbledore, both disappeared, and the 2 men came together. Are there any requirements regarding transferring the spell? Felix asked. Requirements? Dumbledore repeated softly as he looked at the bouncing Luna, the giggling Parvati sisters who had walked away, and the Peeves who had poked his head out from the ceiling in a sneaky way, and after a long moment, he answered. The curse-afflicted person must be rendered unconscious, otherwise it will be difficult for him to pretend that nothing has happened, so it is important to look for the right time. Felix mulled over the meaning of those words twice. In short, need to knock him out? Are you going to do it or should I? Dumbledore gave him a reproachful look. Oh yes, we must not raise any suspicions, we must make everything seem logical. Felix rolled his eyes and gave it a moment's thought in his mind. I see. Wait for the day he leaves the school to go back to his castle and knock Grindelwald out under the pretext of shifting locations. By the time he woke up again, it would all be over for him. Dumbledore nodded his head with a grim look. And during this period of time, I will keep giving him hope that he can continue to stay at the school. The exams continued the next day, and when the 4th year exams also came to an end, Felix had little to do for the next 2 days in a row, so he followed Professor McGonagall and received the group of examiners from the Wizard Examination Authority. The leader of the group is still Professor Marchbanks, her back arched out of shape and her face wrinkled, but she is hale and hearty, and her voice is surprisingly loud. The arrival of the examiners meant that the leisurely days, which weren't really that relaxed, of the 5th and 7th years are finally over, and they are about to take a 2-week period of intense exams that are, in the words of the students who have been through it, nothing but a hell of a time, but you can finally see the hope of relief. Actually no, Harry reassured the moody Ginny, who is preparing for her O.W.Ls, the 6th year curriculum is even sicker, just look at Ron. Ginny turned her head to the side, and she couldn't stifle her laughter. Haha. Ron was staring sadly at the notes he had borrowed from Hermione for the transfiguration test, and at some point, there were a few clear ink marks that started to appear all over his face. If I only knew Animagus, I wouldn't have to worry about this, Ron said listlessly. The theory is very confusing, and the practice is barely interesting. I just hope I could at least score a passing grade. His words drew a chorus of agreement. The weather is so pleasant outside, yet we have to spend our time studying for exams. My eyes are going blind. Dean was equally full of complaints. At that moment Hermione walked in from outside. She had just finished her arithmancy exam and her next exam would be the same as theirs. You have a dirty patch on your face, Ron, she said cheerfully, as she pulled the Advanced Transfiguration book out of her book bag. Just let it stay. I'll remember to wash it off the next day. Ron muttered. Harry spent the next few hours reviewing with Ginny until late at night when she was too sleepy to keep her eyes open and went back to bed after Harry urged her to do so. Before long Hermione was gone too, leaving only a few lights in the common room, and Ron stared at his transfiguration notes for a couple of minutes, finally resigning himself to the fact that he hadn't actually read a word of it, and then followed Harry back to their dormitory. He and Harry were tiptoeing around in the darkness and changing into their pajamas through the light of the moon when Neville's muffled voice came out from a corner of the room. Harry, Ron, do you know when Professor Bagshot is leaving the school? I'd like to see him off. Harry's spirits lifted, and he looked to the dark shadow where Ron was, and Ron's movements stiffened. Well, Harry racked his brain trying to come up with an excuse when Ron abruptly said, I'm so sorry Neville, we don't know either. Oh, yeah well. I was thinking about, Neville mumbled a few vague words, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Harry lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, and found himself sleepless. His mind was filled with the question he had just been asked. Neville still didn't know the identity of Professor Bagshot yet. Would this secret be kept? If Neville didn't get an answer from them, he might ask the professor directly, or he might not. Maybe Neville wanted to surprise him in person. Harry knew the reason Neville is so attached to him. Only a handful of professors has ever invited him privately to their offices. But that was Grindelwald the Dark Wizard. Some of the memories he had seen in the Pensieve became part of his dreams and messed with his mind. The figure of Voldemort also appeared from time to time, seeming to treat him as if he was Dumbledore and Professor Hap, cursing him in many different ways. Harry had to convince himself with a stubborn will that he had exams tomorrow morning and that he had to get enough sleep so that he would have the energy to remember those difficult theories of transfiguration. The occlumency magic kicked in and everything died down. Harry let out a deep yawn and fell into dreamland. What's next is setting up various types of anti-apparition charms. Felix, who was still working hard overtime, asked around the same time. Dumbledore looked around the Chamber of Secrets with interest. Yeah, that's the last step, he said. This place no longer looked like it had before at all. They were currently standing in a jungle with some rune creatures passing in front of them, raising their heads every now and then to size up the two men and the huge Ouroboros snake above their heads. That's right, Voldemort had been moved here from Classroom 7, and when Dumbledore had come to Felix to discuss the location of the decisive meeting, Felix had instantly thought of this place. Salazar Slytherin had used this place as a secret classroom and a place to study bloodline magic and had arranged quite a bit of protective magic. The most crucial thing is that it wouldn't harm anything even if this place is destroyed. Unlike Classroom 7, which housed a number of the professor's memory bodies and recently had 2 new people move in. This is a wonderful environment, Dumbledore said admiringly as he looked at the sky overhead and the surrounding entertainment venues, but how did you come up with the idea of converting the Chamber of Secrets into a playground? The average wizard shouldn't have this kind of line of thinking. Felix shook his head. It was Tom Riddle who inspired me. Voldemort. Dumbledore was slightly surprised, then snapped to realization, it was that other personality. Well, when I found out that Riddle was still inevitably aware that he is a descendant of Salazar Slytherin and set out to investigate the location of the Chamber of Secrets, I simply invited him to accompany me here. There are quite a few ideas here that he has come up with. 3 afternoons later, the 6th year's practical test in Ancient Rune drew near an end. These students knew what the test would involve more than a month in advance, but they still had to complete their work within the time limit. For 3 whole hours, the students fought for a time, and the closer they got to the end, the more cautious they became, fearing that they might accidentally mess up. As soon as Hermione raised her hand first and handed in a solidified rune firebird ornament, the rest of the students completed their work one by one, with a variety of strange creations, many of which blew Felix's mind. Harry handed in a rune broom that looked pretty decent, with 7 levitation rune circuits embedded in it, which not only made the broom hover in mid-air but also allowed it to carry some weight. When Harry sat on it to demonstrate, however, the middle of the broom immediately sunk in, resembling a strangely designed flying carpet rather than a broom. Connection problems, Potter. Don't underestimate the usefulness of meaningless individual runes, they're responsible for bridging the magic. Ron in his turn handed over a foot-long wizard's chess piece. There was no way he could continue to compress the size of the piece. It also has a connection problem, Weasley, but you must have put a lot of emotion into making it, it makes it look more alive. Ron lowered his head and stared at the knight piece he is holding, which looked east and west, and the knight's face looked very hideous to him. He wondered if the professor was saying the opposite. Appearance is not part of the assessment evaluation. Felix said accordingly. Quite a few of the young wizards chose animals, but of course, the hidden difficulty is in fact a lot higher. Susan Bones Bunny nimbly ran around them twice before a sneeze broke itself apart. Her mouth hung open, dazed, her eyes watering, and her expression dying down. Good, Miss Bones, you need to pay attention to the fine part of details. Susan breathed a sigh of relief at this and gathered her things and walked out of the classroom with a brisk step. That's why I scored it on the spot. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to bring it back in time. Felix muttered in a small voice. He is very perceptive and quick on his feet. Always appearing in front of the students who most desperately needed him, to catch a glimpse of the creations just before the series of accidents happened, such as the peacock tossing its wings away, the flame slug burning itself to ashes along with the desk, the winged notebook flying out of the window, etc., and giving them the score before their hard work fly away. When the last student left the exam room, Felix's forehead was slightly sweaty. This also proved to be a test for him too. That evening, a group of people arrived at Hogsmeade. They came from the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 671, Chapter 671 Patterns. The next morning, the atmosphere at the Great Hall dining table was very lively. Many of the young wizards had already finished their exams and were talking loudly, ready to enjoy their last leisurely moments before the holidays. They had every reason to be happy, as it was customary that, except for a small percentage of students who had failed to pass their spell assessment, the professors would not make any demands on their coursework, and especially would not give any assignments. We have one last exam. Ron kept poking at the omelette on his plate with his fork. To put it another way, we'll have close to 2 weeks of free time when the day is over. Hermione said comforting words with her mouth stuffed with food, and Harry agreed, but his eyes glanced subconsciously to Neville. The subject to be tested today is defense against the dark arts, and they would be seeing Professor Bagshot again. No, what will comfort me is that the exams for the 5th and 7th years are still going on, Ron said cheerfully. How many more exams does Ginny still have to take? 4. Harry said. Ron sighed contentedly when a large flock of owls flew in, closing their wings and landing on the dining table, clanking the plates. Half a dozen owls surrounded Dumbledore at the faculty table, and next to him Professor Marchbanks seemed to be allergic to owls and kept sneezing. Harry watched with interest until Ron cried out in pain, and he turned back to the table in front of him where an additional grey owl had appeared on the table, its beak seemingly just released Ron's fingers. It bit me! Ron exclaimed with aggravation, huffing and picking up the letter that had fallen on the dining table. I'd like to see whose owl this is. Oh, his tone became downcast. It's from Bill. He opened the letter and read it quickly. The expression on his face went from shock to delight, and before Harry could ask, he spoke with a raised eyebrow. It's Bill and Fleur, they're planning to get married this summer. Oh, Merlin's beard. Well, the letter says that the timing is uncertain for now. They're keeping track of the schedules of some important guests, and for now it would be around the early part of August. And they asked me to drop by and find out if you guys are coming, right? Ron trailed off with a confirmatory question. Of course, I'll come. Yeah, it's a must to be there. Harry and Hermione said in a rush. Ron contentedly read the letter all over again and looked up with some surprise. I wonder how Bill managed to convince Mum to accept Fleur. Mind you, she's always been very, well, it could be that Mum has finally admitted that Bill and Delacour both are totally hopeless. Tonks and Lupin are engaged. Harry reminded. Yeah, I think that's why. Ron said, Mum's wish is completely out of the question. He put the letter away and the three of them finished their breakfast and prepared for today's defense against the dark arts exam with a sense of happiness. At the professor's table, Felix opened his letter. It contained a rather formal invitation. He schemed it. It was written in rock and roll style English and was signed by Bill Weasley. He looked over at Dumbledore, who was calmly putting an official letter away. The International Confederation of Wizards. Grindelwald, who is sitting on the other side of him, suddenly asked. Babajide asked me for advice regarding the new laws. Poor man, to have to face such a dire situation when he has only just taken office. Dumbledore said calmly, actually, he has done a good job in the past, he just lacks a little confidence. Grindelwald was half convinced, and when he narrowed his eyes in contemplation, Felix asked, Headmaster Dumbledore, did you get the letter from the Weasleys? Ah, I saw it. Dumbledore picked up an envelope with his slender fingers and surveyed the signature on it. It's Arthur and Molly, let me see what they have to say. Oh, a wedding, another beautiful couple paired together. Professor Marchbanks was desperately leaning her body back and kept fanning the air in front of her, trying to keep herself away from the owl. Let me leave, I can't stand this. She shouted. After waiting for Professor McGonagall to assist her away from the table, Dumbledore continued pleasantly, it seems like only yesterday that Arthur and Molly were walking in the moonlight, but then in a flash, their child is about to enter the marriage. Time is a fascinating thing. I suppose. He turned his head to Felix and said in an expectant tone, Sirius and Amelia, and Remus and Tonks, those two pairs are 10 out of 10 as well. Felix nodded. Then I'll have to prepare at least 3 congratulatory gifts. I've also received quite a few wedding invitations one after another in the 2 or 3 years following the last war. Dumbledore stood up, tiptoeing around with a leap of joy. Official business would be too dull and boring compared to these happy events, and I must remind Babajide that he is the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards now. Grindelwald stared at his departing back for a moment in silence, and he muttered as if he was inquiring or talking to himself, is what he was saying true? Which part? The headmaster said a lot of things. Felix asked. Yes, Grindelwald said slowly, he said a lot of things. At the edge of the long dining table, Snape glanced at several people out of the corner of his eye without moving, his mind racing with various thoughts. Dumbledore is hiding too much. He's beyond sure that he's not the only one who gets this treatment. For example, Felix, McGonagall, and even the mysterious Bagshot are all part of Dumbledore's plan. But none of them could get a glimpse of the whole picture. For example, he believed that no third person in the world would know that the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's possession had silently changed owners at the moment. Just what was Dumbledore trying to do? Snape put down his cutlery indifferently and turned to leave the Great Hall. He didn't believe any of Dumbledore's nonsense about it's better if it becomes a permanent mystery and that's up to you. If Dumbledore really wanted to make the Elder Wand disappear, all he had to do is survive until the end of his life. He didn't believe anyone would dare to lay a hand on Dumbledore now. Unless he was on guard against someone. Snape's footsteps paused as he looked over at Felix at the table. Then he walked through the long entrance hall and up the grand staircase. Dumbledore's words from that night came to life in full. I hope the day when it will be used never comes, and preferably become a permanent mystery, which means no major disruptions are made in the wizarding world. Major disruptions. Snape chewed on the words and pushed open the door to the classroom. Dumbledore sensed some sort of danger, but he wasn't sure if and when it would happen. In these circumstances, it would be unwise to let a wand of high magical power disappear into history, so he would be playing the role of a backup set up by Dumbledore, a temporary custodian who would have the rights to keep the Elder Wand? And who is the ideal heir in Dumbledore's mind? As soon as Snape opened the door, he saw Harry sitting in the front seat, and a strong feeling of dislike welled up inside him. He would never believe that Dumbledore would choose Potter, even if he had already surpassed himself in terms of magic power. Snape's body became rigid, and if one surmised from this perspective, the range of options available to Dumbledore is in fact very small. Harry stared at Snape blankly, his head started to spin. How could Snape appear in the examination hall? And why did he have such a strange expression on his face? Bang! Snape slammed the door heavily and strode up to the podium with what seemed like frost on his face. Then he waved his wand violently, and from the locked cupboard of the classroom flew piles and piles of exam papers, landing precisely in front of the students. The time now 9 o'clock and you have 2 hours to answer. The students looked at each other and whispered to each other. Silence! Snape said loudly, and once again the sixth years felt the long-lost low pressure envelop the entire classroom. Where is Professor Bagshot? Neville asked bravely. He's alive, but Snape said slowly as his cold eyes fixed on him, and Neville's face turned pale, but what? Harry's heart went up to his throat. But you'll only be able to see him this afternoon. I'll be invigilating the written exams for the 6th year. Now I'll shut up. The exams begin. They hastily bowed their heads, turned over their question papers, and began to answer the questions. Harry pondered as he answered, did Snape become angry because he had to come and invigilate their exams? From what he said, Professor Bagshot should still be at the school. For the next 2 hours, the classroom remained silent, the only sound of quills rustling against the papers was heard. When the exam was over, the students filed out into the corridor to discuss why Snape had invigilated their exam. Maybe Professor Bagshot is sick. One student said. He was fine this morning, and didn't Snape say he would be in charge of the practical test in the afternoon? Harry saw a worried look on Neville's face and a wave of hidden worry flooded through him. He found the opportunity to bring it up to Hermione at lunchtime, who held up her fork and thought for a while. There's only so much we can do in this case, Harry. Hermione said with a downcast look. She saw Harry trying to open his mouth to retort, so she reached out and waved her fork twice to stop him. Neville wanted to do something for Professor Bagshot. It's the same thing you did back then to see Lupin off. Of course, it's not the same. Harry shouted as several people around him looked over, and he lowered his voice. At least I won't get hurt, but that man, he said calmly, I saw what he did with my own eyes, though only in memory. There were more than a few innocent people died because of him. That's why I refused his invitation afterward. In case he tried to do something dangerous to Neville. People do change, he's been in prison for 50 years, hasn't he? Hermione whispered, besides, didn't we analyze that he is under strict spell-casting restrictions? A Dark Lord who uses an exclusive wand, I kind of pity him. Ron grunted. Harry sulked alone. He felt that it was his earlier partial favoritism towards Grindelwald and the glorification in his verbal descriptions that had prevented Ron and Hermione from realizing the seriousness of the problem. After the afternoon practical exam for the defense against the dark arts class, Harry, ignoring the strange looks from Ron and Hermione, chased after Neville and asked, N.A., Neville, did Professor Bagshot mention anything to you alone? He said I did well on the exam. Neville looked pleased. Oh, I mean, apart from that. You want to know when Professor Bagshot is leaving school? Neville looked at him. Harry hesitated for a moment and nodded. Did you ask him? Well, I did, and he said he wasn't sure, Neville said softly, but he gave me this. He pulled a walnut-sized glass ball from his pocket, a sneakoscope. It's one of the 7 sneakoscope Professor Happ talked about, and it has one of Professor Bagshot's hairs hidden inside. Harry passed Ron and Hermione a meaningful look. But it's broken. Neville said under his breath, and Harry was a little dumbfounded. Broken? He asked as he stammered. Neville looked at Harry strangely. Yeah, it's just a souvenir, Professor Bagshot gave it to me as a gift. Can I see it, Neville? Hermione spoke in a less than normal tone. Well, I didn't know Professor Bagshot had studied ancient runes. Neville handed her the glass ball with trust. The one I have is one of his earlier works, which apparently didn't work out. Actually, Professor Bagshot developed an appreciation for ancient runes quite early on, didn't he, Harry? Yes. I did see quite a few books on the subject in his office and discussed them together. Harry said in a daze, images of the past tumbling through his mind as a sudden, strong wave of guilt welled up in him. He looked over at Hermione, expecting to hear from her that there aren't any sly magical tricks lurking inside. He hoped beyond anything that he had guessed wrong. It's beautifully made, and it has floral patterns drawn on it. After a few minutes, Hermione said, handing the glass ball back to Neville, but it is indeed broken, the structure of the rune inside is mangled. That's what Professor Bagshot told me, Neville said, the floral patterns on it are of a kind that he is extraordinarily fond of, you can see similar patterns on his clothes. Like Professor Slughorn's gold buttons. Ron quipped with a wide grin. Neville couldn't help but glare at him and retorted stiffly, Professor Bagshot has a significantly better taste. When he left, Hermione shook her head at Harry and Ron. You heard what I just said, I really didn't find anything wrong with it. Well, that's for the best. Harry said with a sigh of relief, a stone dropped from his chest. The next few days were uneventful. Ginny's O.W.Ls exams neared their end and Harry took the time to finish his last lesson in the headmaster's office, and he was surprisingly a little reluctant when Dumbledore announced that the lesson had ended. You have seen nearly all of the last 100 years of history through my eyes, but that does not mean that you possess the same wisdom as I do. It will take enough time to digest, a process that may be brief or may take a lifetime. Dumbledore said softly. The old man opposite him seemed to be brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation in his azure eyes, and Harry averted his gaze slightly, his eyes falling on a stack of official letters on the table with a collection of the tales of Beedle the Bard. Dumbledore gazed at Harry, noting where his eyes lingered, and casually explained, that's an official letter from the International Confederation of Wizards, they've been sending one almost every day for a while now. I did delay a bit. Harry actually wanted to ask what the storybook was about, and why it is on his table, but the moment obviously wasn't too appropriate, and he made up his mind to find another, lighter atmosphere to talk about the subject. How am I going to digest? Harry didn't finish his sentence. Do the right thing, Harry. And not the easy thing. Dumbledore said, plus there's careful thinking. This one may seem to be overstated, but I have observed that there are a considerable number of people who can endure physical torture, but not the pain of solitude and thinking. Harry nodded in puzzled understanding. So it's time to talk about the fragment of soul in your body. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 672, Chapter 672 The Crimes of Grindelwald, 2 in 1. Geez, is that true? Is that what Dumbledore really said, that he would solve the fragment of Voldemort's soul in you tonight? The next morning, Hermione said with a start when Harry told his companion about last night's episode. Ron, next to him, was too shocked to speak, his eyes fixed on Harry's face. Harry nodded silently as they stepped onto the soft grass and strolled around the Black Lake. The sun outside the castle shone warmly and Hagrid could be seen working busily in the vegetable garden from a distance. So, did he say what he is going to do? What do you have to do to prepare? Ron asked impatiently. He only told me that I have to do a brave thing, the rest will have to wait until after dinner tonight. Harry said. But why? Ron asked in puzzlement. Could it be something to do with the O.W.Ls exams? Hermione guessed, the last exam just happens to be over today so that it will free up Headmaster Dumbledore completely. Harry couldn't think of a reason to refute or agree. In fact, he had been looking forward to this day, and the idea of spending the last week of the school year with Ginny on a sunny June day simply fascinated him. They walked around the Black Lake, stopping every now and then to watch the giant squid spouting jets of water and the sunlight reflecting off arching rainbows, which faded away again in a moment. At times, they discussed with interest the methods Dumbledore might use, and Ron guessed that Harry would have a thrilling duel to the death with Voldemort while Dumbledore and Professor Hap circled them, but Hermione didn't think the two professors would put Harry through such a risk, so Ron quickly revised his idea to Dumbledore and Professor Hap first beating Voldemort half to death before putting Harry on the spot. Why don't you just say that they would simply fight each other barehanded, two people fighting each other with their physical strength, and Voldemort looks like he lacks exercise? Hermione said with a stony face. Harry burst out laughing. He laughed even more especially when Ron said stiffly, "It's not impossible." Afterwards, the three of them spent the afternoon at Hagrid's hut, drinking tea and giving comments on the design of the canvas trousers Hagrid had prepared for Grop, in a very pleasant mood. It was only when it was about time that Harry, Ron, and Hermione returned to the castle. They managed to be perfectly on time, and when they arrived in the entrance hall there were already a number of students who had finished their charms practical exam present and were chatting enthusiastically in small groups as they cheered loudly, celebrating the end of a hellish year. After a few more minutes of waiting, Ginny appeared at one of the side doors of the Great Hall. For the brief time when the door was open, Harry clearly heard the loud voice of Professor Marchbanks announcing the end of the exam. "I've always felt quite at a disadvantage with this family name," Ron muttered, "can't take advantage of it in any alphabetical order." Ginny, who had approached, rolled her eyes at Ron and wrapped her arm around Harry affectionately. Harry looked away, not feeling comfortable, and saw Colin Creevey leaning against the alcove where the housepoint hourglass is embedded in it, as if he was being interviewed by Mafalda. At that moment the wide black hem of Snape's coat swished past them. Harry just gave him a curious look before his attention was drawn to Ginny's words, "I'm going to be a bridesmaid." Harry was in a trance for a moment, Snape's shadow thrown out of his mind, and he couldn't help but picture Ginny in her bridesmaid's dress in his mental image, wondering how it would look different from a bridal outfit. But over the next few minutes, one professor after another appeared, and even Hermione, who was feverishly discussing the wedding dress design with Ginny, and an impatient Ron noticed that something was out of place. The professors passing by seemed to be too frequent after all. So when Hagrid's white figure walked in from outside, Harry called out to him. "Hagrid, what are you doing here?" "A meeting," Hagrid said in a jarring voice, the wet mud still clinging to his boat-like boots as if he had been busy in the vegetable field again after they left. He stomped his way into the Great Hall and a few people looked at each other. Ginny volunteered to leave for a while and came back and said, "Hagrid went to the staff room. I had a look and there are a lot of people in there, it seems all the professors have been invited." As Felix took a seat next to Snape, he swept a look around the room. "All the professors in the school have present here, along with two other unfamiliar faces, sitting expressionlessly in the corner, not saying a word." The room gradually quieted down, and all eyes were focused on Dumbledore in the main seat. Dumbledore looked around the room with a smile on his face and spoke. "Before the meeting begins, allow me to introduce you to two witnesses, Vader and Chester, who are the representatives of the school board." The two men nodded their heads in greeting. The professors in the room exchanged surprised looks with each other as if something big is about to happen. "What I am about to say next has been agreed to by all the members of the school board. Ladies and gentlemen, I am resigning from my position as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Dumbledore said seriously, and the room burst into an uproar as he continued as if he hadn't noticed it. "In the meantime, I am very grateful to the board for acknowledging my recommendation, that Minerva McGonagall will take my place as the new headmaster." Professor McGonagall let out a loud cry, "No, Dumbledore it." Dumbledore stopped her with a look. "Let me finish, Minerva. The new appointment also includes Felix Hap, who will continue to hold the position of Professor of Ancient Rune, along with the position of Deputy Headmaster." After he had finished, Dumbledore touched the tips of his 10 slender fingers together, and then looked politely at the rest of the crowd, as if waiting for someone to ask a question. The room fell silent for a moment as everyone tried to digest the shocking announcement and no one rushed to break the silence. Felix didn't react much to the position that had suddenly fallen to him, even without the position of Deputy Headmaster, he had the ability to promote some changes in the school. He frowned slightly as he gazed at Dumbledore, his heart sinking a little lower. He had had his suspicions before, but he had just been unable to reach a conclusion. Especially when he had recently learned that Dumbledore had used the power of the Resurrection Stone to conjure up projections of the souls of two of his loved ones from the hearts of the living, it was even less likely that Dumbledore would give up on life. If Dumbledore had made up his mind to die, what was the point of doing so? But now that Dumbledore had suddenly made this decision, it couldn't be to enjoy his retirement, could it? With that in mind, he looked at Grindelwald in the opposite direction. Maybe he knew something? At that moment Grindelwald's brow was furrowed, and he looked intently at Dumbledore, whose gaze did not deliberately avoid him, but did not pay too much attention to him either. He felt ominous, as an icy coldness seeped into his internal organs little by little. Dumbledore, you should have discussed this with me beforehand. At that moment, Professor McGonagall said with exasperation, I can't accept such a hurried decision from you, it's ridiculous, and I'm sure the other professors are not the least bit mentally prepared for it. Even if you had plans to retire, you should have left a cushion of time instead of suddenly bringing it up and startling everyone. Minerva, there are still 2 hours before the dinner starts, we have plenty of time to clear up any doubts, but my decision will not be changed. Of course there are doubts. Professor McGonagall said sharply, let's start with when you got this irresponsible idea, and also, what will you do when you leave the school? You've spent most of your life here. It's a grand topic, Minerva, and I don't want to expand on the details, that's too wordy, and 2 hours won't be enough. Simply put, I planned a trip. Dumbledore announced cheerfully, with a hint of mischievous triumph in his tone, even from Felix's point of view. Of course, you can also assume that I have been planning it for a long time. A trip, a tour. Professor McGonagall seemed confused, while Grindelwald looked up perceptively. Traveling? Dumbledore had mentioned this to him privately, 2 days ago, when he had talked about his aborted graduation trip, and his words dripped with the slightest hint of regret. He talked fluently about the route he had planned. Starting from the UK and passing through France, Greece, Egypt, and Brazil, nearly covering all the famous wizarding towns and magical sites around the world. Of course, the most important thing is still the people. He is very interested in the magical ecology of other countries and would not refuse a short stop in some of the beautiful scenery. A twinge of longing stirred in Grindelwald's heart. For the rest of the time he was distracted by the whole thing and his thoughts were all over the place. When the meeting was over, all the professors walked woodenly out of the staff room and the students in the Great Hall were already seated at their tables. Then the dinner began and it ended with Dumbledore standing up to speak and announce the shocking news. The students at the foot of the gallery were dumbfounded. They finally knew why all the professors seemed to have a little appetite today, and this naturally included Grindelwald, except that his thoughts were very different from those of the other professors. When Dumbledore said he was giving up his post as headmaster, he knew that the plan he had been working on for a year had gone down the drain and that he would be too shut off from the outside world at Ermengarde Castle, but that was exactly what he had wanted, and he had taken the initiative to cut off contact with the outside world. In the beginning, some reluctant acolytes sent their messages by various means, but after realizing that there was no response, they gradually disappeared, and his world became simple and quiet, and he spent his days relying on the memories of the past to pass the time. Many years passed in a flash. It was only when he accidentally heard rumors of the Elder Wand from the mouth of the house elf, Bondi, that he could not resist the impulse to have Bondi deliver a letter, because he knew that the Elder Wand had fallen into Dumbledore's hands half a century ago, and given his character it would never change hands. He smelled a conspiracy. Sure enough, the youngster who called himself Voldemort began to stir up the storm. Grindelwald watched the battle that took place outside Hogsmeade Village through the eyes of the house elf, but the doubts in his mind were not verified. Dumbledore was old and did not show the power of the Elder Wand at all. However, the Elder Wand was indeed still in his possession. After that, he got in touch with Felix Happ. In the constant tussles and exchanges, he became acutely aware that another great age is coming in waves. The last great age was a century ago. At that time, the speed of Muggle development grew faster and faster, making not only the insightful members of the wizarding community feel threatened, but even the ordinary wizarding populace was able to find their sphere of activity becoming narrower and narrower, and the regulations of statute of secrecy becoming increasingly more stringent. Discontent pervaded all over the world. He seized that opportunity and thus made Grindelwald's reputation as one of the most dangerous dark wizards of all time. Now, almost a century later, history is once again repeating itself, only this time it is not the wizards who are initiating the war, and this time they have no option of retreating, and it seems that it will be difficult to hide the existence of the magical world any longer. The statute of secrecy is in danger, and this time the crisis will not be solved by putting some dark wizard in prison. Shortly thereafter, he saw some visions, not one. To be precise, 3 different scenes: the anti-wizard parade, the grand fireworks, and the scene of him gathering the acolytes together. He concealed the latter 2 scenes and brought out the most visual first one as a condition for negotiation. In the end, he managed to succeed, changing his clothes and his name to become an ordinary wizard school professor. At first, he was not half interested in the matter of educating the students. But this thought gradually changed, and sometimes he even thought that it would be nice to go on like this until the prophesied vision became reality. He even found an explanation for the other two visions he had seen, the celebration after the victory, and the gathering of the acolytes to replace the corrupt and incompetent International Confederation of Wizards when he was exposed in the wizarding world. It was precisely by figuring out the significance of these three visions that the triple ruling theory emerged in his mind, with Dumbledore, Hap, and him, each of the three men taking an important role in shaping the world. Dumbledore gained an immense reputation by defeating him and being recognized by the Qilin, an influence that is unmatched to this day. Felix Hap is a little less influential, but it depends on who he is compared to. He is in fact far beyond the limits of geographical boundaries, both in terms of personal power and prestige, and in just a few years he has spread his tentacles throughout the wizarding world by promoting ancient rune and developing novel magical items, and he even amazed Grindelwald when he studied his biography. And as for Grindelwald himself, as he said, he united all the forces of the wizarding world to ensure that there would be no internal chaos. If necessary, the acolytes in his hands would sweep away all threats. This list naturally included the stubborn Muggle authorities, and in his view, even if wizards and Muggles eventually came to peace, it is bound to be after a war. In the short span of a few decades when he was most active, there had been 2 world wars, and he knew all too well the evil in human nature. Wizards must show their power. By an optimistic estimate, it would only be sufficient if they burned 1 or 2 countries to the ground. At least the outbreak of a full-scale war would be avoided, wouldn't it? Even if both sides would suffer heavy losses, with the hiding skills of wizards, an ordinary civilian house would be perfectly capable of hiding hundreds or thousands of wizards, as long as someone could organize them. The unfortunate ones that died would be just the thing to dissipate the hatred of the ordinary Muggle populace. After a few decades or centuries have passed, when the convenience brought by magic has penetrated the hearts of the Muggle populace deeply, wizards will become the de facto nobility, and all the wars that were once fought, all the bloodshed that was once shed will be forgotten, and how many people today can even remember that a small Bulgarian country was one of the initiators of the World War? This is Grindelwald's preview of the future, pessimistic, desperate, cold, cruel, and the very thought of it would be met with a torrent of verbal abuse. So he omitted the gory statements when he talked about it to other professors before, but he knew Dumbledore himself would have figured it out. This time it was not him who was bent on starting a war. He was even happy to say reassuringly, there are over 200 countries in the world, and war can naturally be avoided if each one of them made the right choice. He likes to see Dumbledore's speechless expression. They have lived too long, they have witnessed too many ugly things, and it is only Hap who has the unrealistic illusion of expecting everything to go smoothly. But that possibility is too slim. Both he and Dumbledore were, by nature, utterly pessimistic, and their hearts had long been desolate. In the dead silence, Dumbledore raised his goblet and smiled as he toasted to the crowd. If we lose hope, what are we left with? The Great Hall continued to remain silent as if someone had cast a quietening charm. Then Dumbledore announced the end of the dinner, but no one moved, everyone stared at him and some of the sentimental girls burst into tears. Dumbledore was considerably moved, and he took a light breath and said with a shudder, everyone can leave now. On a side note, the 4 heads of houses, as well as Professors Hap and Bagshot, please come with me. With that, he led the way through the crowd and made his way towards the door, followed in order by those whose names had been called. As he passed the Gryffindor students who stood in silence, Dumbledore paused slightly and looked over at the crowd. 4 eyes met and Harry understood at once. He glanced back at the chaotic Great Hall, exchanged a look with Ron and Hermione, and elbowed his way quietly after them. Behind him came a gush of pushing and shoving and Seamus's angry shout was heard, I'm not going. I'm in the 6th year, I'm an adult. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 673, Chapter 673 Dumbledore, 2 in 1. Harry bent over and walked out a short distance, then straightened up and walked briskly towards the Great Hall door. Hey, Harry! He heard someone call behind him and Harry turned around to see that it was Neville. With a confused look on his face, Harry waved at him and slipped into the entrance hall. Dumbledore and his group had disappeared. Harry guessed they would have headed upstairs, probably to the headmaster's office, but on the other hand, he seemed to have heard movement from outside. After a slight mental weighing, he quickly ran to the stone steps outside the castle and looked hard into the distance. It was almost completely dark, and he could barely make out 2 blurry figures. One was Professor Flitwick, who looked conspicuous due to his height, and the other. Harry assumed that figure was Professor Sprout. He strained to peer further into the distance, there was no one else, and he realized something was wrong. Headmaster Dumbledore's white beard would be quite discernible even in the dark. So they had separated in the entrance hall? Headmaster Dumbledore had given the 2 professors some other task? There was a dense sound of footsteps behind him and Harry realized that the prefects started to organize the underclassmen to return to the common room. He didn't hesitate any longer and ran with great strides in the direction of the headmaster's office. There was silence in all directions, only his heavy footsteps were heard, and he wondered if he had taken a wrong turn. After climbing 2 more flights of stairs, he heard a faint sound from above his head. It was Headmaster Dumbledore's voice. A jolt of excitement went through Harry, but his speed inevitably slowed down, and when he finally reached the 7th floor, he went through a door, turned a corner, and picked up his pace, knowing he would soon meet the gargoyles in the corridor. He knew this path too well to lose track of it even with his eyes closed. And, as it happened, he knew the password. A dark figure suddenly stepped in front of him and Harry was so startled that his feet slipped, and he almost fell on his back. It was Snape. "What are you doing here, Potter?" he asked coldly. I was looking for Wait, you got kicked out?" Harry asked in surprise, his eyes moving past behind Snape, where it remained empty. Snape's face stiffened. "You're right, Potter," he said in a curt tone, then his thin lips twisted into a sneer. "The important people are talking inside, the unimportant people like me are tasked to stop the equally unimportant but unaware fools. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to come over," Harry said in annoyance. "When did that happen?" Harry was dumbfounded and Snape's tone became even snappier. "I was right behind him earlier, and I didn't hear Dumbledore speak to any students. I advise you to make a trip back to the Great Hall immediately, while Madame Pomfrey is still there." Harry glared at Snape, resentment building inside him as he took a deep breath and drew his wand, debating whether or not to cast a Patronus charm to inform Dumbledore that he has arrived. Snape's eyebrows jumped hard. He thought Harry was planning to attack him, and Snape narrowed his eyes, resisting the urge to mutter, "Is this what Dumbledore was after? To get himself angered by Potter and thus get disarmed of Elder Wand? Should he resist or not?" But Harry had already put away his wand and given up on the idea of using the Patronus to deliver the message. He was quite sure he had read the hints Dumbledore had given him correctly, and Dumbledore had told him explicitly last night that he would resolve the soul fragment on his body after dinner. But since there are other professors present, it means that the headmaster does have other matters that need to be dealt with urgently. There weren't many who knew about the existence of the Horcrux. Where did Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick have gone? Harry asked Snape calmly. "I saw them go out through the entrance hall." Snape looked at him quietly for 2 seconds and just when Harry thought he would learn absolutely nothing, he spoke. "They went to pick up someone in front of the school." "Who is that someone?" "Oh, Potter, I suppose that's what you are wondering? You're always intensely curious about things that don't concern you, but, I can tell you that they were ordered to bring the former headmaster's brother here. I guess it is probably to say goodbye? You see, Dumbledore did want to see someone, but it wasn't you." Harry paid no mind to Snape's sarcasm as he stood frozen in place. "Yes. Dumbledore is no longer headmaster," and he handed in his resignation. It was only then that Harry found himself in the mood to contemplate the impact the news brought upon him. An emotion called sadness churned in the pit of his stomach and he couldn't help but remember the moments he had spent with Dumbledore. "Well, Minerva, Felix, I'm dying," Dumbledore whispered in the headmaster's office. Professor McGonagall was stunned. Not only because of this revelation, but it was as if a brilliant drama had come to an end and all the previous suspense and clues had been strung together and would soon be answered, giving her some clarity when she had been surprised and overwhelmed by the situation. From all of Dumbledore's unusual actions from the beginning of this school year, not that she couldn't accept them, to Dumbledore's sudden announcement of his resignation as headmaster this afternoon, and Professor Bagshot's rather out-of-character attitude after Dumbledore had sent Pomona and Phileas not long ago. Professor McGonagall could discern that Professor Bagshot was forcing himself to hold back. When he, Dumbledore, Felix, and herself are the only ones left in the headmaster's office, Professor Bagshot finally pressed on and loudly questioned Dumbledore about what he is really up to. After that, the development became even stranger, as Dumbledore handed him a fairy tale book with a guilty face to pass the time when he got bored, and said he would take some time to write to him. Associating this with Dumbledore's talk of traveling this afternoon, Professor McGonagall barely understood. But then something truly damning had happened. Felix had suddenly struck behind Professor Bagshot's back and knocked him unconscious. As if it had been negotiated, Dumbledore stepped out and grabbed Professor Bagshot, who had lost control of his body, and staggered to move him to the sofa. Dumbledore stuffed the tails of Beetle the Bard into Professor Bagshot's robe pocket and placed a soft cushion under his neck, and after doing so, he turned to the other two and spoke the words above. Professor McGonagall stared seriously at Dumbledore's face. If it had been a prank, he would normally have compromised at this point, but Dumbledore at the moment looked at her without shying away. "It's not April Fool's Day, Dumbledore," she yelled. "If you expect to shock me, which you did, oh my Merlin." She suddenly choked up, her eyes welling up with tears. "Tell me, Albus, it's not true," she said weakly. Dumbledore repeated what he had just said again in a weak, but firm tone. "I'm sorry, Minerva, but I really am going to die." Tears broke out and flowed down Professor McGonagall's no longer young cheeks. But you said before the trip, she asked as if grasping for the last straw. That was a lie. Dumbledore said calmly, it was a ruse I devised. Calm down, Minerva, you are a veteran who has lived through 2 wizard wars as a warrior. Look at Felix. Don't bring me into this. Felix said stiffly from the sidelines. Dumbledore shook his head slightly. Fine. To the level-headed, death is just another great adventure. I do not fear death, what really daunts me are those in the present world who are worth keeping, and for that, I have prepared this. Felix, can I ask you a favor? Dumbledore asked politely, and Felix and Professor McGonagall followed his gaze to the 2 large boxes placed on the left side of the long-legged table. Felix's lips twitched, and he didn't say anything, but the 2 boxes floated up in the air and landed in the open space between the 3 men. This should do it. Dumbledore nodded approvingly and said, please, if you could. Click. Click. There were 2 crisp clicks and the cover of the box popped open. Felix looked into the box, which is stuffed with letters. I was inspired to do this after the matter of Miss Lovegood, and given the current use of my identity, I hope that you will keep these letters hidden after my death. These letters will help you, and I have deliberately sorted them so that they can be easily distinguished. All it will take will be sending a few letters at a later date, or occasionally bringing up the things I have seen on my travels in public, to create a false illusion. Oh, yes. Dumbledore looked over at Felix with delight, that splitting magic of yours will probably come in handy. You have some experience acting like me. Felix knew what those words meant. He had disguised himself as Dumbledore deep in Voldemort's memory, and in a way, he did indeed have the experience required. Professor McGonagall's body shook sharply. Albus, is that what you left us behind with? To send a letter after your death and pretend you're still alive somewhere in the world. She said in a loud voice, but her face turned pale. Those blue eyes seemed infinitely tolerant and understanding. I know it's difficult, but believe me, I have reasons why I must do it. After tonight, you can question Felix and get more detailed information from him. There was a noise from outside. Here I am. Albus, let's see what you have to say. Aberforth's roar came from a distance. All right, Minerva, pull yourself together. Dumbledore said in a stern tone, and when he finished he looked over at Fawkes, the phoenix lying on its perch, sickly and seemingly covered in a black and red layer of ash. Fawkes, he said softly. The phoenix braced itself and looked at Dumbledore. Take him to Minerva's office. Fawkes answered with a low cry, unfolding his wings and landing on the unconscious Grindelwald, and with a flash of fire, the man and the bird disappeared. Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, I need you to return to your office now. Pomona will bring some people to you. They are enforcers from the International Confederation of Wizards and have been ordered to transfer. Professor Bagshot? Professor McGonagall asked in surprise. Dumbledore nodded. Keep it a secret. But, Albus, he's... Let Felix explain it to you later. Dumbledore cut in. My brother is here, and if I don't let him come up here soon, I'm afraid he'll use violence, and he's been very upset with me lately. By the way, let Harry come over here as well, he should have been waiting for a while. The voices outside were getting louder and louder, so his words seemed convincing. Professor McGonagall gave him a deep look. It's been a pleasure working with you, Albus. So have I, Minerva. Dumbledore smiled at her. Professor McGonagall left in a hurry, seemingly tripping over the door as it closed again with a clear intake of breath coming from behind it. Silence returned to the spacious office, although an even grumpier man would soon be welcomed, but at least, for the moment, it would be quiet. Dumbledore slowly moved to the edge of the sofa, sitting close to where Grindelwald had just been lying. Put those letters away, Felix, I've never been able to guess Aberforth's temper, in case he insists on reading them. Hide this from even him? Felix asked quietly. Possibly. I've always been an irresponsible brother in his mind, and it's good to keep that impression, but I couldn't be bothered to think that far ahead, and if you're going to tell him, it's best to wait a while. Felix put the 2 boxes of letters away. I thought you'd try to live because of Ariana. Dumbledore asked softly. Felix nodded at him and the old man smiled. You forget, Felix, there's another me in classroom 7. 13-year-old Ariana should be accompanied by 17-year-old Albus Dumbledore, not waking up next to 2 elderly brothers. I went ahead and didn't let her keep the last year of her life, it would have been too cruel for her, but she has soul power in her, which sets her apart from the usual memory bodies and ghosts and makes her more real. If she ever gets bored, she has the right to decide her own fate. The door suddenly crashed open from outside. Albus. And that bastard. Aberforth's burly body rushed in, followed by Harry, Snape, and Phileas. I don't know what kind of flowery words you are going to use this time. He froze when he realized that there are only 2 people in the room. Where is he? Aberforth asked with a fierce expression as he licked his lips. Gone. Dumbledore said, closing his eyes. Aberforth made an odd face, and for a moment, Harry beside him even thought he would shout, but Aberforth just grimaced and stared at Dumbledore. Count yourself, lucky, he muttered, and after a moment he said, where is the key? Dumbledore opened his eyes and looked over at Felix. Felix held out his hand with an expressionless face, countless tiny ancient runes gathered between his fingers and finally materialized into a solid key. He tossed the key to Aberforth. Phileas, please make another trip down and take Aberforth to classroom 7. Dumbledore asked in a requesting tone. Oh, yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Professor Flitwick said obediently. Please follow me. Aberforth stared at the key in his hand and then at Dumbledore sitting on the sofa. Thank you. He grunted vaguely and followed the short Professor Flitwick out. In the office, Dumbledore, Felix, Harry, and Snape remained behind at the moment. Snape's eyes darted around the office and finally fell on Dumbledore. Do I still need to guard the door? There are quite a few professors gathered at the door, and they all want to know more about the inside story. I don't know if you all heard Hagrid's loud voice. Professor McGonagall left in a hurry and didn't say anything. Is Pomona back yet? Dumbledore asked. Not yet, as far as I know. Snape whispered. It is hard on you, Severus. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a moment, his expression cooled down as he flung back his sleeves and left the office with a stern face. As if he didn't notice, Dumbledore greeted Harry and asked him to sit opposite him. Harry, Dumbledore said in a near murmur, I've thought long and hard about telling you directly that perhaps by just being passive and meeting your intended fate, you would burst forth with power and strength. I'm dying. Harry asked, his voice slightly trembling, but his gaze held a very firm look. Dumbledore looked at him lovingly for a long moment before he spoke again. You'll live through this ultimately, I promise you that, Harry. Only yes, you do need to die once. With some difficulty, he pulled the resurrection stone ring from his pocket and put it on himself, and Harry and Felix stared at his hand, which, though thin and slender, was glowing with a shimmering light at the moment. Dumbledore shook the ring. You see, I will protect you. Harry pursed his lips. What do I have to do? You have to be killed by Voldemort once. It has to be him for reasons you can guess without me telling you. Voldemort is now relocated to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Felix and I have made some changes to the place, and it will allow you to unleash your power. Of course, you can't just show up in front of Voldemort. He knows you're a Horcrux and won't likely lay a hand on you. Then. But there happens to be someone in the school now who can appear openly before Voldemort without fear of arousing any suspicion. I'm not saying that Voldemort trusts him, quite the opposite, it's quite possible that. Snape. Harry said suddenly. It's Professor Snape. Dumbledore stopped talking and said with a smile in his eyes, I think you understand. Harry nodded. I need another wand, I can't use my own wand. Severus is out there. Dumbledore nodded. Oh yes, maybe you'll need it. Voldemort's wand is in the left drawer of my desk, you've seen it, the grip is like a beast's claw. Harry remained silent for a moment, then stood up, walked around the sofa, pulled open the long-legged desk drawer, and took a wand from it. After a few seconds of reflection, Harry placed his own wand on the table. Will you accompany me? He walked to the door and looked over at Dumbledore. Yes, I will. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. The door closed behind him and Harry heard a crisp phoenix cry. He gaped in place for a few seconds and took a deep breath as the revolving staircase began to descend, and finally, the wall in front of him cracked open and the light shone in from the corridor. Half a dozen professors gathered in the corridor, whispering and talking as they looked towards the gargoyle. Harry! Hagrid shouted, waving his arm at him to signal him to walk over. But Harry walked straight up to Snape, and the two men stared at each other. I need your wand. Snape looked at him coldly. I need your wand to avenge her. Harry intoned as he finished his sentence. Snape slowly pulled his own wand out of his robes and looked at him with two vacant eyes and whispered hoarsely. Brittle wood, 13.5 inches, with the dragon heartstring wand core. Thanks. Harry said, flinging the wand twice as if trying to get the feel of it in his hand, and then he pointed the tip of it at himself. Hagrid made a loud inhaling sound. Harry's face began to morph, his size stretched, his figure became more slender, his skin color dulled and the scar on his forehead disappeared little by little. He took on the appearance of Snape. Then Harry pointed his wand at himself again and his clothes turned into a wide black robe. Hagrid looked shocked and rubbed his eyes so hard that half of his words stuck in his throat. The other professors were also startled. Someone whispered, Animagus can greatly boost the level of transfiguration. But Potter has only mastered it for less than 2 months, hasn't he? Harry is quickly adjusting to the change in his body. He recalled the way Snape walked in his head and found it unexpectedly familiar. He took a few steps back and forth and soon found the feel of it. He strutted, the hem of his black gown raised high like 2 deadly vipers. As he passed Hagrid, he stopped and grinned. Hagrid's expression looked like he had seen a ghost coming to life. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 674, Chapter 674 Twists and Turns, 2 in 1. In the headmaster's office, the phoenix chirped low in Dumbledore's ear. Gellert's been taken? Well, those people have a nasty attitude. Fawkes, we can't expect everyone to think like ourselves. They're just doing their job. Dumbledore whispered soothingly and Fawkes lowered his head to allow him to touch his feathers. Felix brushed the air in front of him and a mirror appeared out of thin air. Rune symbols shone around the edge of the mirror, its surface rippling like water. Through the layers of mist, a still image reflected, it showed a meadow with a giant Ouroboros snake hovering in midair. Dumbledore stared blankly into the mirror, and after a moment, he pulled himself together and said, Felix, it's just the two of us now, and since Harry needs a little more time, we can talk a little longer. Felix glanced absent-mindedly at Fawkes, who shrank back pitifully. As it happens, I have something to ask as well. Is it worth it, Albus? Dumbledore laughed light-heartedly. Just a year ago, around this same time, Voldemort asked me the same question. He looked into the mirror and said with some difficulty, my answer is the same as it was then, it is worth it. Felix frowned. I thought you'd come up with something better than a life for a life, plus 2 soul projections. It is a necessary price to pay, for the greater good. I can't think of any greater good than an archmage. Felix said calmly, you showed me that prophecy, you know better than I do how important an archmage is in the current situation. But the question is, what do people need from me? Dumbledore said lightly, wisdom? Strength? Reputation? I fear that even if I remain intact, I will not be able to live up to their expectations. You did half a century ago. Felix raised his voice slightly, I remember a book calling you protector of muggles and muggle-born wizards. Dumbledore laughed bitterly. You mentioned the same, just a protector and nothing more. You should know what happened to me. My sister became an obscurial, my poor father died tragically in Azkaban, my mother lost her life trying to care for Ariana, and you know the source of all that pain. Felix, I was full of resentment, and I hope you understand what that word represents, which is why I hit it off with Gellert. At that time, I was no less dangerous than Gellert. Felix exhaled softly, dispelling the feeling of heaviness from his heart. You are afraid of becoming a second Grindelwald. Yes, I am afraid. Dumbledore said frankly, only I know how close I am to crossing that line. I don't intend to ill-treat muggles, but I have acquiesced that there will be a percentage of innocent people victimized. That number became larger and larger as I discussed it with Gellert, yet my conscience was numbed with empty justifications. Then reality hit me hard. I came to my senses, but the cost was too great to bear, so I was constantly reminded that I could not have authority and that only school suited for me. I spent the years since then sheltering young wizards from muggle families as much as I could, fighting against the abuse of muggles and against war. Have you noticed, Felix? This all happened naturally with the statue of secrecy working properly. But what if it all reversed? If the tragedies that happened to me came back again and again, if I had the power to sway the world, would I be able to keep a clear and sensible conscience? Without wisdom, force and prestige are but menaces. Tears slid down the tip of his nose. Felix's heart seemed to be clogged with something. There was a moment of silence. At that moment, Harry appeared in the scene. Staring up at the Ouroboros in mid-air, he could clearly sense a part of his own magic and emotions in the giant patroness. Dumbledore held out his hand. I think it's time to transfer the charm. Is there enough time? Felix asked in a low voice. He looked into the mirror and the reflection showed Harry waving the wand, the huge Ouroboros twisting up and frozen for a while before the Ouroboros suddenly collapsed and scattered into a rain of silvery light. Like a morning mist in the mountains and forests, how it would reduce to nothing by the sunlight. That's enough, it's really quite simple. Dumbledore nodded slightly, only, when the charm is transferred, my magic must be removed and then replaced with yours. That could take a few hours. Then let's get started. Felix said as he lowered his eyes, fully realizing that he accepted a heavy responsibility from Dumbledore. Time went back a quarter of an hour and a certain event with far-reaching implications in the future would soon take place. Ron? Hermione? What are you doing here? Harry tossed Snape's greasy hair uncomfortably and was surprised to see the two men running up the stairs head-on. Ron's jaw dropped, obviously not expecting to bump into Snape. Hermione stammered, yes, sorry, Professor Snape, we wanted to come up and see. Oh, I mean, we've followed the professor's instruction on keeping order, and now all the underclassmen have returned to the common room, with only some of the upperclassmen remaining in the Great Hall, and they refused to leave. Harry blinked, he had almost forgotten that he currently possessed Snape's face. I see. He said stoically. After saying that, he continued down the stairs. It's incredible how we got away with it just like that. Ron said, patting his chest with fear, I thought for sure we were going to be punished, if we got detention, the last part of the term's time off would be ruined. What's wrong with you, Hermione? Hermione stared expressionlessly at the corner of the stairs, where Harry had just disappeared. How odd, Professor Snape actually called us by our first name. Oh. It does seem a bit odd when you put it that way. Ron scratched his head, but we better should meet up with Harry first. Even if we can't see him, we can ask the other professors for information. Well, you're right, Hermione said, and the two continued up the stairs. Meanwhile, in a room with closed doors and windows on the first floor of the castle, Professor McGonagall kept twiddling her thumbs in the darkness, glancing every now and then at the unconscious man on the couch. Just a short while ago, they had been colleagues. Knock, knock. A knock at the door woke her up. She took out her lace handkerchief and wiped her eyes, took a deep breath, and returned to her usual solemn and serious appearance. Then she opened the door to her office and Professor Sprout stood outside. Pomona, you're back. Oh, and you too, please come in. Professor Sprout walked in and exchanged a glance with McGonagall. Right behind her, a dark-skinned man entered. He no longer looked young, his face held a grave look, the wrinkles on his forehead curving into the same curve as his sagging mouth, and he wore a dark blue wizard's robe with a brooch pinned to his collar, his grey curly hair clinging to the top of his head as he walked in and removed his hat. Before Professor Sprout could introduce him, he voluntarily offered a hand. Hello, I'm Babajide Akingbade. Professor McGonagall was slightly surprised, the new Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Babajide nodded, and at that moment 4 lean-looking male wizards in formal attire entered. These are the members of the law enforcement team I brought with me for this escort, Rodney. He said stoically as a middle-aged male wizard walked over to the couch and lit his wand to examine the unconscious Grindelwald. Go away, you ugly bird. The team member said, and Fox, who acted as the light source in the room, glared at him with displeasure. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow. Can you turn on the light? Babajide said, the light is a bit dim. My crew might not be able to see well. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and said nothing as she took out her wand and waved it. A soft light spilling down from the ceiling and the office suddenly became very bright. A magic lamp. Babajide said with interest, I've been meaning to find a chance to talk to Mr. Happ about a mess, and certainly also with Dumbledore. I was hoping to listen to his wisdom, but this matter at hand is crucial. Sprout let out a sudden gasp and the two men turned their heads to look at Sprout, who stammered, he used a stinging jinx. Mr. Akingbade, your law enforcement process is too rough. This is abuse. Professor McGonagall said with a stern face. No, it is a necessary inspection, Professor. The team member grinned as he tilted his head, no problem. He's sleeping deeply. Next is the Incarcerus spell, the full body bind curse, the silencing charm. I've read an internal file which says he's clever with words. Babajide cleared his throat, Rodney, stick to the plan, you don't need to show off your eloquence here. Rodney stopped talking and just pulled out shiny handcuffs and leg shackles and strapped them on Grindelwald. One member of the team pushed the door open and another raised his wand and pointed it at Grindelwald, whose body floated in mid-air as his head and limbs hung down helplessly from the force of the handcuffs and shackles. Mr. Akingbade, Professor McGonagall said gravely, I'm not sure if Dumbledore informed you, but he wanted the whole process to be strictly confidential, and especially not to allow him to regain his consciousness. Babajide replied calmly, you have a point. He arced his wand through the air and Grindelwald's face was covered by a black visor. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was about to say something else, he offered a smile, all right, Professor, take me to Dumbledore. Leave the professional stuff to them, these lads have been dealing with the most dangerous prisoners for years. Professor McGonagall's lips pursed into a slit as she walked behind, and when everyone was out she stood in the doorway and locked eyes with the Phoenix. Thank you, Fox. You can go back now. Fox nodded at her and spread his wide wings as his body burst into flames. Professor McGonagall then closed the door to her office. A glow of fire shone through the doorway to her feet, then converged again. Is that a phoenix? Babajide muttered in sudden surprise, I didn't recognize it earlier. It's called Fox. Professor McGonagall said distractedly, Mr. Akingbade, there's something you may not know. Headmaster Dumbledore has handed in his resignation to the school board, just today, alas, and he can't wait to embark on a trip, she sniffled, and I'm not sure you'll be able to meet him. They crossed the corridor and arrived at the grand staircase when a clamor came from downstairs. What's going on? Professor Sprout asked suspiciously, and she glanced downstairs when suddenly a silvery transparent head emerged from the steps, startling her. Murder! Someone's killing people! Peeves yelled excitedly as he whistled loudly. Professor McGonagall called out, what's going on, Peeves? Is that one of your pranks? Peeves winced, he was a little intimidated by Professor McGonagall and therefore replied in a greasy tone. There's a scuffle, Professor, little crybaby against a couple of grown-ups, wand against wand, Peeves said with a smile, and I was just about to tell Filch, maybe his little wooden stick can hold them apart. Little crybaby? Student. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows knitted together as she hurried down the stairs. Yeah, that Longbottom, but he's not that much fun now as he was in the first and second year. Peeves chased after her, humming along the way as his 2 legs pretended to step on the stairs, but his legs kept sinking beneath the stairs. Shut up, Peeves! Professor McGonagall yelled back, and she already reached the ground floor, where the entrance hall is crowded. Someone shouted, Professor McGonagall's here. The crowd parted to either side in a swish, allowing Professor McGonagall to see both sides who are facing each other. On one side, it naturally turned out to be 4 members of the International Confederation of Wizards Law Enforcement Team, and on the other side, Longbottom, Abbott, Finnegan, Thomas, Goldstein, Greengrass. Professor McGonagall shouted the names of those who held their wands in their hands one after another in anger, then she turned to the other side, and you too, Weasley and Lovegood, what do you want to do? The students whose names had been called lowered the tips of their wands nervously, and they looked at one person in unison. Surprisingly, it turned out to be Neville. Mr. Longbottom, did you do all this? Give me a reason. Professor McGonagall's chest rose and fell dramatically. I want to know too, who are they? Neville turned red and pointed at the 4 members of the International Confederation of Wizards Law Enforcement Team and yelled, Hannah and I were coming out of the Great Hall when we saw them very rudely dragging a man down the stairs, and although his face is masked, I recognized him as Professor Bagshot, and I clearly remember the flower pattern on his shirt and trousers. They are law enforcement officers of the International Confederation of Wizards. Professor McGonagall said weakly, Mr. Longbottom, you are too impulsive. That's because you didn't see what they did. Neville shouted, his eyes glistening with tears as they turned red. They, he stammered out of anger. Hannah Abbott took his hand and said in his place. Professor McGonagall, it's true that we don't know the identity of these people, but they were not acting like law enforcement officers at all just now, they were like thugs who broke into the school. They had Professor Bagshot's knee on the step and his head on the floor. As you know, Neville has great respect for Professor Bagshot. He approached and asked a couple of questions and was attacked with a spell. The students burst into a fit of righteous indignation. Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, and she turned her head to look at the 4 members of the enforcement team. They stood their ground with expressionless faces. At that moment, Babajide came over and asked solemnly, Rodney, is what this student was saying true? It seems so. Rodney blinked. Can someone explain why so many students are speaking up for a wicked dark wizard who has done a lot of evil things? What evidence do you have to claim that? A student shouted indignantly. Evidence? Rodney said contemptuously, there is more than enough of that sort of thing to satisfy everyone. You don't know what he did when he was young, and if it wasn't for someone sheltering Rodney. Babajide snapped. He looked around the room and after a moment's reflection, he said, allow me to introduce myself to you all, Babajide Akingbade, current Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. The students around the room looked at him in surprise and then as if asking for confirmation, they looked at Professor McGonagall, who nodded slightly. A whisper resounded in the entrance hall. I assure you on my own honor that this man in front of you is definitely a dark wizard and one of the most dangerous kind at that. He escaped the prison that held him a year ago, and this time it was Headmaster Dumbledore who personally subdued him and handed him over to us. Babajide said. The students looked at each other. Could it be another fake Moody case? But it is quite bold to apply for a professor job at Hogwarts. Even Professor Black only became a professor after clearing his name. Of course, I know that you were not aware of this, so your courage to defend your professor is commendable. I will not hold you responsible for this, but if you cross the line any further, it will be a violation of the law. You should think carefully. At the end of his sentence, his tone became increasingly stern. Many of the students showed timid and cowering expressions as Babajide looked around and with a wave of his hand, 4 members left with the unconscious Grindelwald in tow. Wait, Mr. Akingbade. Neville gathered the courage to take a step forward and whispered, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I just wanted to ask, can I have a word with Professor Bagshot? Just a few words. I'd like to ask in person. Absolutely not. Those words didn't come from Babajide but from Professor McGonagall's mouth. She said firmly, meeting a crowd of surprised eyes, I won't allow anyone to wake him up. The entrance hall went silent, except for a snort from the Rodney team member, and the man next to him tugged on his sleeve as they made their way through the crowd and out of the castle. There was a quiet sigh of relief in Professor McGonagall's heart because, although she didn't know the reason, she had finally completed the task Albus had given her. All right, everyone disperses, she said authoritatively when she turned her head, leave this place, where are prefects? Take responsibility. The students all scattered, all the while feverishly discussing what had just happened and the identity of Professor Bagshot. Only Neville was frozen in place as he pulled the broken sniakoscope out of his pocket. He had envisaged many possibilities, but he never anticipated this parting scene. On the other side, the 4 members of law enforcement arrived at the carriage halfway up the hill from the castle. "You're being a bit impulsive, Rodney. I know your family has a grudge against Grindelwald," one member of the team said, as he gently manipulated Grindelwald into the carriage and then got in himself. "But you shouldn't have attacked that student, even if it was to scare." "I didn't." "What?" "I didn't want to scare him, I just wanted to knock him out. But for some reason, it didn't work even though the spell clearly hit him." Rodney wondered aloud as he stared at his wand in confusion. Had something gone wrong? He glanced at Grindelwald, who lay in the middle of the 2 members, and waved his wand twice at random, and Grindelwald's exposed skin instantly became red and swollen, as if he had been whipped. "Rodney. I'm warning you." "I'm sorry, Captain." Rodney shrugged and lowered his head as he continued to look at his wand, so it didn't fail. "So what the hell happened then? Some kind of hidden defensive spell?" As he spoke, the carriage suddenly jerked and the black carriage raced off into the dark night sky. The breathing under the black mask sharply increased, and the skin on his wrists that looked like whip marks and bee stings suddenly turned red. At that moment, in the headmaster's office, 2 hands clasped tightly together. An arcane pattern emerged and then climbed up Felix's wrists as if they are alive. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon. 675, Chapter 675 Godric's Hollow. Felix examined the arcane pattern on his wrist. It looked slightly hideous and was seeping a little into his skin. Felix felt a tingling sensation as if the charm in question is poking out a thin needle and piercing into his flesh and skin. Dumbledore's face turned pale. The process of transferring the charm was not as easy as he made it out to be, especially in his current weakened state. Felix couldn't quite remember the last time he had cast a spell. "Dumbledore." An old wizard with short shaggy fringes appeared in the portrait frame of the headmaster's office. "How's it going?" Dumbledore asked, bracing his head. "2 things." The old wizard panted. The International Confederation of Wizards caused an accident on their way out. A student recognized Grindelwald by the inconspicuous pattern on his clothes, and they scuffled. Luckily McGonagall and Babajide Achingbaid showed up just in time. The problem is now resolved and Grindelwald has been taken away. Gellert didn't wake up halfway through, did he? No, he was unconscious the whole time. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Babajide Achingbaid? The new supreme mugwump. Felix interjected, all the while trying to distract himself from the fact that he wanted to burn the pattern on his wrist with a fire. He turned to Dumbledore and said, "Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Grindelwald in the near future? I kept an eye out around the school in the meantime in case any of the acolytes were thinking about coming here but didn't see the name on the Marauders map." Dumbledore mused. Babajide didn't mention in his letter that he would be coming over. It would have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. "That's the second thing," the old wizard said from his portrait frame. "He's heading this way with McGonagall. Both of them will be here soon." "Let me deal with him, Dumbledore." "Using your idea," Felix said, leaping to his feet. He naturally meant disguising himself as Dumbledore to send Babajide away. "No, Felix, you stay here," Dumbledore said in a faint but clear voice, as he looked over at the portrait of the headmaster waiting silently on the wall. "One more trip for you to make, Everard. Tell Minerva to take Babajide somewhere to rest until tomorrow." The white-faced old wizard in the frame responded and disappeared. In the face of a quizzical look, Dumbledore said as briefly as he could, "To avoid complications, I'll be going down to see Harry soon, and you must concentrate on eliminating my original magic from the charm before Gellert awakens." Felix nodded, his mind sinking down to the brightly glowing mass of the charm that currently coiled around the little finger of his right arm, looking lazy and harmless. But Felix had no doubt that if it had been placed on any other wizard, even Snape, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Because essentially, this thing is part of the curse that is inflicted on Grindelwald. Or to put it another way, it is a fragment of the curse that Dumbledore actively cut off, modified to make it less offensive. It is also due to the fact that the two are of the same origin that Dumbledore can sense Grindelwald's state. The reverse also applies. It is just that the restraint on Grindelwald is too strong for him to invoke it normally. It is nearly 8 hours before dawn, about the same time Felix predicts Grindelwald will wake up, and he is confident in the strength of his own spell, unless some fool has used a powerful reviving spell on Grindelwald. He and Dumbledore aren't gods, but all that could be done was done. The exclusive wand on Grindelwald had been removed at the first opportunity, which had almost knocked him back to his original form and turned him back into a squib. The transfer of the charm did not affect the restraining magic on Grindelwald from working, it just that the other man's state could not be probed until Felix gained control of the charm a little more. Furthermore, Dumbledore had personally communicated with the International Confederation of Wizards about the transfer plan, not to mention that in the meantime Felix had been keeping a close eye on Grindelwald's unusual movements as Dumbledore had instructed. The sneakoscope in Neville's hand was no secret, and Felix had come to the same conclusion as Hermione that the sneakoscope was broken and had no other magic attached to it. But even so, they could not guarantee that it would be foolproof. Dumbledore wanted Grindelwald alive, even if the last thing Grindelwald remembered of him is a cold side. That's why things are so problematic, so many tricks can't be used, and it's just plain that Grindelwald is never an easy character to deal with. In the worst case scenario, Grindelwald will find that the controller of the charm has changed if he wakes up soon, but that's about it. His fate would not be altered in any way. As for the acolyte's attempt to abduct the prisoner, it might appear something that would cause sky-high headaches to the International Confederation of Wizards, but by the time Felix had mastered the charm, he would be able to sense Grindelwald's general location based on it, and unless he kept moving, he would be found by Felix sooner or later. In the event of Felix being the one that trying to catch him, Grindelwald's chances of escaping are very low unless there are literally thousands of wizards guarding him day and night. In the end, Grindelwald's own power was long gone from its peak. But Felix roughly guessed one other possibility: if the wizarding community became exposed one day and things turned ugly, Grindelwald would be a dangerous trump card. This may also be the idea that Dumbledore thought of. Felix worked with nearly two minds. In addition to trying to control the charm, he also divided some of his attention to the mirror that playing a scene in mid-air. By now Voldemort had already awakened. He narrowed his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, not expecting to be in a wooded area by any means. "What is this place?" Voldemort asked softly, after a long pause. The sun is shining brightly above them, the green grass lush beneath them, the wind blowing from nowhere and rustling the leaves. Not far away, a huge dragon towing a dozen carriages hovered in the background, and although it's a distant memory, Voldemort recognized it at once: a roller coaster that only could be found in a Muggle amusement park. Although Muggle-built roller coasters wouldn't hover above a snowy mountain, and this coaster lacked tracks underneath, Voldemort didn't find it unsightly. On the contrary, he found it quite pleasant to look at, and couldn't help but look at it a little more. Salazar Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Harry said with a blank face. Felix Happ, he paused, transformed the Chamber of Secrets into what it is now. "So I'm a few kilometers under Hogwarts now," Voldemort said, picking up a leaf from the ground and crumbling it a little. He showed a smile, his eyes glowing scarlet. "Severus, I thought for a while that you had betrayed me. It seems I was wrong. Yes, even the greatest of men make mistakes. Do accept my apologies, my loyal friend," he said as he opened his arms and moved towards Harry, as if to give him a warm hug and at the same time celebrate his successful escape. But Voldemort paused. The look in Snape's eyes felt foreign to him. There is something extra in the dead silence that normally radiates from his black pupils, so hot, so dazzling that he couldn't pretend to ignore it. Snape's eyes filled with hatred. "Severus," he uttered slowly, his eyes growing a little grimmer. "Dumbledore and Happ decided to permanently imprison you, but I couldn't accept that. It would be too kind to you. I stole this from Dumbledore's office." Harry told a half-truth, tossing a white wand at Voldemort's feet while he himself clutched the wand that belonged to Snape. Voldemort stared blankly at the wand on the floor. He could not mistake it. It is his first wand, so fitting that he never would have thought to look for a replacement if Dumbledore hadn't snatched it away from him. He thought he had lost it forever, but at this moment, his wand had made a dramatic appearance. Instead of feeling joy at the prospect of regaining it, he was more surprised by Snape's attitude. "Pick it up and let's duel," Harry stated coldly. "I've arranged an anti-apparition charm all around, you can't escape." Voldemort looked at him with an ominous look in his eyes. Harry expected him to say something, like asking him why, but Voldemort didn't. He held out his hand and the wand flew into his hand with a swish. The tips of his long fingers gently brushed over the wand that belonged to him. "I didn't know you hated me so much, Severus." "Why?" Voldemort hissed. In reality, he concentrated mostly on examining his wand to see if it had been tampered with. Power is the key at the moment. Of course, he is also interested to know why his servant's attitude has suddenly changed dramatically. He had initially assumed that Snape had been sent by Dumbledore or Happ with some sort of ulterior motive, but now he didn't think so. "Of course," Harry said subconsciously. "Don't lie to me." Voldemort scowled. "You think I can't see the hatred in your eyes?" He raised his wand abruptly, so fast that it looked as if his previous weakness was all a pretense. "Crucio. Prodigo." The curse brushed past Harry's hair, his heart thumped. He was completely unprepared for Voldemort's sudden attack. He subconsciously fought back against it, but his eyes couldn't keep track. He had been sent here to die, not to lose his conscience and be tortured by Voldemort. Voldemort looked even angrier and shot out a series of spells, but none of them were lethal. He still maintained his reason and tried to capture Snape to force information out of his head. "How dare you defy me? Defy the Lord you serve? Why?" he growled loudly. "I thought you should have figured that out because of Lily Evans." After a moment of silent confrontation, Harry said, his calm voice filled with hate, as if he had become the real Snape and was speaking through his mouth. "You took her life." "Lies. You told me you didn't care about that woman and would find a better one. Tell me the truth." Voldemort shouted in a harsh tone. "Oh, use your head. Of course, I would say that at the time. How else was I supposed to stay undercover among the Death Eaters? Think about it, Voldemort, why have you failed so many times? Because I wasn't your man years ago, much earlier than you think I defected to Dumbledore from the time you went after her and her family, and after Lily's death, I lived for one sole purpose. Hoping for you to die. Harry said in one breath. Ridiculous. Voldemort shouted, out of anger. He couldn't stand being lied to, especially being tricked like a buffoon for over a decade, but a voice told him that it was all true. Snape hadn't betrayed him recently, and from beginning to end, his loyalty had been a disguise. All the while, he allowed a traitor to be in a high position, passing a constant stream of information to Dumbledore. He had even considered Snape to be his brilliant prize. This came as no less than a great blow to him. Harry felt the wrath in Voldemort's heart, and as the magic built up in the tip of his wand, he decided to add another punch. You don't even realize this, right? Severus Snape's patroness is a doe, the same as Lily Evans, and it has never changed. Do I need to show you? Behold, expecto patronum. A silvery creature materialized. Harry didn't let it fully manifest itself, the large horns hidden in the silver mist. You're a clown, Voldemort. He said contemptuously. Harry succeeded. Voldemort was utterly enraged, and he was filled with murderous intent. Then, there was a flash of green light. Strong thoughts of survival raced through Harry's mind, telling him to get out of the way quickly, but then he realized he couldn't, and the conflicting mindset caused him to raise his wand in his hand only an inch when he was struck by Voldemort. Harry fell to the ground, losing his breath of life. Avada Kedavra. The voice of the man sounded distant. At the same time, Voldemort felt a sudden, sharp pain in his heart and he fell to his back. After an unknown amount of time, Harry heard his name being called. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember who it belonged to. He was dazed and floating in the blissful atmosphere. His mind was overwhelmingly relaxed, as if all the stress he had carried in his life had disappeared. He wanted to lie down a little longer, although he wasn't sure he is even lying anywhere, but the voice that kept urging him on became clearer and stronger, and like a drowning man, he fell back from the overwhelmingly wonderful sensation to the cold reality. Harry opened his eyes and looked at the old face close at hand and sobered up with a start. Professor Dumbledore. You slept like the dead, Harry. Dumbledore said cheerfully, I've been calling you for a long time. Oh, I'm sorry, why am I here? Wasn't I dueling with Voldemort? Harry asked. Think about it, Harry. Dumbledore said encouragingly, his tone exactly the same as when he had given Harry a lesson to discuss the problem previously. Harry tried to remember, his memories were a little fuzzy, but when he decided to think about it, they came back immediately, and vividly. He remembered exactly what had happened, going to the Chamber of Secrets alone to duel Voldemort, or to be precise, he was sent down to his death. He remembered the whole process. He even recalls the first time Aunt Marge came to visit Dursley's house. His face was pinched and swollen with her nails, and he was only 2 years old at the time. Normally he would never be able to remember something that far back. Normally he would have felt anger too, but at the moment he felt very peaceful and devoid of any emotion. He remembered but didn't feel much. Where is this place? Where do people go when they die? Dumbledore asked faintly in return. I died. It's very close to that state, but, no, you're still alive, in the middle of life and death. Dumbledore said. He winked. Harry, I suggest you better get dressed, just think about it in your mind. Harry looked down and realized he didn't have a single piece of clothing on, and even in this strange state he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He took Dumbledore's advice and the thought clothes just flashed through his mind and an extra set of clothes appeared on his body. Harry rose from the ground when he discovered that the mist had dispersed and behind Dumbledore, there is a village. This is Godric's Hollow. Author. This storyline should be over tomorrow, I couldn't finish writing it today. Read 50 days or 100 chapters in advance on Patreon.